that I, Amanda, on behalf of Rizvi College of Architecture, welcome our panelists, guests who have joined online, the faculty team, and students to the second day of the symposium. It is a mark of our underlining tradition to invoke the Almighty at the beginning of an important event. Like the great philosopher once said, the function of prayer is not to influence God, but rather to change the nature of the one who prays. I would like to call upon our students to lead us into prayer.
या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्मचित्तशङ्कर प्रभृतिः देवैः सदा पूजिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजातापहा। एक ओंकार सतनाम करता पुरख निर्भाव निर्वैर आकार मूरत अजूनी सेभं गुरु प्रसाद जप आद सच जुगाद सच है भी सच नानक होसी भी सच।
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us today our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
Students, I request the curators of the symposium, Professor Minaz Ansari and Professor Meera Malegankar, to give us a brief introduction on the symposium.
Morning, everyone. I hope you all can hear me clearly. Hello?
Yes, Minas, we can hear you.
Okay. So yes, morning, everyone. Bombay, Mumbai, Mumbai, Mumbai. Our city speaks in many voices, and each voice narrates its own story. It has its own journey, its old relationships, and new connections that it continues to build with the city. However, the voices that we keep hearing from the mainstream media are those which prominently drive economic change. The voices of large infrastructure projects, of the share market, of real estate market, and the movie industry, and so on. But if we look beyond this huge cacophony of sound, we hear many other narratives. Some of them are sung in local dialects. Some of them are mingled with our food. Some are displayed in art festivals and are built heritage around us. And some very silently reach out to us through the city's natural elements, through its invisible communities and through its informal settlements. So the question we raise here is that as architects, what are the voices that we really need to hear? And what are the lenses through which we must see the city? As we know, there are many individuals and groups in the city who have been working towards bringing about positive change. So this symposium attempts to create a platform where we invite not just architects, urban planners, and urban designers, but researchers, artists, activists, environmentalists, and citizens to share their connections and concerns for the city and help the audience rediscover the city through various lenses. Yesterday, we discussed the city through the lens of heritage and the city as a living heritage, writing about Mumbai as Mumbai serves as a perfect muse for writers. We looked at Mumbai as a city on the move and understood its mobility, transport, and the impact of that on its environment as we see Bombay also as a city with a forest. Today, we will raise some questions regarding the public spaces of Mumbai and are they meant for everyone? Does art and culture provide the ultimate glue that brings us all together? And last but not the least, we see the city as a melting pot of different communities, different identities, and we see the city as a city with an appetite and to the food we consume. So, those are some other discussions we will have in our second panel. So now I request my co-curator, Professor Meera Maligaonkar, to tell us some more about the learnings of yesterday's sessions. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks, Minaz. So let me brief what happened yesterday, what kind of exciting panels we had yesterday. So as Minaz told us, we had 3 panels yesterday, panel discussions: heritage and writing, environment, mobility and infrastructure, and the students' work on Gorayuttan village. So when we are talking about the heritage and writing, our first panel, in this first panel, we had 3 people: Ainsley Lewis, who is conservation architect; Anupam Saha, who is a restorer and art conservationist in CSMBS, and we had Simin Patel, who is known for her blog Bombay Wala, and they talked about their efforts to restore and the restoration and conservation works. As we are aware, Mumbai is changing over the years. We have new infrastructure, new roads, even new peoples, and in this age of modernization, we have lost many original parts of Mumbai, but there are many places, many shreds of the original city that have been saved. And Ainsley and Anupam, they talked about their efforts to conserve this original city that have been saved. Ainsley talked about his restoration efforts of the Gloria Church and how they established museum in the Gloria Church and the kind of methodology they are adopting in restoration and conservation of this Gloria Church. Anupam Saha talked about material heritage and the methodology and the value, what kind of value we find in conserving this material heritage. Now, when we're talking about the Mumbai city, we know that we take pride in this glorious past in which sphere Ainsley and Anupam, they are working. We have these glorious buildings, monuments, etc., etc. But in the name of modernization, we are probably illiterate about the common popular heritage, so to say. And Simin is working particularly in this area. Simin is particularly looking at the shreds of the city that has been saved, which is part of popular culture. And she looks about this little heritage and she documents it. Importantly, she has PhD and she knows what is the framework of writing. And that is why she is able to write and she is able to document this Mumbai city and its lost heritage, the nostalgic value of this lost heritage we have. And she is writing that in her blog, Bombay Wala. The learning I will say about this panel is, okay, we have not only our glorious past, but we have to be sensitive enough as well as literate enough of our popular culture and popular heritage also. But the thing is, important point is like nostalgic value it may be having for us or people like Simin, etc., etc. But the stakeholder who are owning this heritage, whether this heritage is adding some economic value, we don't know. So we had to look into that matter. This was our first panel. Then we had second panel, which is kind of activist, quote unquote activist panel. We know that we have been told that infrastructure is necessary for the development, for elevating quality of life of the common people, but at what cost? And whether this infrastructure which is being developed, it is meant for the common people. The data given by the 3 panelists of this session showed us that the infrastructure which is being built Most of the infrastructure is for the elite people, and the common people are being ignored in this development. And casualties of environment. Hussein talked about various aspects. He is writing extensively on this environment and infrastructure conflict, and he talked about his work. Then we had Stalin. Stalin talked about Vanashakti and his seminal battle to save the RA forest. And then we had Firoza. Firoza talked about her efforts to establish the cycling infrastructure to make the city cycling friendly. And obviously, because of this activist panel, we know that vigilant citizens are very important. There are ways and methods to stay environment while even developing the infrastructure also. But government may not adopt that route, and citizens has to be vigilant enough to tell government, no, we want to save our environment, and you have to find the alternative ways so that infrastructure also can be developed, but we want to save our environment. So we were really thankful to these panelists to show kind of hard data to underline this conclusion. And then our students, the second year students have mapped the Gorai Uttan village and the Portuguese Indian community there. They had some beautiful sketches which have been displayed in our exhibition on 7th floor. And I will request all the people who have joined, they should come to our college visit and see the exhibition and what kind of efforts students have done. Importantly, one more point, like I talked about Simin and her effort to document the city. We also had Aslam, who has documented the past heritage and the people of the city who have been getting lost in his exhibition, Last Bisti. He has documented through his lens. It is the photo exhibition, and he has documented the community who were supplying the water to the city. And that is also displayed on the 7th floor in Rizvi College of Architecture. So that is what happened yesterday, and I am looking forward to today's exciting panels. So welcome all panelists. I'll hand over now to Minaz, Vrunda, and Fatima.
Yeah, hi. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Meera ma'am. Yeah, so I again, extend a very warm welcome to all our panelists who joined us today. Alan is here, Ranjit and Hanif. Hi. I'm Vrinda and Fatima. We're also kind of trying to moderate this session. We'll begin right away. So we're going to talk about today about public spaces in the city. Public spaces in the city have been kind of center of several debates and contestations, political and social kind of contestations over several years in the past. And we kind of aware of it, and a system that's driven almost by impatient capital, if I can say that, if not obliterate public space completely, has definitely threatened, the publicness of these spaces and the equity of these spaces. We have with us today an architect and two artists whose work, who will share some work, probably with conversations and with their work, will through their art and architecture have catalyzed public spaces, whether it is to bring to life derelict spaces in the city, or the edges of the city or the facades of the city. And we will also look at how these interventions and these inserts kind of manifest and make the city occupiable, either physically or through some kind of an imagination of collective memories of the city. So without taking too much time, I'll introduce our first panelist, that is Alan Ibrahim. Alan Ibrahim is the joint principal architect of Abraham John Architects. They're a multidisciplinary architecture, interior design, landscaping, and urban planning firm founded in 1967. The firm works at multiple scales with various organizations, right from private clients to corporates, NGOs. This allows them to experiment and diversify their work, their architectural interiors, and as well as hospitality institutional projects. Several charitable works, including earthquake and cyclone-proof buildings in various places like Vijayawada, Hyderabad, Latur, etc. Their design approach is to reconnect architecture with nature, make optimum use of space, natural materials, lighting, landscape, and to reinvent and transform living environments in urban urban spaces. Bombay Greenway is also a platform by the firm, and this explores architecture from a wider perspective. It uses the studio as a workshop for new ideas, concepts, experiences, and imaginations to transform the city. Alan, I hope, this was, if we can begin with the session now, if you can kind of start sharing screen and.
Thank you, Vrinda, and thank you, everyone. And nice to see so many students in a group. Could we have screen sharing so then I can just show that? It's kind of easier, perhaps. Is it?
Right, you will share the screen, or should
I can share screen. You'll have to enable screen sharing.
Right. Of course.
Yeah.
Shall we?
It's happening.
The same.
It's happening. Right.
Okay.
So I'm going to show you a little project since it's a Bandra college. Yeah, I hope this is clear.
We can't see the screen, right? Can others see the screen? We are not able to see your screen, Alan.
It's
Yeah,
coming.
now. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. Is it sharing now? It's good?
Yes.
Okay. So this is a project in Bandra itself at Mount Mary, opposite St. Stephen's Church, which is a small church up there on the hill. And there used to be an alley going down, which was full of it was a dump yard, it was a drug haven. It was unused totally. And we kind of redesigned the steps over there. There were narrow steps and there was garbage all over. We redesigned the steps to create a kind of a public space there. Call it the Steps Bandra. And maybe you're familiar with it. So this is about 100 meters long and 12 meters wide. So it's actually a nice, beautifully scaled, large urban space. On the development plan, that's the DP, it's classified as a road, which is why, thankfully, through the pandemic, it's been open. Because parks and open spaces in Bombay, as a rule, are shut. They're not looked as economic generators. Bars, malls, restaurants, even during the latest lockdown, were open. But the promenades and beaches were shut. So our city is suffering from kind of agoraphobia, fear of open spaces. Anyway. So we designed this as architects do. I mean, we designed it for the BMC. And one of the briefs was to keep a lot of concrete because landscape maintenance is difficult and cleaning is easier. And I believe that's absolutely true in the BMC's case. But we also designed it as a series of platforms. So you have like a platform on top, a platform in the center, and at the bottom. So you have three distinct areas where you can carry activities through. We planned a garden on top and below, which have not completely materialized. So the project is still as good as it's come out. It's still incomplete. These are pre-visualizations. And this is the model. Because till you build, you just keep making models as architects and hope that drawings and models will one day get constructed. So you have to just keep the hope up. This is a model on site on the left. And this is finally the actual construction happening on the right. Even at this stage, the BMC was like, hey, this is a road. It's a road in the plan. I'm like, yeah, if this doesn't work, you can make it a road. So at some level, you have to give belief because people believe doctors. But as architects, we're not really believable characters, It takes a little convincing. This is even during construction, it showed how nicely, I'll just play that again. It's a very fast animation, but yeah, it's how people just use the ramps and things that were going on. And this is post-construction. Now you can build any space in the city and it can be a nice space, but it's like a restaurant that's, not serving good food or it's not accessible. Then what happens is it dies. So you need to also animate the space. So building a space is just one of the project's goals. The other is to use it. So on the left, you're seeing usage as it should be on a general everyday basis. People just sitting, relaxing, meeting, talking. Right is this build space. And so then we called in artists and we got in the community basically to come in. So people who are local or interested in the space come in and paint over here because it's something that they will interact with and that they will deal with. And we had a festival. This also won the EDRA Place Design Award last year. So that was a big step. And yeah, it's basically a space that's open to all, irrespective of age, class, creed, or gender. So it's kind of inclusive. It's got ramps which allows universal access. Technically, at the bottom, they disabled the ramp because people were using motorbikes also. But it's sorry, is it clear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. So
Someone's mic is on.
this microphone on.
Isa, I think your mic is on. Sorry.
So what happens is, because of the universal access, it's something that we want to demonstrate to the city that it's more required. So you have the element of architecture come in, which is at an urban scale. You have plaza creation. You have the injection of art, and then you have the injection of programs. So my wife is actually the spearhead of this. She's got an organization. She's part of Bombay Greenway, and she's also part of Lavia Parks Mumbai. And then she's got another group of friends, and they are very actively involved in having the festival. There's a festival on this evening, in fact, from 4 to 8. So please do come if you're in Bandra. It's open to all. It's a publicly accessible culture, which is very important. It's a lifestyle that we want to have in our city. It's a lifestyle that we want to cultivate in our city. It's a lifestyle that we want to enjoy in our city on an everyday basis, not as a unique space. So this was more as a template to the rest of the city, because we don't have a concept of public promenades. We do have shared spaces historically, but it's being eroded towards the Western older model of car-driven spaces. So yeah, we have this festival happening. This is last year's. We encourage colleges to have talks there, other people to have discussions there. It's an open space. It belongs to the BMC, which technically means it belongs to the people. And when the artwork was happening, it wasn't just like the artist who was painting. It was also like the community kids and our kids and other people who were also contributing. So it is a more inclusive kind of a process. And by introducing different forms of art that we like, and I'll elaborate on this later if we have a talk, from music to painting to sketching to murals to events of various kinds, from break dance to kind of traditional dance. You have all sorts of activities happening there. And it's not like strictly like, I don't know if any of you all have been to NCPA, where you have a geriatric population that coughs in the intervals and no one can speak in between. The other kids run around while things are happening also. So it's very inclusive in all ways. And it's very educative also, because it's opening up many people's eyes to different art forms, which they would never ever go for otherwise. So we've had tango, we've had Bharatanatyam, we've had Odissi, we've had dog shows over here, because this is inclusive of, it's a space that includes animals also. It's not exclusive of animals. We are trying to further enhance the space by having a public toilet here. But having a toilet is taboo in Bandra, especially in fancy Bandra. It's considered bad to have a toilet for the public. So we're trying to fight that and trying to kind of convince people that having a toilet, having water, having basic input and output, you can extend the lifespan of a space, because a space can look good and be good, but it can be used only that much. So the basic point is about engaging the community at a local level. And we've also used it for installation. So this, like architectural kida. So, you want to do something and I want other people to do things. So we have these exhibitions. This was our Christmas tree on the first, this was 3 years back. And then this was made out of just like 2 slabs of marble. It was one slab, which was book match, for those who understand this. And then it was fragmented, it was to show the unity in diversity. So this is public art. This was last year's, which was like a single pipe that ran through, a single line that connected all. It was in response to the pandemic also. And of course, keeping in mind, we are of a minimal bend. So we like to keep things, at least from a design perspective, simple. And it's open for everyone to interact. We have another tree this year, which is based on squares, which is squares of light, which is the family tree, which from a Christmas tree became a kite tree and will stay on till Holi. So it's got colors right now. And we're encouraging people to interact with it. And yeah, these are some of the posters of the festival. And it's continuing. And we've had the support of the BMC largely, and thankfully. And also the ALMs, who primarily in the start opposed it, but later on came on board once they were convinced, because change is a difficult concept. And change is difficult to this thing. It's difficult for people to accept. So it's. I hope my screen's on now. It's easier. It's easier for people to accept it once the change is established. When you ask for change, people are very hesitant. People are very unsure about whether the change is good for them. So the local neighborhoods are very apprehensive always. They always oppose change. But then after they discover that it's good, they really embrace it. So that's good. So now the people love us. So it's good. Thank you. This was a particular example. There are many more. So I can speak about public space and all, but since this was related to public space and art, I thought this was a good example because it's also in Bandra. Yeah. So if you have any questions, you can ask me. Otherwise, we can, I don't want to keep anyone waiting with their presentations.
Right, yeah. Thanks, Abraham. Thanks, Alan, sorry. So what we'll do is we'll get on to the next speakers, and maybe jointly we can have, because there are a lot of questions, I'm sure, so we can. Thank you so much, thanks.
Thank you.
So yeah, Fatima, would you join in? And
yeah, thanks. Thank you, Alan. Thank you so much. So our next speaker for today's panel is Ranjit Dharia. Ranjit, are you here? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, Ranjit. Hi, morning.
Good morning.
Good to see you.
Yes, same here.
So a quick introduction to Ranjit. Ranjit, actually, he is the one who was the brainchild behind BAP, that's Bollywood Art Project. Hailing from a small state to printing at the United States, Ranjit has come a long way in his career as a muralist. He's an artist, entrepreneur, motivational speaker, and an art design professor, all rolled up in one. One feels a sense of achievement when told that a man gripped by overwhelming fear of height, made the tallest mural in the country. That's really amazing. In his own colloquial words, "Dar ke aage bheet hai," literally meaning what lies beyond fear is the wall to paint. And we have a lot of surface area in Bombay, so Ranjit is going to be painting all of that.
Yes.
The Bollywood Art Project, that's BAP, is an urban public art project that aims to transform the world of Mumbai into a living memorial of Bollywood legends. We have transformed and beautified the city aesthetic and skyline by encapsulating the cinematic history of Bollywood, by painting murals of icons and micro as well as macro level. Founded in 2012, BAP, which started on a street and initiative, has created more than 70 murals across 3 countries. So I think my facts and figures are right? Or have you done more after this introduction?
Yes, I'm still painting more.
Great. So without taking a lot of your time, Ranjit, I'll hand over the stage to you. You can just start.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hi guys, this is Ranjit here, and I paint Bollywood around the cities. When I came here in Mumbai in 2008, so I was expecting that the city will have some like a more like it's a Bollywood city. So I thought there would be like a Amitabh Bachchan is like going like with like normal people, and when I saw that like no Amitabh Bachchan's bungalow is there, Shah Rukh Khan's is there. So I didn't find any visual representation of the city. So then I thought, why not make the city more Bollywood? So that was my one aim. And during that time, that 100 years of Bollywood was also happening. So I thought, why not celebrate 100 years of Bollywood and make this city more Bollywood? So then I started this mural, anarchally mural. So I'll just share my screen. So where is screen broadcast? Okay. Start broadcast. I'm gonna share. Okay. Yes. Can you see this my screen?
Yes, Ranjit, you can see the screen.
Yes. So yeah, these are the like. Let's come to the point. So this is my first mural of Anarkali when I was painting. So basically during that time, halat itne अच्छे नहीं थे. I mean, I was not very earning. I was doing freelancing. So I did one freelance and then I got some money. And then I thought, let's start painting it. So I went to the owner of this house and asked her, "Ma'am, can I paint your wall?" Then she told me, "Yes, why not?" So then I went in the evening, and in the night I started working on it. So I paint. During that time I met lots of people. Also, they came forward to help me to paint this, and so yeah. I mean, during this painting, there's one small story I want to share with you guys. While I was painting Anarkali mural, so there's one lady in full burqa, and she always comes in the evening and just stay for like 5 or 10 minutes and just see, and then she goes to the market. And I was just like watching her. She also comes, and then one day I was down. I was not on the ladder. Then she asked me like, "आप जनाब आप ये क्यों पेंट कर रहे हैं?" तो मैंने बोला कि मैडम ये तो आपके लिए ही है कि I want to make this city more Bollywood. Then she told me कि आपको पता I mean ये जो मैं मेरे अपने शोहर के साथ जो मैंने पहली जो मूवी देखी थी that was Anarkali. So that was like, oh my god, like how people connect with the things you also don't know. I mean मेरे को तो सिर्फ एक म्यूरल बनाना था, but after that there are like lots of stories. Those stories I also don't know. So I think that connection is always there, and Bollywood also. I mean, always like in people's heart in Mumbai. So these are my latest work. I worked with Netflix recently. Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao. I painted in Hyderabad. This one. This is also in Hyderabad. So this is in Mumbai, and this is our MTNL building, Bandra, if you might have seen. So this building I first painted with the street art. Hanif is also there. So we were looking for the like who can paint this building. So there were like lots of other street artists was also there. So we asked. I mean, they asked like who can paint. So then whoever see this building, they're like, no, we can't paint. Then I say yes, I can. So then I painted first Dada Saheb Phalke on this, and it stayed for like almost 4 or 5 years. And after that, they have to renovate the building and they have to remove it. So then in between that. Netflix guys came and they asked me to paint. So then I painted this beautiful Bella Ciao mural. So yeah, I mean, this was like the same wall I painted Anarkali. So what happened? I painted Anarkali, Madhubala, and Sridevi. So then Budweiser came in and then they just repainted the whole thing with the boats journey, and I mean. Then the whole social media got very angry. How can you repaint on somebody's artwork? And they painted in Delhi also some artwork. So then we raised the issue: how can you remove the artworks? Then Budweiser came back to us and asked, like, please paint whatever you feel like. So then I thought, what should I paint? So then I thought, let's paint some Sringar Rush on this building, because beautiful and dancing positions, and these three legends are still living in this city. So I thought, let's paint Helen, Asha Parekh, and Wahida Rehman. So I painted this one, and yeah, I mean, I do like lots of commercial work. So I painted with the Tata Sky in Gujarat. So I painted Dharmendra, Rishi Kapoor on his because and Irfan Khan mural. What happened? Like when Irfan Khan died, he was like one of my favorite actor. So I mean, that time also the pandemic was happening. So I didn't find any wall. So I just I have painted this. I mean, this was my first wall in 2010. I painted Amitabh Bachchan on this wall. So then after like some 3 or 4 years, I painted Nawazuddin Siddiqui of Maji mural. And then I thought, like, yeah, we just paint Irfan Khan mural on this. So then I painted Irfan Khan mural. And I painted in 2 days. Then the Sri Devi, I was telling you. So this is Madhubala in United States, North Carolina. So this story is like quite interesting here. I mean, there's one guy who just came to the city and then he was just like walking through the city and then he saw these murals. And then he saw Madhubala's mural. And then he's not a Bollywood guy. He's like just a simple, like, he's a Hyderabadi guy. He's an NRI, he stay in US. So he just like read the name and then he searched about Madhubala. And then he got really inspired by Madhubala, how she like struggle and how she did all these movies and how she was like and then he called me like I would like you to come to US and paint on my house. So I was like chod na yaar, I mean I don't want to come, like कौन इतना लंबा रास्ता काटे बोले नहीं please come. I mean he joined me, I mean he called me several times. Then I thought कि यार चलो US भी जाके देखते हैं कैसा है. So and yeah, I mean, then I went to US and I painted on his house, and he was very, very happy. And he had like lots of Madhubala books, and he just distributing to his neighbors. Oh, she's the Madhubala. Just read about her, and he was like, so. I think, yeah, this was like a Sharmila Tagore. I paint on bamboo chicks, bamboo jo curtains. So I painted in 2016. Dalip Kumar Sahab and Shaira Banerjee on his birthday. So this is my one of the tallest mural I painted in 2017, I think. Yeah. So then G Classic came to me and then they asked me like, can you paint some? So this building I was waiting from like last 7 or 8 years. Whenever I saw this building, I thought, okay, I will paint one day. And then one day came and I painted Amitabh Bachchan mural. So this was the Dada Saab Phalke, what I painted in 2014 with the street art. And then Hanif was also there. This is also part of a street art Delhi in 2013. So that was, this is a mural I was telling you, painted. So in Make in India also, I mean, in 2016 Make in India, people came and they asked me like to paint several murals. So I painted this in Worli. And when Sachin Tendulkar got retired, so this MG club in Bandra West East, they asked me to paint Sachin Tendulkar. So I painted there. So it was in IIT Powai. I painted Pran Saab because I want to show the older people because new generation don't know about this actor. So this was also in IIT Powai. And this was in Khar, Danda. I mean, I went to paint. So I took a workshop in St. Catherine Church. There is a one orphanage. So I painted Amitabh Bachchan there. Then people were very happy. Rajesh Khanna mural you might have seen on Chapel Road, on Prera Road in Bandra only. So this was also, now I painted a Rishi Kapoor mural on this because that mural got very very bad. So this was like my first mural and then third mural, the fourth mural of Madhubala. So this is what I tell you guys. Like I painted in this in 2009. And then I had an exhibition in France of history of Bollywood because in 2012, no, not 10.
Hi,
Yes.
Ranjit, sorry, your voice is breaking.
Okay, I think there will be a network issue. Hello, can you hear?
Yeah, we can hear you, but it's coming in parts.
My network is transferring here. What is happening? This was exhibition France, La Rochelle. Can you hear me properly?
Yeah, we can hear you, but it's still breaking a lot. Really?
He must be trying to join again.
Yeah, I think he's trying to rejoin. We just wait. Yeah, I think we need to switch off our camera. Will that help?
No, but I think it's from his side because all of us are on the
On other network, right?
Yeah.
We just wait for him to join back.
Do we want to call him up and check with him? Fatima, should we call him up and check?
Yes, ma'am. Just doing that. Just doing that.
Okay.
Give me a minute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, he's back. He's there. Yes, sir.
Yes, Ranjit. Now it's much clear.
Okay. So yeah, I was sharing my screen. Start broadcasting. 1, 2, 3. So yeah, can you see?
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah, can see the screen. Yes.
Okay.
You can go ahead.
This is Rajesh Khanna mural in the Bandra only, Pereira Road. These murals are on the same building. Same bungalow. So this was the Anarkali murals. This was my first mural in 2009. I painted Amitabh Bachchan. Then I had an exhibition in France, La Rochelle. So what happened in 2010, some people came and they asked me to paint a huge mural in France, Paris. There was a one show called La Salle de Cinema was happening. So I went there and I painted 32 by 12 feet, like bada sa mural of Sardar Raj. And then during that time, I saw like there are lots of people who love Bollywood. There was one girl, she was a French, she don't know English, but she was like singing Nimbura, Nimbura, Nimbura. Kya baat hai? So I thought, I should tell them more about Bollywood. So that was the reason. And then after a year, I got one chance again to go to France. And in 1 year, I painted like 31 posters of Bollywood, history of Bollywood, like how Bollywood started and what are the Bollywood things. So then this exhibition came back to Delhi in 2013, IIC, Indian International Center, and I exhibited there also. So yeah, that was my journey, and so far it was amazing, and I really enjoyed. I'm still enjoying. Right now I'm in Hyderabad, and now I'm working for the Isha Foundation, Save Soil projects. So they want me to paint all over India about the saving soils. So right now I'm working on that, and I painted Hyderabad. Right now I'm in Bangalore. I'm painting. Lots of people comes and they just enjoy. I just like tell them how to paint it, but it's really nice thing to connect with the different people and paint with them. So yeah, I'm enjoying it.
Thank you so much, Ranjit. I think your screen sharing is still on.
Okay, stop sharing. Yes.
Yeah. So I personally do have a lot of questions for you, but I think I'm going to hold them till we finish off the next panel.
Yes.
But this was great. This was a great compilation of everything that we see actually down around Bombay, and then we meet the artist. So that's another feeling altogether. But these are everyday paintings that you see all through. It's great to have you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
So we just move on to the next panelist, and then maybe we can have a collective discussion with all three of you. Thank you so much, Ranjit.
Thank you.
So welcoming our next panelist, Hanif is here. Hanif Kureshi. Hi, Hanif.
Hi.
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 Hanif.
So I'm gonna talk about, as everyone's talking about art on the street, I'm going to talk about the same and our
Yeah, I'll just take
efforts.
a minute of
Yeah.
yours to introduce you, and then we can start with your panel.
Okay.
So, Hanif Kureshi is an artist and designer working with street.
An artist. This is so all of these artists. How what happens is they come, spend time within the community, interact with people, and after that they decide what they would like to do, and then only kind of artist starts to work. Within this area, there are lots of potters around, and Miles kind of like worked with one of the people who've been working with the pottery, and you see this water is kind of like this mysterious water kind of like dripping into that pot. Uh, there's another Italian artist called Milo. Milo works with the cityscapes, and Milo came to Mumbai into this area and decided to create, replicate whatever you see around it. You see the kind of buildings here, and you see the background. It's kind of like matching with a one larger than life figure. This is another set of French artists called Ella and Petre. They did like series of 3 murals and one giant rangoli within this art district. This is a Canadian artist called Young Jaros. This is one of my favorite work from from Mahim East is piece by Guido Van Helten, where he's photographed guys who are doing the rapping and breakdancing and hip hop, and like this whole culture, which is the hip hop culture, which has been growing within this within Dharavi, and how he's represented it on the landscape, on the building, which almost merges with the landscape. But then when you start to look at it, it emerges, out of it. So that's Guido. This is Sajid Wajid, again from Mumbai. He's kind of like made two figures. The picture isn't that great with the trees on top. The Zanpu Warke is one of the latest addition to that. I'm just showing a very few artworks. It has more artworks within the space. I'm going to talk about these frontline workers also. When we do the when we do the art districts, we also do work in the cities where if that place can serve as a landmark. So Jindal mentioned on the Pedder Road, with such an interesting heritage building, and we thought it would be nice to experiment with it. And this is in 2014, where we invited a British artist called Phil D'Luca to install his tentacles in this building, which kind of created a spark, and where people are like, what's happening? What is this on this building? And that's exactly the idea, that that we activate public spaces in such a way that it starts a conversation around it. It's been a while that we have any conversations around art, and our aim of the foundation is to make sure that the larger audience starts to interact with art. So from that point of view, yeah, this was one. And then after that, we continued to do work on Jindal Mention. This was another installation by Manish Arora. It's called All We Need Is Love. And the whole thing is that whenever we make any of these installations, there's not a single nail which we put into this structure. Everything is suspended, and nothing is touching the building. So that's a kind of logistical challenge we have. Of course, we have other side Falke by Ranjit. The reason why we painted Falke was to the city of Bollywood, and the guy who made the first film, not many people knows about him. There is a Dada Saheb Phalke award, but Apart from that, there's not much awareness about it. And we thought it would be good to give a tribute to the person who's who's made the first film in Bollywood and has a large significance. Also, this mural at one point was seen from his ancestral house in Mahim. So from his Mahim window, from Dadasaheb Phalke's ancestors could see his mural from Mahim, which we didn't know, but we came to know that later. This is a Churchgate station where a Brazilian artist called Cobra, who's painted this. And here the idea was to have a connection of Gandhi with the trains, and especially this whole conversation started when the Gandhi was thrown out of the train in South Africa. And that's where the whole, the movement started. And we thought as a great significance of this whole project, of this incidents to display on this. Obviously, it's not at the same time, but Cobra's painted so beautifully that that this building has an angle which is like clear 45-degree, 90-degree angle, but you cannot see that angle in the picture, and that's how beautifully he is kind of made the corner disappear. Apart from while we work on these permanent murals, we also do temporary exhibitions. We did one in Sassoon Docks in 2017, where we taken over a couple of warehouses where we did an exhibition which belonged to the people. So as you come in, you see this is a project by JR, a French artist called Inside Out, where the community showcase happens, and people who's been. So these are all the people who live and work around Sassoon Docks. So you can at least. So we represented the people, and then we changed the space completely. Like this was like an abandoned building. Then we changed it into something which is more exciting and more which one can see there's some actions going on. And for those next 2 months, this area was like a hub of alternate culture. There were all kind of performances and programming and many things which brought a lot of people to Sassoon Docks who would have never ever come otherwise. Sassoon Docks has been part of Mumbai forever, but it's not always that people have always walked into it. And our aim is to also open up these spaces for people in the city. This is by Clemens Bear. This is by Shiloh Shiv Suleiman. She works with the community as well. We had like many beat boy, breakdancing sessions as well. This is by Samir Kulavur, where again it talks about the smell, because there's so much strong fish smell that there's just a paper box with nothing in it. But if you would take this paper box and open it at home, this will have a smell of a very pungent fish smell. All our clothes also at one point, smelled of fish, because we lived in Sassoon Docks while this project was happening. There's again by Guido coming and making portraits of this fisher woman within the space. This is a Jochen Sherio, who is a Singaporean artist, again giving the tribute to the fishermen. This is this Akshat is giving speech on. We had like many talks and sessions on it. This is Tansi Z, which is the Singaporean artist working with the plastic. This is her point is about how does a fish feel when they are inside the water, and this is how our oceans are going to be. So this is designed to give you that underwater feeling. Uh, this is my work again. I worked with smell and put these different words of smells on this fishnet, where you would have to kind of like navigate through this. And the idea was to, like, when people walk around it, if you think of a smell, your brain starts to release. If I say an orange or first rain, uh, after, like, after it rains, you'll have that, your brains release that smell, and once your brain starts releasing, you get distracted with the actual fish smell which has been around. So that was the idea. And we kind of like made more pieces around it. This is Aravini Art Project. This is Ella and Peter, which made like several of these uh, small works around, which belong to the environment. Uh, so again, I'm just showing a glimpse of it. There are many more works which we did. I want to talk to you about, like, now, the works which we did during the COVID times, especially. We've been working with uh, railways to work on this, work on Mahim Junction, because from Mahim, from here we reach Shahunagar, which is the Mahim East Art District, and we thought Mahim is an important station. We had a whole concept and artwork finalized, but then the corona happened, and because of that, we had to kind of like stop everything. We had to change our plans, and in between, we decided that instead of going ahead with what we decided, we should do something about the situation, so that at least we remember that this is what happened in our lifetime. And we decided to give a tribute to all the frontline workers who were essential. It clearly, Corona made everything clear about like what is essential and what is not essential. And we thought that all the people who's been functioning and working and making, running the city needs to be paid a tribute. So we worked on the whole Mahim facade as a saluting heroes for of the, like, of the all the COVID warriors. Then we also did work in Mahim East Art District, and after this mural, we got many more requests by different parts of the countries to give more tribute to Corona warriors. But then we decided not to do it, because we didn't also want to live with that imagery for rest of our lives. So we started to kind of like go back to normal in our day-to-day life. And with day-to-day life, this project comes in, which is Me and We, which is by Aravini Art Project. The project's idea was to showcase and portray images of everyday life from Mahim. It could be Mahim, but it could be universal. It can be from anywhere. We also had, so this was a month-long community art project where lots of members of the community were also involved. The Aravini Art Project did many workshops, many more things, where it's not just a mural which they're painting, but it is also something where people are also part of it. And so from this point, we start to get more into the whole the community aspect of it, where it's not about just painting, but it's also about involving people. So this is how this project came up. We also did like a one mural at the Worli Dairy, which after crossing Hajili on your left, you will see it on the right. So this was by an artist called Afzan from Pune, showcasing the diversity of Mumbai. Uh, Continuing the Aravini project with everyday life. We also did this long wall in Worli, showcasing the personalities and people from every day. Uh, we also did revamp this whole Lower Parel underpass. Here, the idea is that a lot of times these flyovers were kind of very colorful and very bright and all of that. While here, we wanted to do something which is black and white almost, and we did this because Lower Parel has a very rich history of textiles, and how the mills came up, what happened in that area, and how that changed everything, for that space. And actually, right now, the Lower Parel is going a transformation from Lower Parel to Upper Worli almost. And in the transformation, I think that history would kind of be lost, and people will have no idea that, what this area used to be like and what kind of transformation has happened. So we've taken these glimpses of the past and present and put it into this, something which is going to be the future of Lower Parel, connected with all these flowers from the Dadar flower market. We continued with Daroj Mumbai while Aravini painted on the left side of this wall. Then we are also working on this underpass where they are continue to paint the portraits of everyday people on it. And yeah, we are continuing to paint on it as we speak. And yeah, this is where I reach the end of my presentation. I can talk more about it, but I think that's good enough for us to have a small discussion on.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, we will be asking you more questions, so I think that is going to go further, knowing more about what have been doing. Ranjit and Alan, I think you are still there, right?
Ellen is also there, yes.
Yeah.
Good to see you guys, Ranjit and Ellen. I mean, Ranjit, I keep meeting Ellen. I've always heard of your name and I've never seen you or met you. But
I don't think we met.
Yeah. Yeah.
Great work, guys. Great work.
Thank you very much. Yes. Ellen, we met once. You remember while you were working on the step. So Mr. Asif brought me to you and we were discussing.
Okay. I'm sorry. Yes.
No problem. Yeah, it's totally fine. But I was there while that you were building that steps.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
So okay, sorry.
If there's any questions, yeah.
Yeah. No. So this is actually a joint question for all three of you all, because what we see actually when we move around the city is like the final product of the artwork. Okay, but I'm sure the process is a lot more complicated together, right from getting permissions for these things to the execution. And because Bombay is a moving city, and all of these, like especially for Ranjit's work, I remember the last when we presented together at AIKTC, you had explained this whole thing about that how difficult was it to even get the cranes in the smaller lanes, and all the difficulties, and so many times you had to redo the whole thing, and there were certain delays because you could not get the vehicle inside. So I think more intrigued about what is the process through it, and what are these things, and everything that you'll go through before the final artwork comes out. So respective to all three of you, and it will be great to know that.
Well, I can tell you a bit about Dada Saheb Phalke when we painted in 2014.
Yeah.
We had this, it's a reclaimed land. So obviously the soil is like not that strong. We had to get this boom lift, which has to go into this passage. weight of the boom lift is very high. We asked the MTNL for the plans so that
20
we can
tons.
understand.
20
Yeah,
tons.
if there's anything underground, so that we make sure, so that we can control it. They didn't have it. We took the risk, got the thing. Earlier, we harnessed everyone from the top, for people to, like, so that if there's anything happens, they are harnessed from the thing. After 2 3 days, it became too hectic because somebody need to, like, coordinate from the ground and somebody from the terrace, and it made the whole process slower. And then Daya is like, oh no, I'm gonna, like, work on it on my own and no problem. And I was like, okay, fine. We took that risk when we worked on it for all that time, and it was fine. Uh, the last day when everything was kind of like done and finished, we still had to, like, do something on the one top difficult corner where the crane was not reaching. So I got onto it, and I reached at the, like, very top of it. And at that time, the operator who was on ground says he started shouting, and, like, I couldn't understand what happened. And actually, the crane between the two wheels, a portion of the ground fell down, and it was like a tunnel underneath. And I was high up on top. It could have any point the crane would have flung, and I would have been probably, like, end of the story. But with slowly we came down, we jumped on the other roof, and it was almost like, that within those few moments you're like, oh, you're going to die, because there's no way. And I could see from the crane that, like, land kind of, like, this portion is kind of going down. It is between the two wheels, so you cannot even go front or back. And so things like this can certainly change, because we work at a height, and it's a very risky proposition. uh, but so, yeah, that's just one instance. I mean, there are many more things which have happened, but all these things have made us learn on what to do and what not to do. Okay, that's from my side.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just yeah. After that, I thought like we should, like, take care of safety first, and then we should work on these buildings. So then we thought like we should, like, use those girdles who hang from the top to down, and then we worked. I mean, recently I painted on the internal building, so I worked on the girdles also only, because I don't want to work with the boom. Boom is like, it's very scary, and this trolley is also like boom. So then we thought, okay, let's change the medium of height. Like, how can we climb on the height? So right now we are just like taking care of mostly safety first, and then artwork second. So we always like, I mean, right now we are also like working on the very height. So safety is the first thing, and you are asking for the process, how you take the artwork. So while we were painting Darasa Falke, so I was telling Hanif ki, like, grid lagana. Then Hanif told me, like, why not, like, take the building's grid. So where the windows are, where these blocks are. So then we made the what do you say, like, blueprint, and then we checked out the artwork on that, and then we started working on it. And in 10 days it happens, and just that accident happens on the last day. Thank God. So I was not there. So I finished painting, and then I went home, and then I heard about this accident. This happens. Oh my God, that's so sad. Like, so yeah, I mean, it's the process is always like, I mean, डर के आगे भीत है. That is the only concept. We have to work on it. I mean, however. So yeah.
Alan, do you have a story to share as well?
These are the modern day Michelangelos. Architecture is there's a full class full of architects. No? It's traumatic. Yeah. It's not as nice and as glorious, nice like painting. Painting is like gratification. It's like you paint, you see it. Oh yeah, nice. Architecture is like all that piche ka jari, plaster, salia, curing, crack ho gaya, there are so many factors and variables that very often it's just disregarded. Like, for example, Hanif, I love the work you're doing. But when I look at that column under the flyover and I look at the base of the column, and I'm like, what the shit? Couldn't they put that underground, Sorry, It's whatever. It's like the column is not nicely designed. In the first place, yeah, you can paint the best art on it, but you could have painted the best art on a better looking column. So we get stuck with some basics, like literally, in the sense, you don't understand why things are built so bad.
Because it's been given to the lowest bidding contractor on that thing, and that's
it's
how
also that it's over designed and they use far more concrete than you actually need to because they inflate the costs in that way. And you look at flyovers abroad and you see the other cars lighter over there, other people lighter.
Yeah, sure.
Splendor. So you can work with better things, So it's.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah. And the other thing about, sorry, what are you saying?
No, nothing.
Yeah. So the other thing I think about this art thing, especially in Worli, because I know what's happening in Worli with Sharad and Aditya and all this, is a lot of it is patchwork. So they use makeup, like, you're putting powder on a face that's of a person or on the body of a person that's full of cancer. So you have structures that are decrepit, whether it's the Lovegrove pumping station. So the quick fix, the visual thing is like, let's plaster the compound wall and get street art or someone to paint it and make it look good. But that's not making the city better. I mean, yes, we are seeing something better on a daily basis. Thank you. But they're not addressing the actual problem, which is the wall or the structure or the kind of. I love the thing that you'll take, context into play and you're using that with the buildings. Like there was the chawls and the boy with the umbrella with his flowers around and stuff, and the building isometric around it. But the art makes it look good and it alleviates everyday living stress. Every day someone seeing something nice and enjoying it. So that way it's perfect. However, as architects, I think the students should look at a deeper rooted problem, which is why are the buildings constructed that way? Why does it look so crappy? And is the only solution to your building looking good getting a good artist and painting over it? I mean, these are important questions to address because art serves a function, but it's not a replacement to good architecture.
Of course, no.
And good architecture is a better base for better art. So it can always be contributive. So that's my only, suggestion in this. But I love the artwork you're doing, all of you guys. It's brilliant. It just makes everything so much nicer in the city.
Thank you very much.
Someone raised a hand.
Sorry, if I can just extend this question to Alan as well. So, what about the pre-design process, where you need to engage with communities, maybe, and the civic authorities to be able to convince them, like you said, to generate a project like this, which sits in the public realm. So, the number of, like you said, convincing, and so could you tell us a little bit about that? Because I think design is one thing. You did show us the process of design, the model making, the intense design activity, but the part where you engage and that time that it takes. I mean, time is like, in architecture, it's on a totally different.
Okay. So I do not want to discourage everyone. So I'll keep it short, but say, for example, you do 10 projects. Okay, no, you'll have to expand the scope. We do about 40 projects, maybe one gets built. Okay, so that is the hit or miss. Out of the one that gets built or two that get built, you have a period of gestation where the idea, the process, discussion. Then there's dumbification where it gets simplified and they have to put in their versions. Then you have the foundation. I'll just put in a basic structure kind of a thing. You have the foundation, you have this, you kind of get it up to a point where you build up a structure. The final client, and this is true of any client, a very high-paying client also, he only cares about the fabric, the sofa, the final interior thing. So interior design pays more. So guys, bread and butter, interior design, architecture, long term. Okay, so it comes down to that. So it comes down to the wallpaper nowadays, the art, this thing. And a lot of people, like they collect art, they're like idiots, man. They just buy expensive art because it's supposed to be so and so. They don't even like the art they have. So sad. I think design education is required across the board. Like not in art colleges or architecture colleges, but across the board. People should be a little more sensitized to their spaces. So, sorry, that may not answer your question directly, but for example, at Bandra, which is a very local example, by the way, Rizvi, please hold an exhibition of college work over there. It'll be nice. It's an outdoor space, except for the monsoons, you can really have a lot over there. Yeah. So over there, you have to negotiate with the BMC, with the ALMs, because it's not your property. You cannot just build whatever you want. Plus, you cannot fund it. So we did it at a very low budget, as in we did it pro bono, but the BMC did it at low budget, which was 1/10 of the cost they would have done it at had they done it without our supervision or intervention. Because we kind of got an engineering pro bono, cut down their quantities, reduced everything, made it simple, and we came out with a basic shell, which tomorrow can be improved and further improved. But yeah, that's the basic idea. The ALMs, which are local bodies here in Bandra, are quite powerful, but they're not necessarily helpful initially because they don't like change. But after a point, when they see the kind of benefit that it has and how nicely it's turned out and that it's not damaging their private spaces, then they're okay with it. These are not things that you'll face at Mime East and all, where a lot of the space is already community. Okay. Because truly our only public spaces right now are the roads. They were the only things that were open 24/7. They're the only things where you can, the only places where you can actually go and you can actually have a snack on a road. You cannot have a snack in a park. It's not allowed. You cannot take a guitar into Joggers Park. It's not allowed. It's like terrible. Have you ever seen anyone with an easel or a canvas in any park in Bombay? Forget on the road. You will not. You will not see an artist painting. And you will fly down to France and you'll see Montmartre is full of like artists, but like, and they'll sit on the Piazza de España, but they'll not sit on the steps at Mount Mary because these guys think it's beneath their dignity to do the stuff that they do abroad, right? So that's the dichotomy in society and you have to navigate that. You know, we have a very, sorry.
I mean, we have to make it acceptable eventually for people. So, and that is it'll take time. It'll not happen so soon, but yeah. Some questions from the student we see.
Yes, we see a lot of questions from students. It's something a topic that is related to the most. So I think for Hanif, there is a question that says they would like to know how does the entire process is initiated from where the projects as well as the artist funds are raised. So the commercial aspects of the whole thing.
Yeah. So each project, once we so we propose that, I mean, there's nobody's coming to us and say that do this, but so it's like we propose and say that we want to do this. We work with the municipal corporation. Then working within that, each of these murals, we either have an embassy who's supporting it. So if you're saying, I'm seeing a Spanish artist, and there's this embassy of Spain and Australia and France and this and then whatnot, different countries whose embassies we approach and they bring in the artist. In terms of the Indian artists, it is Asian Paint. So Asian Paint is a vision partner. Over the years, we have made them believe that whatever we believe is also, so they believe in our vision. So we, as a base, they are our supporters, and whatever we want to do, they would support us. I mean, it's not like that we have to go to them and say that, okay, here is the sketch and tell us, like, if the design is approved or not approved, not from those smaller scales, but more as a larger vision, saying that we, Mahim East Art District, we want to do, and they would like believe, and then we will have a kind of a base support from them, which is about the materials and basic things. Then we work with the municipal corporation on a road. If you are standing, like just giving an example of Lodi Colony, which is Lodi Art District, you're standing on a road, that's a PWD property. You step on the side, it becomes like a CPWD something. The one half of the colony is South Delhi Municipal Corporation, within is the New Delhi Municipal Corporations. The buildings are owned by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. So within that 5 meter, 10 meter radius, there are 5 bodies who's involved in it, right? I mean, and that is how our system works. Like you step in and do something, and that's somebody else's property. So you have to like get these clearances from people, and the more we work, we get better at it. But then we have a specific funding thing where we propose and we work with that and make it happen. So sometimes it is us, sometimes it is Asian Paint, sometimes it is an embassy, sometimes it could be uh, like the last mural which I showed with the Aravini was with Facebook, uh, which is so. But there's no way we talk about Facebook. We've not put any logo of Facebook or say anything about it, and we have been very conscious of trying to not make uh, murals as new glorified hoardings. And that has been, we could have made it. There's lots of brands which almost every other day ask us saying that we want to collaborate with you and make a great artwork. And which I said, do you want to make an artwork or you want to make an advertising? And most of the time it falls into advertising, and we don't do it because it falls in there. Just want to give you an example. Mr. Dayas just recently painted Ciao Bella, and the Ciao Bella is repainted now.
Yes.
Yeah. Why did
It's
it
fine,
repaint it
man.
now? I have not. I have, otherwise I would have called him and asked him, saying, Daya, what happened? But now I'm asking him in this forum. I don't know what happened, but it got repainted, right?
No, of course, that was a one month contract with the building. But हाँ मतलब कि why not यार? I mean, from my perspective कि like वो सारी जिंदगी वही तो उसमें ही रोया पिट्टी करते रहे कि हाँ भाई आज है आज नहीं है, you know. So I thought कि why not we can earn from the art, and this is a great opportunity for the upcoming artists also. They can also earn through these artworks and murals. So I mean because it's been like quite a long year, like hand to mouth is happening. So if we are getting opportunity, why not? So that was my perspective. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I hope I answered my question.
Yeah, actually, you answered a lot of the questions also. One same answer. So then, there is Tanya who wants to ask from Seminar 1. She's raised a hand. Can Seminar 1, can you open your mic and ask the question? Switch on the mic, no?
Hello. Hi, my question is to I think I have a few questions for you.
Tanya, I think you need to be a little louder.
Okay. Can you hear me? I think this is talking with the mic. Can you hear me?
Actually, the sound is echoing. Do you want to message the question because the sound is echoing there? Or maybe you need to come closer to the mic, I don't know.
Hello.
Yeah. Yeah, we can hear you, but the sound is echoing. That's about it.
Okay, say it. We'll try.
Try.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Okay, you just ask the question. We'll try to maybe decode whatever we can hear.
Okay, so my questions are coming from an architect's point of view, Hanif. So there are three queries like out of inquisitiveness. So one is that, how do you identify the locations of the projects? Like, is it that the clients approach you? Or many a times art is considered as a medium to convey a very strong message or generate some awareness about certain issues or some societal issues that are happening. So is the intention of your work creating that message or giving that message, or is it application or the treatment of some not so swanky buildings? Because what we saw from your work is like, the buildings which are probably dull looking or the facades are not very interesting. So what is the intention? that's one question. Second is that how long is that artwork intended to last? Like, what is the timeline of that work? Like, if it is a message that needs to be conveyed about the current affairs or some kind of a issue, so do you intend to keep that artwork for some time, or is it kind of timeless? Third is that do you also collaborate or work with architects for your work when it's regarding, like, the buildings, maybe not public spaces, but especially when it's the facades of the buildings? And what who are the authorities involved? Like, do you take permission from the societies, housing societies, or I would like to know about that. And lastly, like, we as architects, we always teach our students that, when they design a building, it has to be contextually relevant, it has to mimic the environment, or so to say, least it has to harmonize at least with the environment. But what I see from your buildings is that they kind of singularize. They really speak out loud, when they are in a particular environment. So is there some kind of an intention to do that, to singularize that particular building, or is that ever considered? Is context ever considered? I mean, I'm sorry, there are too many questions, but
Okay. So there are 5 questions, right?
yeah.
Almost in that one line. So okay. I'll try and answer quickly. I forgot the first one already, but you said about. Sorry, what did you say? What was the first question? Sorry.
So it was about identifying locations of your art.
Identifying location. Okay.
Because the intention, the intention of doing this artwork, if it is to convey the message around, or if it is to highlight some kind of or uplift or facelift a building.
Okay, I'll just quickly answer you as in giving an example of Mahim East or Lodi as these 2 districts. We before that we used to work in fragmented here and there in the cities, and we worked in, like in Delhi, we worked in 2-3 areas which are Hoskas and Shapur Jahat and all these like urban villages in Delhi. What happened is that once after we worked, the gentrification came in, and more pubs and restaurants and bars and everyone started coming into this residential urban village, and that changed the fabric of those villages. And we decided that street art also brings gentrification. In the West, street art is also used as a tool to gentrify the area. You can buy the whole space at a lower price, get the street artist to paint it, make it look cool, and then sell it at a higher price later on. That's what the process has been happening in America and Europe. The same could have been done here as well, but we decided not to work with the private players. We only work with the government, so that we make sure there's no gentrification which takes place, especially in all these like government or like areas where gentrification is difficult. So that's how we choose it. Secondly, we also choose because whichever the area we choose needs to have that large surfaces, which means that walls without windows and walls without like more wall surfaces, and also looking at how these walls are placed, whether it's pedestrian friendly, all these other keeping other factors in mind, accessibility and all of that. And that's how we choose the space. And based on that, then we start work on what is start to make it into an art district. So its architecture has already been done. We don't like work with the architect to start figuring out what the building is going to be. We are just like actually just a sidekick of the architect. It's just like architect would say, "Acha, on this wall, no, you do this," and that's about it, right? We're not like building makers, or we're not like we're just You can say that we are the other guys. I hope that answers your questions, whatever I can. Yeah, that's from my side. I didn't answer 5 questions, but still.
So a lot of questions. One, I'm going to just filter because most of them, the answers are being repeated. I think many of the students are asking for Ranjit, this idea of the scale of the building in terms of that, when you paint on skyscrapers, how does the design from a concept idea actually come up, and then you'll start painting on those walls, on those surfaces. So that process, right, from a piece of paper to that scale of building, is people are, just curious about. So if Ranjit, if you could throw some light on that.
So I'll just give you the example of Amitabh Bachchan on Sea-Link in Bandra. So during that time, I mean, I really, from last 5-6 years, I was, whenever I see that building, I like one day I will paint it. So then I got the I thought I will paint Amitabh Bachchan on that building, because Amitabh Bachchan is like one of my favorite. So then I took that and went to because it's a very big building, I can't raise fund from myself. So then G Silk Classic came in, because they were also rebranding their thing, and they also got the chance ki like, हाँ सही फंस गया ये लड़का. So then उनको भी मेरी जरूरत थी और मेरे को भी उनकी जरूरत थी, सीधी सी बात है. So then they just came up with this idea, and then I told them like, I want to paint Amitabh Bachchan on his 75th birthday. So would you help me? So then they want to help themselves also, and then help me also. So then they raised all the money to. So the first step was like I decided what I want to paint on this building, because it's a thin, long building, like it's a Lambu style building. So I thought Amitabh Bachchan would be the best in this, and then I decided the artwork, and then again like I blueprinted the building's grid, and then if I required some of my grid, so then I put my own grid in it, like on the side of things, and then I drew the whole thing, and then I just showed all the artist like, by fill this area, fill this area, fill this area. So then yeah, I mean after that filling, then I just concentrated on the face. So that time there are like lots of local people have, they also come up with their own ideas. Ki, oh, iski aankh mein na khunnas nahi aa rahi hai, khunnas. I've seen this movie like 100 times, but that Amitabh Bachchan was khunnas is not coming. I said, don't worry, that khunnas will definitely come. So because we get feedback from them also, and the artwork's viewpoint was from the sea face. I mean from the highway. So so then I took that guy to the highway, and then I told him कि देख खुन्नस है क्या इसकी आँख में. Then he was like, oh. So he was like, wow, खुन्नस है, आँख ही खुन्नस, बस यही चाहिए था. So yeah, I mean there are like lots of things here. I mean that curtain guy, then safety was like another team. There were like 32 people who were working on the same time.
So actually she's asking कि इतनी बड़ी बिल्डिंग पे पेंट कैसे करते हो, स्केल कैसे करते हो, right? So स्केल करने के लिए there are 2-3 techniques. One is like a standard grid technique. जो ऐसे यहाँ पे स्क्वायर बनाया, आपने उसी साइज का स्क्वायर बनाया and you paint it standard. Second is projection. You take a projector and put it. Sometimes on a building like this where you don't have or you cannot have, मतलब नीचे से इतना बड़ा projection हो ही नहीं सकता. But the most popular technique nowadays is a technique called where artist goes on the wall and draw some random things. You can draw like whatever, random figures, lines, whatever. Take a picture of it. Then you take your sketch and you superimpose on it, and you make it light. So that what happens is that earlier you had this reference of a box. Now you have a very specific, like it can be any random drawing, but that when you superimpose your picture on it, your picture will also have that grid which is already there on the wall. So that becomes your support to start work on it, because earlier nobody could do Photoshop and all of that. Now with Photoshop it's possible. So I think anyone who's interested in painting, I recommend this technique of like, it's called chicken hatch or something. There's one particular name for it, but most of these street artists nowadays use that as a technique. Like this the Australian artist, that guy doesn't even do anything and he starts like painting, and I wonder, how do you do it? What he does is he looks at the cracks on the walls and he kind of like, he takes the cracks as a grid. Any wall which has any kind of texture, you take it as a grid, and you know that कि यहाँ पे आँख आएगा. And once you start painting an eye there, then slowly everything else will fit in. So, and I'm sure you find it on YouTube about what to do with, that's the whole thing. We know today you don't need a seminar to tell someone how to do this. You can just type it on YouTube and right? So,
true.
Yeah. I think that was a question. Sorry, Deha.
Yeah,
but
exactly. No.
No, this is
Yeah, no. I'm glad
very
both of you answered because
Yeah,
I
this is
think
superb. It's very encouraging for architects because if you have cracks, no problem.
Alan,
Identify what cracks
do
they
you
are.
want to speak about any of the other initiatives that your office
You've got over
is doing
70
today?
in Bombay Greenway, so if anyone wants to help, please help. You need to convert them.
Is there anything that this one spurred on, like the steps? Did it translate into some?
Those who are interested, please
For the
come at 4
street.
o'clock and see it. It's brilliant to see people
Street
engage
lab.
with the space. We were one of the winners of this Mumbai Street Labs, but that project fell through because the BMC was very excited about doing good work. And then they found that good work requires architect supervision, but they had already appointed the engineers, the contractors, lowest bidder. So contractors said, we are not doing this job if we're going to follow their design. So they dropped us all. Now they've come out with something called tactical urbanism, which again is pre-election eyewash. Again, I think it's a good initiative. At least the government is speaking all this. These words are coming out. Today's news is something even more exciting. They've also some eco-friendly something, I don't know. So the good news is they are more open now. So we should not be negative. Take it with a pinch of salt. Nothing's going to transform the city overnight. But transformation is the way forward. So unfortunately, I would consider like something like Coastal Road to be a greenfield project. There existed nothing. They reclaimed and they destroyed the intertidal areas. Okay, so reclamation is done. Now they're putting a road. You have 111 hectares of reclamation on which you need about 20 hectares of road. And the rest is apparently open spaces. Okay, so the question is, where do you put the road? Do you put the road towards the land because the city requires the road, or do you put it towards the sea? And they're putting it towards the sea. And they're trapping the open spaces between a coastal road, which is a superhighway, and an existing road like a Wali Sea Face or a Haji Ali or whatever. So you're going to get a lot of open space trapped in between two roads, which in normal architectural language is plot development. Okay, this is not rocket science. It's like the west coast, southwest coast of Bombay is the most expensive. And today's government says open space will stay open, but of course they'll have an agreement. No government supports this project. And tomorrow you'll have another government takeover and open spaces will be constructible. As it is, CRZ has gone. So it's like a gold mine. So it's very important for the city to speak up now and ask for realignment of the, sorry?
No CRZ anymore? What?
Bye-bye.
What? Really?
Yeah. In all practical purposes, gone. EIA, the environmental impact assessment all over India has been diluted like crazy. It's like, you have this beautiful Faluda and you've like added water. And now it's like super sharbat by the national government. So even forests are disappearing all over the country. That's a different scene. Coal mines and this and that. That's on the negative side. But anyway, the point is right now in our city, we have a western waterfront, which is the coastal road. We have an eastern waterfront, which is under Bimal Patel and Modi. And again, like same as Hanif described, one area is under 5 agencies. That's what happens normally in Bombay too. So you have the Port Trust on the east. You have the MMB at Bandra and Bandstand and Carter Road. You have MMRD, MSRDC, BMC, which is MCGM now. And you have, all these various MMRDA, which is the planning. So you have to navigate all these agencies. But I think it's very important as students, as visualizers, as designers, as architects, as artists, as whoever, if we see a better solution, not to grumble about it. Of course, you can grumble, but also to propose. So we always go with proposals. We go with a counter proposal. We say, you're planning this, but have you considered this? And you show them an option so that the discussion can move forward rather than just be regressive where they say, you're opposing my project, I'm not talking to you. Because that's a bad way to go forward. No one wants to be told that they're doing crap because they're doing crap. But anyway, you don't want to be told that, right? I mean, I wouldn't want to be told that also. Like someone comes and affronts you like, hey, all that you build is crap. It feels bad. So you need to have someone approach you and tell you like, you're doing good, but maybe consider this. So you give an option and then they'll be somewhat open to an extent, a little bit. So you kind of goose out your foot in, push it. Try to get your thing through. Because otherwise the city is gone. Because everyone's very busy and no one can visualize. No one knows what lifestyles are like. And as architects, we design people's lifestyles primarily. And that's very important. It's very important that you tell them this is what you're going to end up with. So case in point is Bandra, between IES College and Amitabh Bachchan and the road. That entire space is open spaces. For the last 20 years, it's a metro yard. They're building columns and they're building other things. It'll never be given to the city. The waterfront by the coastal road, by the way, Bandra Wali ceiling is a misnomer because actually 30% of it is already under reclamation, more than 30%, which is at Bandra between Falke MTNL building and Amitabh's building. Yeah, so you have that entire stretch. The seafront, if you go right now, the whole college can go right now and visit the seafront. You will not be allowed there. The seafront is locked up. It's open for 6 hours out of 24 hours. This is Bombay's definition of open spaces. It's ridiculous. And we should have a seafront. Imagine if this road was right touching the buildings on that side, you'd have a 150, 200 meter wide waterfront. You had public art, installations, exhibitions, music, concerts. It would be a vibrant waterfront. We are being denied a basic lifestyle. In the pandemic, the open spaces should have been open and larger. In other cities in the world, they're reclaiming streets. By the way, guys, I think you all should also present some, I'm sure you'll have done some horizontal surfaces. Like I know Hanif has done some, but it's not just vertical surfaces that they paint. It's also horizontal and in other angles. So you can definitely look at art in many angles. I digress because I thought it was important that you all kind of show some of that work. So the easiest way to transform a road normally is through paint. And then you repurpose it slightly. So during the pandemic, a lot of the cities across the world kind of moved towards more pedestrian and cycling infrastructure because that was obviously healthier for the mind, the body, the soul, getting your vitamin D, staying healthy in COVID times. And cars were discouraged. And a lot of them are making some of these things permanent, which is a good sign. We are regressing. We're going towards a car-centric waterfront, which is only for the four-wheeler. Any modern bridge in Bombay, the Bandra Wali ceiling, the road to the highway, to the airport, you're looking at the Eastern Freeway, free of tolls. All of these are only for four-wheelers. JJ flyover, two-wheelers are not allowed. They're discouraging everyone, psychologically or not. They'll say it's dangerous, but then what happens is everyone goes towards a four-wheeler. The moment you go towards a four-wheeler, you're cocooned in. It becomes exclusive. You aspire to a four-wheeler. You actually take a taxi to go down the Bandra Wali ceiling and then say, wow, because you don't have a car. You look at it and you say, wow. But they don't understand it's not really wow, because it's actually denying us the entire waterfront. It's insulating people, and then you don't have conversations. Whereas if two guys are on a cycle or a motorcycle, they actually have a conversation at a traffic signal also. Hey, mileage kitna hai? You know, it's a basic question. You know, it's like you are actually regressing in terms of human lifestyle and in terms of recognizing things. In a car also, with your crash barriers and all, you can't see the sea. So there's no point in having a ceiling. So you can look at it at various factors. And thankfully, there's some art that kind of inspires us because the architecture is also quite dead, frankly. And that's sad. But that's also positive because that means there's a lot of hope for the rest of you, students. So we have a good future because our buildings are bad. Sorry, I hope I know no one asked any questions that were particularly this, but I just said some things.
I don't know if it's possible, Alan, to share a link of that. You know, there was your proposal for the coastal road, shifting it inside and getting the green spaces on it.
It's possible, but you'll have to give me a minute because I don't know where my files are. I have not.
No problem. If you just put the link in the chat box, also we can share it with the students. We can show it. Great.
Yeah. In the meantime, if you'll chat, I'll look for something maybe
sure.
like that.
Okay, so one other question, repeated question that has been coming on is like for example, I think Ranjit mentioned that he was painting on a lot of community buildings, you know. So the students are curious that how do you all manage the funds of these, because these are private owners. So are the funds coming from the private owners or the community is involved? And because the artist needs to be paid as well, the team needs to be paid as well. So how is that ball game happening?
My common thing is like I painted lots of things from my own pocket. I earn from my design projects or some other projects, and then I whatever fund I can save, and then I paint on the buildings. But now what I started doing, I take commercial projects, I earn from them, and then I just like paint whatever I feel like. Because if I'll say, sir, I want to paint Lata Mangeshkar, please give me some funds. Nobody will give you any funds. So the main fund, I feel like, make yourself uh, 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 financially strong, so you can paint whatever you feel like. Because client work is always like, ye nahi aana chahiye tha, ye hona chahiye. There are lots of questions and answers. So I just like, yes, whatever you say, I will do it. Just give me that money, and then from that money, I paint whatever I feel like. So that is like how I create my funds.
I think that does answer a part of the question.
I want to say to the
Yeah, yeah.
students who's been asking these questions, funding, yeah, that you don't need so much funding, yeah, to do anything in the street, and you don't have to like start so big as what we always see, to make an impact. The idea is important. If you know, any of you know Banksy, I'm sure a lot of you would know and heard of the word Banksy. None of the Banksy paintings are large scale or anything. They're just like human height or even less than that. But they are very, very popular. Why? Because all of them have an idea. All of them have something which we can relate to, and that relation is more important than the scale. By making everything big does not mean that it's amazing, but you can make something small and it can still be powerful. So to do anything on the street, you do not need any kind of funding. When I started, obviously I had no idea. I mean, like what we are talking about today, I would have never even imagined that something like this would happen. Because when I started it, I never thought, any of these foundation and this funding and all these things. I always wanted to play with people's mind, and the best way I found was because I did advertising, and to advertise, it's easy. You can make it in hoardings, and there is a system. But you as an individual also have your own voice, and streets are free. There is nobody who's like stopping you from doing anything. Earlier, when we started painting, it was also a little bit like, oh, police will catch us, and now this, that, whatnot. Nobody's doing that anymore. You are painting, and a cop is passing by, and you said, oh, I'm a student and I'm painting. He's not going to say anything unless you're doing something very, very like, highly political or controversial or whatever. You guys can do that as well, actually. You guys are free to do whatever you want, however you want. Use the walls to express yourselves, and don't be restricted by saying कि मुझे इसका कौन permission देगा. You don't need anything. You go out and do it, and I think that is the way to do it. And Mumbai has so much pedestrian friendly spaces. Every city is different. Like in Delhi, it would be not possible to paint on the street, and you would still like not reach that many people because there are not many people walking. In Mumbai, you paint something in Bandra and you paint something here and there in three places, and within a week, half of Mumbai would know, because people are passing through those same roads and people are doing the same thing. So I think you guys have a great opportunity. Anyone who is interested in art, I would like recommend them to just go for it, not really take anyone's permission or wait for anything. Okay, so that was my little motivation.
Actually, yeah, that's quite an eye opener. I think because the next question was going to be that how do you all get these permissions for these things? But now I think you clarified, not needed.
Yeah, you don't need permission and all. Yeah, just do it. Just do it. Don't get into authorities and all that.
So just extending the same question about the funds, it also students have been asking that before you all start an artwork, before the entire process is commenced, because you are doing it within the communities, is it like discussed with the community? Does the community have a say in it, because they're going to be living with that artwork? So, is the participation involved for the people who you all have been in?
Participation is definitely involved, especially when we work in art districts. We just finished a chapter in Coimbatore. We call it Kowai, and Kowai is where uh, each artist spent enough time with the community around, figuring out what is their lifestyle, what they do, this, that, everything, making friends, and then only they start. Like Sajid, for example, took objects from people's house, like took a and then painted on those building. It's like सबके घर से कुछ एक ऑब्जेक्ट आया है जो उस दीवार पे है, and everyone can have that relationship with those objects. So that was like one way of doing it. There are this group from Kerala called Trespassers, and they painted like almost live sketching every day. It's like they are on a wall and somebody's like sitting on a cycle, then they start to like paint that somebody's sitting on a cycle. And they're a group of like 5 6 people. One guy makes a cycle, then the other guy puts like a chicken on top of it, and then somebody guy starts like giving something else. So they start adding details, but all of these details happen like whatever is in the surrounding. It's not like something which is away. So uh, public part community participation is the key to it, because once we leave,
And if your voice is not audible.
yeah, there's a lot of plastic noise which has been coming, so I was trying to like
Now we can
close that. Yeah, so yeah, now yeah, so so having a having a community participation is the key and at the center of it. Okay.
I think Alan is ready with some to share.
No, just to put into what he said, Hanif was right. A lot of the funding should not hold you back, because you should just try. It's a good idea. I mean, a good idea, you just take it forward, and then hopefully there's some funding. If not, you learn. Yeah, that's kind of important. Shall I try sharing screen if you want? But that's not with the art discussion. It's more about creating spaces which will accommodate art, because we feel it's a life. But if you want to see it, I'll play that, Minas.
Yes, please. See, it is also tying into a dialogue in yesterday's panel where we were talking about mobility, transport, and environment.
Right.
And I thought it was a very impactful project and a very, one simple move to make such a huge difference.
Yeah, it can easily make a difference. So we've got like some 50 top architectural firms to sign on to the idea. We're going to release an open letter saying, just move it, open up the spaces, open up the open spaces, and then we can have international competitions or whatever. We can get the best of design for the city. But it's important that we don't lose that space, because the number of users for the coastal road is 130,000 projected users. Now, remember, the Bandra Sea Link is only catering to around 45,000 users per day, whereas the population of the city is 21 million. So technically, you're opening up a waterfront for 21 million citizens. On an average, you'll definitely have more people going there than using the road by about a factor of 10x, if not more, easily. And someone can easily do that calculation. Someone has to create a kind of an economic aspect of how a waterfront can be economically, touristically, and socially viable for a city. And also that entire open space can be used for coastal and tidal resilience. So in case of a tsunami, a flood, or whatever, you're taking care of that thing because you've damaged the environment by far. And you are going to have repercussions. So you might as well be prepared for the repercussions. And the sense of preparation that they are planning is building a seawall and then building a road at a height. So if you look at Bandra again, if you are at the open space, which has never been used and is being used by yachts. It's huge in Bandra. It's brilliant. Location-wise, it's brilliant. It's got a beautiful waterfront view. It's connected to the hospital right next door, to the airport, and to South Bombay by the bridge. It's brilliantly located for all cultural institutions. So they should actually plan an overall cultural zone there. But if you look at it, if you're standing in the open space, you cannot see the sea because the road is high. And this is the kind of section that we're going to follow in South Bombay too. It's a disaster. The only access point to the promenade is one is through the chawls at MTNL building site, and the other is from an underpass, which is permanently locked up, which is the resultant of a bad road design where they've forgotten an arm of the intersection. So at either end, they've actually under-designed the arms. At Bandra, there's one arm missing, which is why there's still a signal at Bandra Masjid going onto the highway. At the other end, at the ceiling, you always end up taking a very awkward turn and coming down to Leelavati when you're coming from Bandra East. So there's a missing arm. So anyway, you have an underpass. So one underpass is the pedestrian access, which is permanently locked up, except for like 3 hours in the morning, 3 hours in the evening. So the sea face is locked up. In South Bombay, the coastal road is planned much the same, badly. In spite of 20 years of experience, no one's learned. With underpasses at every 500-meter intervals, which means that none of us will actually go. To go there, even to go to the Bandra one, you can walk down to Carter Road, you can walk down to Bandstand. They're accessible. The reclamation seafront is inaccessible. You'll need a vehicle to get there. You'll need to take a rickshaw or something if you don't have a vehicle to get to that point to be a pedestrian user of the promenade. It's been designed inaccessibly. So I'll just share the screen so you'll have an idea of that thing. Yeah, share content. Screen. Yep. Is it sharing?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is basically the coastal road. These are the certain section where there are buildings, other places there are roads. This looks easier. So you have this pink, which is the reclamation.
A vision for the city's waterfront.
And
the BMC's
this was
180 meters wide.
Earlier,
to build a coastal road
35
thing.
meters wide. So the idea was they actually need a 35-meter wide road.
20 meters wide.
And what they're doing is they're only building a promenade of 20 meters, which means you cross 150 meters and you cross a road of 45 meters because they're planning an 11-meter median in between the roads, and you end up with a 20-meter wide promenade. That's ridiculous. Scale-wise, it's ridiculous.
To get a public waterfront.
So what we're talking about is shifting the road in, so you get a public waterfront. The green spaces that are the open spaces go out, and then 6.7 kilometers long. Now these are isometrics, which I think students can understand easily. This is the reclamation. At that point, it was 180 meters. Now they've increased it.
BMC proposes
this is the plan for the road.
Highway.
The promenade is only 20 meters and the road is 45 meters.
If we move the
median in between the roads is 11 meters.
We get 145 meters of.
What we're talking about is having this open waterfront
available to all.
It's a very simple conceptual realignment.
It should be by the sea.
But it's speaking about putting. You need to design for the city. You can't just design a road and forget the city. So this was the state
reclamation is
some time back.
And the road
now it's of course reclaimed even more.
It's not
at points you'll feel like Hajeli is part of mainland. This is their visualization from their diagram. So this is the BMC proposal. And this is what we're saying, you can easily have a waterfront like this, where you have it open and you can cycle up and down and you can
accessible.
Meet your friends, you can have whatever you want there.
A waterfront that's resilient and takes into
consideration. I really feel as a city we are scared of the water and scared of open cities for all. No one's asking for access to either. So that's the sad part. We need to change our thing. So
let's plan for the future.
That's the basic idea.
So it's like a coastal city.
There are a multitude of uses that you can easily imagine over there. Yeah. If this works, this is just planar, so it's easy to see at Worli. By the way, they've planned that the dairy, Worli Dairy, Convenience Dairy will turn into an aquarium. This is the existing Worli Sea Face Road. This is the existing promenade. At that point, it was proposed 105 meters wide. This is from their drawings. And that's where the coastal road would come. And there is a road already. There is already a coastal road. So it's a bit of a joke. But anyway. And then they're planning open buildings in the open spaces, like parking structures. The idea to this video earlier was to show how redundant the road is actually. And that if they are reclaiming, then you might as well use it better, no? It doesn't make sense. I don't know what they're doing. Because it's my city and I'm going to suffer. And it's my tax money that's going into it. I'm a little offended. This to me looks a lot better than whatever they're planning. So, yeah. And I think the people who can speak up, the architects, the designers, people who can visualize. People who can visualize the future, the built environment. And we need to speak up before the build. Otherwise, what we are doing is we're just like fixing a junction, improving something, doing some aesthetic improvements, the patchwork, the patchwork after the main event is past. Here we have a chance to refocus the main event. There are movements all over the world where they're taking out freeways because they want to improve the public spaces, where they've realized the freeway wasn't the solution. And the freeways were built in the 60s largely, and they're being broken down. So we should learn from them. Don't make the same mistakes. It's quite easy. It's not difficult. I hope that was clear.
Yes.
Yeah, I hope.
Yeah, thank you.
Propose that to Aditya. What did he say? You mute. Somehow it got muted actually.
He told me, don't talk to me about the coastal road. all the political parties are absolutely okay with the coastal road. On the RA front, he was like, yeah, I'll change RA, don't worry. And RA changed. And now remember that RA is in limbo because the central government has said RA is not a forest, and the saltland lands at the other land that they've identified at Kanjurmarg, the central government is claiming it's its land. But there are 2 metro yards planned there. And Stalin might have elaborated on it yesterday. And the 3rd metro yard, so it means a combined metro yard, which makes absolute sense, is not happening because of this ego tussle between the center and the state. But on the issue of the coastal road, everyone is so in agreement, it makes me wonder, what's the pot of gold?
It's the reclaimed land. And a square meter of a space in Mumbai, how much that cost in that area.
Yeah.
So the more land you reclaim,
yeah, fair enough.
That's how you recover the project.
And it's a toll-free road.
Yeah, but that's how it will become toll-free, because eventually somebody is going to pay for it.
Yeah, we pay for it.
We are already paying.
In terms of lifestyle, also we pay for it. That's the sad part.
Yeah,
they can still do the project. They can still do it in a way, and they can probably. You need some economic brains, because I can't think about how you can make money and how much money per day and what the footfall is. We can talk about design, but world over, tourism, waterfronts, environment, health, all of them, they calculate the numbers that come with that. And they prove that it's actually good and it's valuable, because, if your guy is healthy, he's going to work, he's going to contribute to tax. In Paris, they have something called Paris Plage. Paris Plage is basically, they get the sands onto the river Seine and they make a beach by the Seine. Seine is the river, and they make a beach in summer. And there's a very simple logic to it. They have a hard surface promenade, they make a beach, and people sunbathe there. The logic is simple. If we keep the Parisians in Paris, our economy keeps running. If we create a tourist destination, the economy works better. People come in for that. I mean, if you learn about this, you'll say, hey, I want to experience a beach on a river in the middle of a big city where I can enjoy other things. And you'll go there. What's happening is they're pushing the economy up. So they're getting tons and millions of tons of sand and they're putting it by the beach. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
And then you have all the other things associated with it, right? Restaurants will prosper, musicians, artists, this, that, everything happens alongside. It's a bubble. Everyone grows together. And that's very important. It's very important to have competition. It's very important to have healthy competition. It's very important to have professionalism. It's very important to encourage that. So I think Bombay is a good center, but otherwise you'll see the main art and happening places are like Paris, London, New York, Milan, because you want to be where the best are. You want to improve your game. You don't want to be like the big fish in a small pond. It's boring. Like it's not big.
Yeah.
So you need to get in all the things in. You need to create the city that you want. We have like I think right now it's ballooning. We've got like 30 colleges of architecture, right, in Bombay, New Bombay, and all ridiculous numbers. Multiply by number of students. If all of you get together as an association and speak up, God, you'll have a great voice. As an individual, I have no voice. I'm inconsequential, and that's a fact. I mean, all said and done, one can have an ego, but that ego will last like about that much. It's only about that much. It can be punctured easily. It really is immaterial in the larger scheme of things. What's more important is the overall.
Yeah.
I've been speaking to the architectural fraternity. It's akin to the doctors keeping quiet when there's a pandemic raging. You need to say like, hey, this is healthy and this is not healthy. And we listen. So architects are like doctors of the city, right? Yeah. So we need to kind of speak up now before the work happens. And everyone's treating it like it's going to happen. It's a lost cause. You can't stop it. You can't change it. And I don't really think so. I think we can change it. It's not yet built. They're breaking down flyovers that are built. You can change this.
Yeah, of course we can change.
That was one of the key ideas behind this symposium, to amplify the voice of people who have ideas, and amplify it also to the students, to make them understand that these things are doable. And if you dream about it and you want to amplify it,
everything's doable, no?
Yes.
They think about nuking Mars so that you create an oxygen thing and you create some gravitational force. You're like thinking about they think about crazy stuff. This is nothing. It's easy.
It's been a very interesting conversation around public spaces and public art. Yeah, we're doing on time. Yeah, we're just about
fruitful session. I think
but I also feel that art should be elevated from beyond the mere aesthetic to an essential role in society.
Yeah.
They're approaching artists as a thing to just beautify, and they're looking at architects also largely as just paintwork and patchwork kind of people, not as main architect. We don't have that kind of say in society. We need to elevate our roles in society as professionals, as design things. We need to have education series so that public in general appreciates it and demands it from the start rather than as an afterthought. So right now, I think what street art and Bollywood Art Project are doing is they're dealing with spaces that already are. But maybe if they're involved in the conception of some spaces, you can come up with dramatically different spaces. So, that's something I would love to explore, but that has to be on a more blank canvas kind of a thing. Or in the city, we can work with the interspatial spaces, which are the urban spaces that are in between, like not just the facade of the building, but in between the buildings, if you have to create something. So you move slightly into the three-dimensional. But if you're looking at a blank project, which is like the coastal road, which is a 2D road on a 2D surface, well, slightly elevated 3D to block your views and access. I think you all should come out with artwork or something else that kind of says like, hey, involve us as artists right in the start, rather than after you build and then paint one wall. We should change the role. It's important.
Only with time, won't happen so soon, but the more education people have, more understanding people will have, and it will change. But we need to continue to do what we are doing. So is this the end of it?
Yeah.
Actually, the last question is
Thank you so much.
Yeah. I think there's some last question, is it?
No. I do the same thing, that how do you all see this as a way forward, And I think Alan already posted that. He's put it across to you all that where does this go ahead of this? We all of you all discussed about what you all are doing currently and how these things have been conceptualized. But where do we see it going further? Like maybe 10 years down the line. I mean, as bigger goals for you as artist and Alan as Ibrahim and Alan as an architect. So where do you all see this art and public space going? I mean, today we are talking about painting them on surfaces, but what is the bigger goal, bigger intention?
The bigger intention is to have a more larger audience interacting with art than what it is doing today. It's not just about going to museum and gallery and whatnot, but like the more like the kids who are growing up in these art districts will have a different vision altogether. Like imagine growing up with all these murals around. Their imagination is only going to be something much different, and that's the point. We cannot define and predict saying that this is what's going to happen, but what we can definitely do is that influence that future with what we do today, and in a positive way, and I think somewhere whatever we are doing in this small things will have a larger impact in the coming days, and that's what we are working for, so that art is not just like elite and it's only for that upper class, but it's for art for all. And yeah, that's what we are working for. And once again, to all the students, if any of you have any idea, please don't wait for any funding and all that. Just go do it. Yeah. Whatever, in the small form, big form, but just do it. Don't wait. Like, so that मैं कल करूँगा नहीं करूँगा. Just do it. Yeah. It's not really a rocket science, and I'm sure you find 100 ways of doing it. So yeah, please do something on the street. Don't crib. Do. Yeah. Okay, I think that's all I know. Somebody, I think out of all of this, at least one person would do it. That's also like great. किसी ने कोई तो सुन के करेगा.
Yeah, I think you've opened up this idea of
express it.
Like you don't really need the permission for. So
Canvas of expression is whole cities. That's amazing.
Yeah.
end this whole session with. Is there anything you all want to add? Because from the student side, that's about it. Yes, you all want to add, finish, end note. Rekha ma'am, you want to add something?
No, I feel I think it was very, very interesting dialogues we had. And as Alan also said, we are definitely going to make use of that space. We are going to have students visit those space or display their work and maybe come up with many more, like they should be understanding the need of activating these kind of spaces which are there. We have these these spaces in between, like, which we can really liven up. And also the art installations. I would say that when they put up these art installations or artwork on the wall, at least I think people also get a lot of message about there are so many social messages which can be conveyed through these, which has been done through these art installation and artwork. So if the two combine, like, the architecture and the art installation, I think we can really, we can be heard and we can make a difference to the scenario and to the city, right, And by, I think, today's discussion, I also feel that there was a lot of curiosity has been ignited in the minds and in our hearts, like, that, yeah, we can, as a body, we can come together, as students, we can all come together and be heard. Like, we have to start talking about it, and we have to start making the relevance of need of having open spaces and public spaces felt, like, So it was a very interesting session today. Thanks to Alan, thanks to Ranjit, and thanks to Hanif for spending this time and coming and making our event really interesting. And I'm sure we are going to ask you people to come again, because we want to continue this dialogue and we want students to question these things, because हम लोग curriculum में बहुत कम ही पढ़ते हैं, like, कि ये है, like, but this questioning to the city and our places. We need to get our places. So I think we need to have these dialogues more often. So we will be coming to you all again, and we continue this dialogue. Thank you all. Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much.
It happened.
Thank you. Wish you all the best. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you so
Thank you
much.
very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Right. Wow. It was amazing. It was
seriously
very,
amazing.
it was a lot to be thought about. I think it got us thinking a lot. And let's take a very quick break. I think we have to come for the.
Yeah.
But this
So I think
discussion
our
about
next
this
session
coastal
starts
road
by.
is making us sad a bit, actually.
I would say not really sad. We can always, there's always, we need to work towards it, like, take a cue and do something about it. I think, Meeramam, let's take a short break, fatafat, and then we come back.
Yeah.
12 o'clock we will have the
panel which focuses on the topic food and communities. Through the work of 3 panelists, we hope to understand and deliberate on various aspects around the communities that inhabit the city through culture and food. I'd like to call upon our moderators for this panel, Professor Conrad Gonsalves and Professor Jigar Patel, to take over.
Yes, before Conrad and Jigar take over, I would like to just brief all those who have joined in only for this session about the symposium as such. So the whole idea of this, symposium was to kind of put together the different voices of Mumbai, because the city speaks in many voices, and some are heard more than the others. We look at voices which drive economic change, about large infrastructure projects, the real estate market, share bazaar, Bollywood, all of that. But we often do not hear the other voices of individuals and groups who are doing their bit to contribute to make the city better in their own particular way, to bring about positive change. So this symposium attempts to create a platform for not just architects, urban planners, and urban designers, but also researchers, citizens, environmentalists, artists, all sorts of people who can come and talk about their work and their concerns about the city. So yesterday we have discussed heritage, seeing Bombay as a city with a living history, and writing, because Bombay has always been a muse for a lot of writers. We also looked at mobility, transport, and its impact on the environment, because Bombay is a city always on the move, but it is also a city with a forest and with great natural resources in terms of the coast. Today, in the first session, we raised questions about public spaces, and are they really, making it a city for everyone? And what is the role of art and culture? Does it act as a glue to bring us all together? And we are here at our last panel, which is to do with communities and food. And I hand it over to the moderators, Conrad and Jigar, to take it further. Thank you.
Okay, welcome. Good afternoon and welcome everybody. So we are on to now to the next session, which is food and communities. Now, Mumbai has been a melting pot for all kinds of cultures, and communities have learned to live together with that. But what's also important, that communities with a varied kinds and restrictions on food have also learned to live together. So this is a phenomenal experience. And I invite the panelists, our 3 panelists, to speak and share their ideas on food and communities and how and what is the great relationship between food and community.
The first one. You go ahead.
Our first panelist is Dr. Fleur D'souza. Well, to let in on a little secret, Dr. Fleur always wanted to be a teacher since she wanted to travel to be a stage actress and wished she could sing. She completed her graduation in history from St. Xavier's College, Mumbai. She then pursued studies for the bachelor's in education and master's in history, both from the University of Mumbai, and taught for 5 years at St. Xavier's High School, Mumbai. From 1984, she taught undergraduate history at St. Xavier's College, serving as head of department from 96 till her retirement in 2016, and vice principal from 2005 to 2011. In 2003, she was awarded the PhD degree in history by the University of Mumbai for her thesis, Thana under the Portuguese, 1534 to 1737. In 2014, she was appointed to head the newly introduced Bachelor of Vocation in Tourism at St. Xavier's College. Besides this, she's been a consultant to the Archdiocese, that means the big cell of the Church, of Mumbai's Heritage Cell. She worked with the team on the timeline at the Museum of the History and Heritage of the Archdiocese of Mumbai in Goregaon. Fleur D'souza served as a co-opted member of the Executive Committee of the Bombay Local History Society and member of the first Academic Council of the Maritime History Society. She was elected the Executive Board of the Oral History Association of India and an Executive Council member of the Oral History Association of India. She served as academic expert on the team planning a heritage gallery, Dharodhar, for Mazuan Dock Shipbuilders. She has several publications to her credit and has edited a book on the history and restoration of the Church of St. John the Baptist, Thane. Her academic interests lie in the areas of maritime history, community history, and urban and colonial history. Now we go and invite Dr. Fleur to tell us about, first and foremost, the East Indian community and their place in the city of Mumbai. Dr. Fleur?
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Conrad, for those kind words. I would also like to say thank you to the management, especially the principal and the faculty and Minas for inviting me. I was so nervous because she said it's a symposium, and I said, but I'm far away from Bombay at the moment. As I've been given to understand, this panel, even though it's food and communities, my theme is going to be ever so slightly different because I understand that the backdrop, the panel discussion forms the backdrop to a certain extent to the session of the student presentations. I, for one, always endorse student research project work because it brings them closer to not only the field, but also their subject. So I think this is a really exciting and important innovation, not innovation, or an important aspect of the curriculum and this of the Rizvi College of Architecture. This comes as a sharing, nothing more, just a sharing, because as future urban planners and designers engaging with communities and their spaces, these are going to be very important to being and understanding that architecture and public spaces are for people and not for private interests. Okay, I'm going to share my screen now. Please tell me whether, yeah, it says, shall I share my screen?
Yes, please. There's a green button right at the bottom. Yes. Oh, we can see it. Yes, visible.
I've got to go to the beginning, but sorry about this. Yeah. Is it clear, Minaz?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. A community, a city. How does a community that has lived and worked and loved the land of their ancestors interface with a city that now throngs and thrives on those very spaces? As future urban planners and designers, engaging with communities will be a given, and this is what we're going to talk about. This is a little overview of what I will be dealing with today. Who are the East Indians of Mumbai? Where are their enclaves? We can only call them enclaves now in the metropolis. We'll talk a little bit about this thing called the Gauthan, heritage homes, the use of public space, and the use of public space in fostering a sense of community and a few food and community spaces. To those of you who don't know, the East Indians are a community of people indigenous to the coastal strip of the Mumbai metropolitan region. And their defining features are they are Roman Catholic by religion, they're largely Marathi speaking, they are of mixed occupational and caste backgrounds, and their homeland is pockets, now just reduced to pockets in the island city, largely from the Mumbai suburbs. In fact, the greatest number of East Indians may be found in the Mumbai suburbs, that's the former Salsette Island, Dharavi Island, Thane, Vasai, and Kodlai near Revdanda in the south. Here are, if this is clear, I hope it is clear, but you will see that you can find East Indians right here in North Vasai, South Vasai, a greater number of them. Then you have the island of Dharavi, which Mogan is going to talk to you more about. And then you have other very, very important settlements like Burivli, Kandivli, Marve, Orlem, Malvani, Thana, Goregaon, Bhandup, Vesova, Mud Island, Amboli, Chakala, Marol, Gundoli, that is close to the highway at Andheri, Irla, Parla, Vileparle, Bikroli, Sahar, Santa Cruz, Bandra, Kirol, that's our Vidya Vihar, Kurla, Chembur, Sayan, Dharavi, Maroli, that's to the east, Mahim, Vadala, Dadar, Parel, Mazagon, Girgaon, Kavel, Mandvi, Kolaba, and then further south to Kodlai in Revdanda. It may be difficult to find in the world a community whose homeland is taken over by one of the most populous cities of India. Among other things, this story throws the spotlight on the binary of development and dispossession. Okay, look at this picture. Karodi in Malad West, the front room of a house sliced to make way for a road widening scheme. You can still see this little niche here, the cross on the top. It may have housed a statue, a little ledge here where a few candles may have been lit in some bygone era. So it tells you how a community may be dispossessed just for the sake of development. A little bit of history. The community gave itself this name in May of 1887. Most communities bind together by virtue of language or geographical region or caste or occupation or perhaps even religious affiliations. But here is a community that came together formally to protect their interests. Today, their identity is manifest in many different ways. This is the resolution at the foundation, and I'm just going to highlight one thing. It is desirable that we should have a distinct entity and work out our own salvation. So the idea of, that the community came together to benefit themselves, to improve their lot, this was the reason for the foundation of the community. So a vast majority of the community worked from land. Their homeland was paddy and fields with fruit trees. You'll get a scene like this only on Dharia Island today. I would like to point out to this banana grove, the Kili Bagh in the corner of the picture. So fruit and fruit trees and paddy fields went side by side. The fishing community is a very important part of the East Indian community. This also is Uttan, with the boats in the foreground and the village in the background. We go straight away to the living spaces of the East Indian community, the villages, the gauthans, the houses. These are two pictures from 1977 when we visited Kurlai in district Raigad. I don't think you have houses like these, but you can almost imagine that the houses and the villages of Bombay were exactly like this 50 years ago, 70 years ago. Yeah. So these are typical houses. In this one, you can see the, in this one, you can see the Kodlai fort here on the top. It's called Moru de Chaul, or the hill fort of Chaul. And then you can see the tiled houses below. 40 years ago, the Tonga, the Rekla, drawn by one or two horses, was perhaps the only way to get from one village to the other. These are some of the homes in Thane villages. There's a song to say, Sonyachi Kaula Dharavari. So you have tiled roofs. Here's a cottage with a sloping roof. Decorative eaves boards make for a very pretty, distinctive Finnish look. It's very common to see these. In Matapakari, Mazagon, were the urbanized East Indians who spoke Portuguese and then English. Another view of a house in Tana with a balcony with grills on the first floor, stained glass windows to shelter from the sun here. East Indian homes in Gauthans are packed closely together. You'll see the very narrow spaces between the houses, sometimes even narrower than this. Even my house back home in Thane was, we could practically send things from one window to the other, so closely packed. Matarpakadi again in Mazagon. Today, many of the Gauthans and settlements of the East Indians are declared as heritage, with little or no help and incentives to protect the heritage value of these settlements. Here's Khotachiwadi, Girgaon. The porch or the balcony had railings or jalis, generally of wood. Remember that we have excellent teak that clothes the hill slopes at Vasai and the hills around Bombay. Excellent teak and very good people who work with wood. In fact, in Vasai, there's a whole village called Little Carpentry and Big Carpentry. No longer do the carpenters come from here, but woodworkers were very, very important in days past. So many of the houses had very, very decorative woodwork. Other decorative elements, this little house in Uttan has a cross fashioned out of cement and a little space here for the decorative candles. Now, characteristic features of East Indian urban dwellings, according to architect David Cardoz. First of all, they are not Portuguese. They are not Portuguese houses. They may have some Western features, but these houses bear distinctly local features. The main block of the house was roughly rectangular, and it followed the boundary of the plot, leaving some space for the backyard. The materials used to construct the house were gently stone, mud, plaster, and limestone. The flooring of the house was made of Shahabad stone or kadapa. It was created to suit the climate, functionality, and their surroundings. This is an archival picture for Kunbi House in Vasai. And these are the features: sloping tiled roofs for rainwater to run off, decorative eaves boards, as you can see over here, attics below the tiled roof. So this must have been an attic in days past that trapped the hot air in summers and kept the rest of the house cool. The attic was also used as a store for huge cooking vessels and other unused items. Attics are truly treasure houses today. In the past, stores of grain and coconuts were placed in the attic. The middle parts of the attic were almost as high as a room. In many homes today, for want of space, rooms have been carved out of the attic. Yeah, this is David's sketch of a typical East Indian urban household. The front porch, this one rectangular strip divided into three, where you would have a room, you would have the living or the hall area, you would have another room, then there would be an arch here. You go into the dining room, and there would be two other rooms on either side. Then you go further on, there would be a veranda. The kitchen block usually faced the backyard, and a lot of the cooking, or at least the preparatory work, was often done in the backyard. The grinding, the cleaning of the fish, the pounding of the masalas, etc., were done in the open spaces of the backyard, of course, in weather permitting. So then there would be another passage with the bath and the storehouse and the WC, sometimes even separated from the main house by a narrow corridor. Heritage homes in Kotachiwadi, Girgaon, the porch or the veranda had railings or jalis made of wood. The wealthier the household, the more elaborate the woodwork. The porch or the veranda or the ota was the private-public interface. It marks the space that is private yet public. You interacted with your neighbors. You said hello to those passing by. You sat and cleaned your vegetables or picked your rice. Someone might just drop by and sit on the bench for a little rest, a chat or gossip. Peddlers would come in and unload their wares on the ota. So it was a space that was both public and private. Here are some different kinds of porches in houses. Many of the East Indian houses were often on high plinths because to prevent flooding, to keep the house a little safe from flooding, depending on where they were, close to the creek or the river. And often an outer staircase led up to the upper story. Here in this case, the upper story has an intricate woodwork balcony. Yeah. Matapakadi, Mazagon, these are examples of an open porch and a semi-open porch. Decorative elements, woodwork, plasterwork, stained glass, etc. A typical house in an East Indian enclave showcased distinct woodwork. This is the same house, rather left to ruin, sadly. And here is the outer staircase, as we talked about, going up to the upper floor. Upper stories were often added as families grew. Stained glass, both practical and decorative. They let the light in. They were pretty. They gave a distinct look to the room from the inside. So stained glass was very often used as a decorative element. Now, this is what we should talk about. How does a community relate to the spaces they inhabit? This is a 1977 picture of a village in Kotla near Retanda. Notice the houses around the village cross. Okay, so here is the cross, and you have the houses on all sides. This is a place that's familiar to many of you. That's Ranwar Bandra. Once again, here is the cross in the middle, and here are the houses all around. The inscription reads, built in 1886, rebuilt in 1982, and rebuilt in 1992. Okay. Now the space in this village square, as it was, becomes a meeting place and a place for many community functions. And these village squares are quite unique in East Indian villages. These are some of the houses around the village square at Ranwar. You'll see once again the lovely wrought iron grill work, and the upper story now in urban dwellings has grill work. This is a streetscape. Here's an oratory. An oratory is a place for prayer. So not just a wayside cross with no shelter. The oratory was a proper little structure with a little altar inside and a place for, and it formed a place for prayer. As you can see, this oratory has an enclosed space. It must have been part of the home next door. So all over Bombay Island, you have these oratories, these crosses, etc., which were part of the ownership of the houses. And today, many of them are now in the way of so-called development, road widening, etc. This is the oratory in Matapakadi. Wayside crosses. I don't think anyone in Bandra can miss the wayside crosses. These were votive crosses, especially during and after the plague, 1896 to 1914. They very often marked village boundaries. The lit candles in the night threw a welcome glow on the dark streets in days before electricity. A wayfarer would know from a distance that he is approaching a village because he would see these candles lit in a little sheltered place of the wayside cross. Wayside crosses become central to community prayers, especially during the month of May. So the whole village will get together, or that street will get together, stand around the cross in the night, and have a rosary, and very often share goodies at the end of the prayer session. The left-hand cross has a little inscription in Latin. And this tells you that the Kotachiwadi Girgaon cross was definitely one of the plague crosses, because it even has a Latin inscription that says, deliver us from the plague, O Lord. And in my talking to the people of Kotachiwadi, my aunt told me the story, which I have verified once. And she said the people of Kotachiwadi in Girgaon, because Girgaon was a very congested area of Bombay, and many people died in that area during the plague. So many people ran away and pitched tents on the beach at Chowpatty. and lived there till the plague was over. And she said once when they were given the all clear from the municipality, the people of the village walked on their knees up that tiny little lane, came to this little oratory and prayed there because they had been delivered from the plague. So there is a history, there is a connection. These are not just stone crosses that are put there. It talks about the history of the city. It talks and harks back to a time where something befell a city. In Thane, you have this procession to honor Saint Sebastian. Now, Saint Sebastian is known to be, he is prayed to also during the plague. So you have this whole procession here that honors Saint Sebastian at his feast in January. And here you have the band, and here you have people dancing on the streets. So very often the village community uses common spaces for celebrations. I'm sure Mogan will tell you more about Agera. The only reason why I am showing you this picture is to say that, the festivals are all, they use the public spaces of the village, of the Gauthan, for their, so here's another picture which will show you the cross, the main.
I think we lost the connection.
We lost the connection of ma'am, I think. Ma'am, we lost you in between.
Because my internet has gone. Just give me a second. Now can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Put on the dongle now. Again, it's gone. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Electricity has gone, so that's how my Wi-Fi has gone. But as soon as you cannot hear me, please tell me, okay?
Sure, sure.
Okay. This is what I feared the most. I was telling Condon about it. I feared this the most because when the electricity goes, the Wi-Fi goes. Yeah, that's why I kept the dongle ready. Yeah, this is another festival. Mogan perhaps will tell you it's called Umrat Sapani. Not festival, it's a ritual before the wedding. The whole wedding party goes to the well and brings water from the well for the ritual bath. This is another a tradition that's going to be revived. It's Lent. Lent, or the period of fasting, is going to begin on Wednesday, March the 2nd. And then the last week of Lent, in the Gauthans around Bombay, you have this tradition where you have groups of people dressed like this who go and sing these dirges or these, their penitence. They say they're sorry for all the sins that they've committed during the year. And this is one example of the community relationship with the spaces they occupy. Conrad's father has written a lot of these verses that could be sung as papias or this dirges. So this is another tradition. All these tell you that the community uses the space that they inhabit. Just one picture. These are people, women in Korlai. They wear a distinctive sari. Issues of displacement during wars and natural calamities, as horrifying they might be, bring justified relocation. But displacement due to development rarely invites sympathy. And this is what's happened to the East Indian community. After all, the greater good is to be considered here. 1942, the lands that are now the airport of Bombay were taken over by the government of Bombay, that's the British government of Bombay, for the war effort. And people were promised that they would...
So can we have just 5 minutes on that?
Yes.
Take your time.
Yeah. Now, Dharavi Island is the final frontier. There are many protests against the development, 2000 against SL World, 2006 against the SEZ. SEZ was lifted in 2008, 2009 against the dumping ground, an agitation that is still happening. 2010, Dharavi Island was declared a tourism zone, but the leaders are fighting it and calling it the backdoor SEZ. Okay, here are some of the pictures against, showing you the people of Dharavi Island. Here is Fleur D'souza, who is part of the Dharavi Bet Bachao Andolan. In the picture to the right, she's looking at this greenery and she says, we have protected this green island, our ancestors have protected it, and now it's going to go. This is Ronnie. He was one of the leaders of the dumping ground issue in Dongri, also on Dharavi Island. The Gauthan issue. Now, many of you have heard of this word Gauthan. What is a Gauthan? The residential or the settlement areas of a village where the agricultural or non-agricultural are designated as Gauthan. The term refers to villages now absorbed within city limits or administrative limits. So the original inhabitants of the Gauthans of the highly diverse and urbanized Mumbai are conscious of their common history, their religion, their relations, their neighborhood and community ties. So once again, you see this is Korlai, but there were 300 Gauthans and many Kolivadas. Today, the number is reduced to 189 Gauthans and 43 Kolivadas. The numbers vary according to different sources. The people of the Gauthans feel outnumbered and marginalized. And what was terrible was when the Gauthans showed up as slums in the development plan. Yeah. So the people are getting together to try and save their community space. And this is where you students as urban planners will definitely have to keep this in mind. Okay. Also, many of the reports concerning the Gauthans and the Kolivadas. Now, I'm just ending here because the theme of this session is about food, and there's no better person to talk about it than Mogan, but I will talk about spaces and food. And here is a picture of how a community uses the space, their living spaces, connected with food. So these pictures are retrieved from a video of Ranbar and show women cooking dodol. Dodol is a sweet made of rice and flour, coconut juice and palm jaggery, but it is very dangerous because the very often it bubbles over and can burn you. So that's why they need to stay far away from the fire with long spoons, as you can see over here. Yeah. On intros. Now, intros is coming up in another 3 days. The village community generally got together to cook and eat a meal together. Bombills, drying on common land. Women pounding bottle masala, very often in common spaces. And here, once again, I happen to be in Uttar, and you will have all these women busy cooking at a big pot for the wedding feast. So this is all out in the open. Look at this picture, long wooden tables, the houses, the street, long wooden tables, and all the women of the village very busy cutting up the ingredients that would go to cook. So everybody joins in together. The neighbors prepare the wedding feast together. What the feast is, that Mogan will tell you about, and will leave you. I'm sure Mogan and Kurush are going to leave you with your with your mouths watering just in time for lunch. Okay. Here is a little poem which says, folk of the salt sprays, rice fields, dad palms, potter stove, spice, way, low chartered psalms, festival folk, homespun dance, cares cannot yoke, life left chance. Came a city that bloods, a monster of trade, raising their arts and their festivals fade. Gone is the new rice. Sorry. Gone is the new rice, the home spice and palms. Gone is their dance song, silent their psalms. Thank you very much. I hope I haven't gone over time. Conrad, is that okay for time?
Yeah, that's okay. We've gone ahead, but that's fine. It was all interesting. Thanks a lot, Fleur.
You're right.
Stay ready for the panel discussion after the other two speakers.
Yeah.
Okay. And before we introduce Mogan, I just want to put something which we really shouldn't forget, because as architecture students and people of the built environment, there was one instance when the big 1964 Eucharistic Congress was held in Mumbai on the Oval Maidan. Okay. And they had designed this huge altar to be visible from all the ends of the oval. Those are not days of video shooting and all that. So they worked it out, they built the design, and then they realized it would be a lot cheaper to do that design. It would be cheaper to do that design in some kind of a concrete, which would then be demolished and then thrown away. But with a lot of responsibility, the community and the organizers said, no, that wouldn't be right. So let's do it in something which is disposable, not just disposable, which can be dismantled. So this is where the story comes in here. They got the carpenters of Vasai to build the same replica of what would have been done in concrete in the center of the oval, and maybe stayed there for years. But they demolished all that. It must have cost them about 4 times to do it in wood. And then that was dismantled and again reused. And the people who did it were the carpenters of Vasai. That's why I'm telling you the story. That was the East Indian community's contribution to sustainability on the Oval Maidan. Kudos to them. So now we have, thanks Fleur, thanks very much. And we now have our next presenter, Mogan.
Sure.
Can you take over?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello.
So, hello. Mogan,
Can you hear
let
me
me just
now?
introduce you.
I'll share my screen.
Yeah. So, Mogan is a professional tour guide and he is an independent researcher. He's been conducting East Indian Heritage Tour walks in island of Dharavi, especially in Uttan and Gorai. So, Mogan, along with Maharashtra Handloom Council, initiated the revival of East Indian heritage Navvari Lugda. It is also called Sonkari. He's been documenting East Indian food history and folk songs. One more thing that he's working on is developing a kind of a, which was very interesting to me. He's developing kind of a document or probably a dictionary for East Indian dialect. So yeah, welcome Mogan.
Thank you, Jigar. I'll just stop the camera. Is it visible now?
Yes, it's visible.
Hello? Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So I want to thank in the beginning Rizvi College and especially Jigar and Minaz for inviting me for this panel discussion. And I'm very happy because it is dealing with food. And it is also important because when you look at East Indian food, you don't find it commercially available anywhere in restaurants. There might be 1 or 2 places in Mumbai here and there, but largely people are not aware of East Indian cuisine. So this lecture is very important for me or whatever. So thank you. Right. So when we talk about East Indian food, when I was trying to do my little research, I didn't find much material on it. Most of the material was limited to bottle masala. I mean, all people could talk about East Indian food was bottle masala and nothing beyond that. And that's when I thought that it is very inadequate, and someone needs to do something about it to create awareness about the East Indian food, because East Indian food is lot beyond bottle masala, and not much has been written about it anywhere. I was trying to get through all the history, couple of history books which are there regarding the uh, community. But my lecture, I will start with bottle masala because that is quintessential. So it is the most important spice mix in an East Indian kitchen. And it is simply called bottle masala because it is stored in bottles, glass bottles, traditionally, in liquor bottles or empty beer bottles. And it was traditional, even today, it is traditionally made in April or May. That is the hottest time of the year. But it differs from community to community as well. Even though bottle masala is a very anglicized term, not all East Indians call it bottle masala. So if you go to Koli East Indians, they will just call it amtachi buki. Buki is basically powder, so it is curry powder. Or you go to East Indians in Vasai, it is called guzla masala or just masala. But or so only probably in Thane and Salsette and Dharavi Island, the East Indians call it bottle masala. For rest of them, it is basically curry powder. But these are all different variations of the same bottle masala. It has about 25 to 30 different spices. Again, it depends between from community to community because there are different subgroups within the community. So some will have just 15 to 16 ingredients. Some of them have 20 and some of them even 36, 32. So the number varies. The recipes are kept secret. So no one knows actually. People don't share their grandmother recipes to anyone. So it is not commercially available in shops. There are very few places in Bombay where you would find bottle masala. Most people make it at home, and those who make it, they will make it surplus so that they can sell it. Whatever surplus is there, that is sold within the community. Now I will go to dishes that are not made with bottle masala, and I'm deliberately doing this to focus on the cuisine that is beyond bottle masala as well. So here you can see on the screen, you have like stuffed tomatoes with mince or chicken alimore or beef alimore. So these dishes are made without using bottle masala. Or wangetsa popat, which is like a bharet, or beef steak with potatoes. Uh, that is all non-bottle masala. You have pork sausages. Yes, we East Indian also make sausages, but it's a dying recipe now. Then you have kujit, which is a fish curry, which is green. It's also called as puris. Our everyday fish curry is mauret sambar. Fish curry does not use bottle masala. So bottle masala has specific uses. It will not be used in all the curries. There are other dishes, fritad, vindaloo. Vindaloo or indal is very famous. Pork ukra, yellow vindaloo. Bomlatsa aksal, fish aksal, pork roast, chicken roast, pork teprat. These are the dishes which does not use bottle masala, and there is a long list as well, but these are just few examples. Now we come to the bottle masala category. So you can see there is wazri, that is dried, paya soup, fish moil, kolbauni, which is used mostly in the monsoon. You have tope, which is an East Indian tope, is a pork curry. Ambat is basically, so if you make egg curry, lobsters or baby shark, ray fish, pakat or raw mango curry, ripe mango curry, balchao curry. These are all dishes that will use bottle masala, and I have some photographs here. So you have kuddi, which can be made with mutton, chicken, or beef. Then there is duck moil. Prawn lonvas is a mix of vegetables and fish, or vegetables and any meat, beef or mutton. So we East Indians do a lot of this mixture of vegetables and fish or meat. Sarpatel, which is a wedding dish, also uses bottle masala, suke bombil, and batata, that is potatoes, dry bombil and potatoes. Kima, we also use bottle masala, crab curry, tisra, that is clams, suki kardi, dry shrimps. Yeah, so there is a list of bottle masala dishes as well. We now come to the typicalities of the cuisine. So East Indian cuisine is basically northern Konkan, that is Maharashtrian as well, but it is yet different due to some historical reasons. So fish and rice is the staple. So it's kind of our identity. Food is mildly spiced or less spicy, or you can also say no spice at all. It is very mildly spiced. This can be the Western influence. There is liberal use of coconut. Coconuts are readily available in the habitat, so we use a lot of coconut in our vegetables and fish curries. There is liberal use of tamarind and vinegar. The souring agents are tamarind and vinegar. Practically, there is no tempering of the spices. So no, what we call in Hindi tadka. There is no, in Marathi we have fodni. So there is no fodni or tadka in East Indian cuisine as such, unlike the rest of the East Indian cuisine. Then negligible use of curry leaves traditionally. Now, generally we use a lot of curry leaves in Indian food, but in Eastern cuisine, there is negligible or no use. No use of asafoetida, that is hing, for vegetables traditionally. So we don't put hing in the vegetables. Of course, there is asafoetida in hing is there in bottle masala. Then, which is very typical, is not much of browning of onions when we cook food. So onions are just translucent, and we add salt so that they don't get burned. Food is less greasy. No curd, no cream, no butter or less butter, just plain vegetable oil or ghee. Cream is replaced by coconut. Instead, we add coconut. There is no sugar or jaggery added to the vegetables. Traditionally, there is no paneer in our cuisine. All the red chilies that we use are mostly dry, red Kashmiri chilies. So we get the flavor, we get the color, but there is no spice. That is why we use Kashmiri chilies. Marination of the meat or fish is mostly with turmeric, salt, and vinegar. We also use ambushi, that is salted, sun-dried mango, as a souring agent. Traditionally, toddy was used for fermentation, but not anymore. Now we just use yeast. And there's a lot of mixture of fish and vegetables, especially prawns, what we call lonvas, and with any vegetable like potatoes or drumsticks or brinjals or gawar, cluster beans, and so on. We then come to the Portuguese influence. So due to the close proximity of the community with the Portuguese and the British, there are some influences on the cuisine, and that is very typical of the East Indian food. So there is Vindaloo, which is definitely coming from Portugal, though the recipe has been modified. We did not have wine here, so we just added vinegar. Then there is Sarpatel. Sarpatel originally comes from Portugal. From Portugal, it went to Brazil with the African slaves. From Brazil, it came to India. It got modified. Its origins go back to Middle Ages during the plague. So it is a dish that traditionally would use pork blood, but not anymore. But Vindaloo and Sarpatil are the two dishes that are made for the wedding. These are wedding dishes, and they are made 2 days, at least 2 days prior to the wedding, because they add vinegar to it, and they are aged. So almost like a pickle. So they are aged and they are kept for maturation. Then there is kaldu or kaldin, which is an East Indian soup, which can be made with any meat. On the screen, you can see it is made with chicken. All these names are originally from Portuguese. Then there is Perusa halwa or guava cheese. Now, Perusa halwa, or simply sometimes called guava cheese, is a Christmas preparation. Guavas are not native to India. They came from Brazil via the Portuguese. Now, Europeans in Europe, they used to make marmalades with quince, which is a fruit which almost looks like a pear. And when the Europeans went to Brazil, they did not have these fruits, so they started making jellies with guavas, what was available there. When guavas came to India, the guava jelly recipe also found its way to India, and now it is a Christmas preparation. Then you have latri. Latri is basically vermicelli or shave. It is also called gorachi shave. Latri is a Portuguese word for vermicelli, and it is garnished and with coconut and sweetened with jaggery. It is actually a very indigenous preparation. It is very North Konkan preparation, but it has taken Portuguese name. Then you have meatloaf, again very European, it is a mix of different kinds of meats and bacon and ground into a paste and baked or steamed. So it is also a feast preparation. Then you have fugat. Fugat is probably from Portuguese, which means steamed vegetables. As far as vegetable preparation is concerned, East Indian cuisine, it is quite isolated because they are always a side dish. And East Indian fugats or vegetable preparations are very subtle, very simple, and as I said, there is no tadka, so there is no cumin or mustard added to it. It is just onion, tomatoes, coconut, black pepper, turmeric, and chili. That's it. So the vegetables are very subtle and very simple. As you can see, the green one on the screen is dal. So this is dal fugat, and the other one is bottle gut, that is dudi. So these vegetables are usually had with roti, and they are mostly side dishes because fish is the main food. So when fish is not available in the market, we will have some vegetables, or vegetables come as a side dish. So mixed vegetables, and then you have, as you can see, coconut is sprinkled. Country captain. It is basically an Anglo-Indian preparation which has found its way in the East Indian cuisine. Its origin goes back to mid-1900s when the British founded these dark bungalows for travelers to stay for the night stay, and they had the cooks there. So the cooks would get very little notice in advance if someone is coming to stay. So whatever was available in the kitchen, especially chicken, was always there. They used to prepare a curry out of it. And that's how this dish was born. It is now called chicken country captain, probably invented by an Indian captain of Indian origin. Potato chops, it's a feast preparation again, and especially Sundays and feast days. It is also having Western or European origin. In England, the leftover meat was used to make potato chops coated with mashed potatoes. When it came to India, instead of using leftover meat, we invented a whole recipe of keema, mince, and we stuffed it inside mashed potatoes. And that's how these potato chops were born. Then you have pickle, wedding pickle. This is papayas. So this is also a wedding preparation which is made with vinegar and mustard, and other spices. Guava stew, another European preparation. Stewing vegetables or cooking vegetables is a European tradition. And when guavas came to India, the recipe also came here. So these guavas are ripe guavas are stewed with sugar and whole spices. This is one of my favorite desserts. Marzipans, a Christmas preparation. There is mutton stew. There is cake. This is a rich fruit Christmas cake. Cakes, your coconut cake or fruit cake. This is dhaksa in Basin. These are cakes which are made by the Basin East Indian. They are made with a pork roast, wedding preparation, stuffed pigling as well, fritado or temperado, chicken salad, Christmas sweets. Staples is rice and fish. Bambu ke bombil is another winter specialty. These are semi-dehydrated Bombay ducks. They are neither dry, they are neither fresh, but for a day or so, they are just kept out in the sun. So they are soft and not hard, and it's a specialty of in the winter season. Stuffed pomfret. Lemongrass tea is another staple, especially with the East Indian farmers. So the lemongrass, that is also called as patcha or koracha. Buzleli wakki, bell fish, barbecue just on fire with salt. East Indian breads. So the typical East Indian breads are rice roti. Some people also call it appas, that is coming from Malayalam word appam. These are had in the evenings for dinner. You can also have it with tea. Chitaps is a crepes, East Indian breads. Fugias are probably the best known East Indian breads outside the community. This is a wedding preparation. You can see ladies preparing fugias and varas at a wedding. Umbas is another deep fried sweet bread, almost like a dessert. Panmuri or panmudi is a stuffed bread made with coconut jaggery and rice. Sanne is another flat bread made with rice in basin. Rice papri is papadum, East Indian papadum. They are made especially for the weddings. Pav. Pav is not traditionally part of our diet. We did not have part in pav in Eastern cuisine. It only came to Bombay when the Govans came and they brought the recipe, but it is part of our diet now. But traditionally, we did not have pavs. These are some of the Christmas preparations: cordial, thali sweet, bol de lucrecia. Some of these are having Portuguese names, but they are made with coconut and rava, that is soji. Probably the coconut, they used to have almond flour, but that was replaced by coconut when it came to India. So we have coconut cake, which is also known as bath sometimes. Food and feast. So this is sweet potato chaat that is made on Monty Thursday. This is atola, a rice kheer, which is made for the All Souls Day in November. So we make it and we keep it near the altar. We believe that the souls of our ancestors will come and have it. So it's a sweet dish for our ancestors. Pitiche laru. So these are East Indian ladus, which is made with patni rice. You can see it, red and white rice, with and sweetened with jaggery, and then there is coconut. Stuffed whole chicken, which is also made for all major feast, and especially if your godparents are coming, or for the son-in-law, or during the engagement ceremony. So stuffed chicken is made. As you can see, this is the engagement ceremony. It is called fulesa when the couple is together cutting the chicken. Then we come to the alcoholic beverages. So Khimad is an East Indian punch, which is made with country liquor and it is heavily spiced up. So it is really a spicy drink and it is had in small quantities. It is called Khimad or Khimada. It comes from Portuguese word. Basically, Khimada means burnt. Because it is spicy and it is hot when you have it, you get a burning sensation in your chest. That is called Khimada. East Indian farmers would have it in the winter season, especially in the rainy season when they were wet, and that would probably act as an insulation from getting cold. But nowadays, this drink is making a comeback for the weddings. There is blackcurrant wine, which is made at home, which is a kind of a port, and many East Indian families make it at home and they sell it as well when there is surplus. There is toddy or sur or tari available when you come to Dharaway Island. There is plenty of tari available here. Cashew feni is also there. These are chawnis. These are East Indian shot glasses. These were used to have the khimad, because khimad was had in small quantities and it was hot. Yeah. Yes. Yes, I'm done.
Okay, hello.
Right. So that I was finishing here.
Oh.
Chawni is the East Indian short glasses. So yes, thank you. I stopped here. Thank you very much.
Okay. This was very delicious to look at. Seriously, we'll talk about it. Let's just go ahead with our last panelist, Kurush Dalal sir. So I'll give some brief.
Thanks, Mogan. That was interesting.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Dr. Kurush Dalal has BA in Ancient History from University of Mumbai and MA in Archaeology as well as PhD on Early Iron Ages in Rajasthan, both from Deccan College, Pune University. Subsequently, he shifted his focus to early medieval period, predominantly on west coast of India, and excavated sites of Sanjan, Chandor and Mandar. These excavation and data recovered have had a strong impact on scholarship in that region. The recent Mandar excavation has revealed brand of New Heathrow unknown Indo-Roman port site with antecedent going back even further. Dr. Dalal has also actively works on memorial stones and as curses in India. Defense archaeology, architecture, ethno-archaeology and allied discipline is also something that he has worked on. He is co-director of Cellset Exploration Project, that is a massive urban archaeology project, documenting archaeology of Mumbai since 2015, thus extending his interest of medieval into a colonial period. He has published over 35 papers and has read many more at national and international seminars. He is visiting lecturer at various universities, colleges and schools and government institutions. He taught archaeology and allied subject at University of Bombay for 10 years. He has recently blended his passion for food and archaeology into a research culinary anthropology and food archaeology. He runs very successful course called Studying Food Workshop. It teaches food beyond the usual topics. He has made the most of the lockdown teachings via Instagram lives and by teaching at various online platforms. We welcome you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jigar. Most embarrassing. Should have made sure that I gave you much less to say. Didn't know that you were going to read out the whole thing. Let me start in Rizvi College, Minaz and Jigar for inviting me here. We can stop the share screen because I would be sharing a PPT. To also thank the moderators and my fellow speakers, Mogan, and of course, Fleur, who was my teacher in college when I did my history. And it's always a pleasure to share a platform with her. So we've done a major deep dive today into the food and the community that is the East Indians and is one of the autochthonous communities of Bombay. But I'm going to give you a kind of a wider look at, what are the different communities and what are the different communities in Bombay and what are the different foods that we look at and what do communities bring into food and how do communities interact with food and the food spaces that are around them. So the first thing that you must understand is the communities that made up Mumbai were essentially the Kolis, the Agris, the East Indians, the Pachkalchis, the Chaukalchis, the Pathare Prabhus. These were the autochthonous peoples of Bombay, and their diets were essentially very, very simply specific to the geographic region in which they lived. So we are so used today to an enormous number of foods that we eat from across the country and across the world. You regularly hear people talking about, eating avocados that have come all the way from Peru and eating cranberries that have come all the way from North America and so on and so forth. But what you need to understand is that the traditional foods of all the communities is very, very specific to the immediate region around them. And as Fleur was saying, it's very easy to dispossess a community by taking away access to traditional food, by developing, and in the name of development, taking away the spaces that these people use to create their food. Food is one of the number one pursuits of all human beings. Almost all of us work and do everything else essentially to put a roof above our heads and food on our tables. Food is also critically important to us if we need to understand how it is that we are in any way what we are today. It is through our food.
I think he lost connection. Hello.
And hello?
Yes, we lost you in between, sir.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
So what I was saying basically was that when you take away the food of a people, you take away the access to that food, you kind of deny the existence of that culture, that community. To add to this is the fact that we are more and more today homogenizing our food culture. And that is not a good thing or a bad thing. It is just a matter of fact. But in doing so, there is an enormous amount of heritage that we're losing, and we're losing this at a tremendously fast rate. The autochthonous peoples of Mumbai ate what Mumbai gave them, and their main diet was centered around rice, fish, and coconuts. If you look at every single one of the autochthonous communities of Mumbai, rice, fish, and coconuts, or seafood to be more, to generalize a little more than just the word fish, is what makes up their diet. Their souring agent was very, very simply the tamarind that grew locally in this region, and it featured in almost all their food. Yes, there were vegetables, but vegetables were always secondary to the staple and eaten with fish, as Mogan very aptly put it. It's the fish curry rice that is the basic meal. Else is incidental to this. Vegetables grown in backyards. They were not really specifically grown in vegetable gardens. Every house had a septic tank at the back, and they had bananas growing there and fruits growing in the backyard. And of course, the kitchen wastewater would go, and all the backyard farming was done with the excess overflow of water that came out of the house. So this was a very eco-friendly way in which the house took care of its own waste.
Sir, are you sharing a screen?
No.
No, no? Okay. Sorry, sir. Yeah.
Not at all. So this took care of all the food waste that would have been produced. The food waste went into creating mode. So the traditional modes of use of food and the landscape were incredibly eco-friendly. And we have to understand these houses in that context. When we look at the Gauthans and we term them as slums and we say they don't have large-scale plumbing and they don't have wastewater, forth, it's because those things didn't need to be done, and that was because of the way in which food was processed and consumed. Traditionally, all Indians have eaten food at home. It's only in urban centers that this really changes, and that communities begin to share their as Mumbai became an incredibly important urban center, the arrival of the Portuguese in Bombay was not so great. The arrival of the Portuguese in Salsette and north of that was far more impactful with their place in Vasai. But Bombay and Mumbai essentially saw a huge explosion of varieties and foods with the coming of the British, and they inviting various different communities to the city. You have the Parsis who came down from southern Gujarat. They brought their own traditions with them, which, though very local traditions after over 1,000 years of being here, were now also very much, reminiscent of their Persian roots. We have the various Muslim communities coming here, the Bori Muslim communities and the Dakhini Muslim communities. We have the Konkani Muslims. We have their food. And all of these communities from the coast are essentially eating rice, fish, and coconuts. And it's really surprising when you look at the food of these communities. These are the staples that make up their diet. When I first started studying the cultural anthropology of Parsi food, for example, in Bombay, one of the bizarre things that I realized was that the Bombay Parsis, that's the island city of Bombay, as versus the Salsette Parsis, actually had slightly differing food traditions. And this was something that was seen till as recently as about 60 years ago. The Salsette Parsis looked down their noses at the Bombay Parsis for not having access to fresh vegetables. The Salsette Parsis, like the people of Salsette, had vast fields and access to a lot of vegetables that were available to them, while the island city Parsis, who lived essentially in the southern part of the island, didn't have little access to fresh food. So they ate a lot of dals and a lot of kardhanya, as we call it in Bombay. And the Salsette Parsis looked down snootily at them. Of course, the Fort Parsis looked snootily down at the Salsette Parsis and called them villagers, and so on and so forth. And that's the way it always works amongst communities. We see huge inroads of communities coming in thanks to the cotton trade. And the cotton trade brought in Marwadis, it brought in Gujaratis, it brought in a large number of Maharashtrians. When we say Maharashtrians here, in this case, we're talking about the people that manned the city's entire development. And they came in essentially as, uneducated laborers from the various different villages of coastal Maharashtra, especially the Raigad district. And they came in here with the cotton boom, and they were the Girni Kamgars, they worked in the Giran Gaons. And to a large extent, they were responsible for changing some of the community food scene and making food a little more accessible. They essentially came here without their families, without the support structure that was required for them. And they had no choice but to eat at what were called khanavals. Most of these khanavals are the earliest community eating places for a daily basis that existed. They were usually run by one or two families from the same village that the boys were coming from, or from the nearby villages from where the boys had come from. Somebody who'd brought his family down and set them up a little earlier, and you'd actually go over to somebody's house to have your meals. The first restaurant in Bombay was very, very much like, we go today to an Inox and we stock up cold drinks and pop and ice cream and chocolates and popcorn and stuff like that. So the concession stand, as it's called in technical speak. So the first restaurant in Bombay that we know of was actually a concession stand of sorts. And it existed outside where the VT station is, way before there was a VT station. It was a very, very enterprising young gentleman from Uttar Pradesh, who started selling puris and sabji from a large tokri to people who were coming to watch the most exciting thing at that time, the hangings. So outside VT station is a small BST garden, and the BST garden was the site of this large banyan tree, which was Bombay's hanging tree. Hangings were announced way in advance, and people gathered there. It was like a mela. There would be a number of hangings. The heinous crimes of the people being hung would be graphically explained to you by people standing there on a podium. The criminal would be brought forth and then hung. There would be a huge mela-like atmosphere over there. People from all over the city would have been, this would have been announced days in advance, would all gather for this. And this young man started selling 5 puris and sabji. His restaurant today, which is run to the best of my knowledge by 6th or 7th generation descendants of this man, is called Pancham Puriwala. His name was Mr. Gupta. The restaurant itself, the actual building in which they are, they've been there in those premises for over 100 years. They were station before there was a VT station. And a very, very simple 5 puri sabji meal is still available to this very day, made exactly the way it was at that time. A lot of different communities have contributed to Bombay, and a lot of different communities have contributed mainly due to the requirements of the city. This is not just the food of the communities at home. You can't really get Bori food on the streets. You can't really get East Indian food on the streets. There are very few places for food. There are a number of places where you can go to an Irani cafe and eat some Parsi dishes, but you can't really eat Parsi cuisine at most of the places, though there are a couple of exceptions these days. So these communities have always had their food in their houses, and it has been a part of these communities. What you have to understand is that the restaurants and the social spaces where people came to eat food were essentially created very, very specifically to cater to working class people, to people who had small budgets, large expectations, large hungers. The famous Bombay word, Sasta Sundar Tikao, SST. This is what people were looking for. And as these migrants came in larger and larger numbers, as single migrants came into the city, these social eating spaces actually proliferated. You have the arrival of a very interesting group of people called the Iranis, which took place in the middle of the 19th century. There were Zoroastrian refugees who came to India in a second wave, after Zoroastrians from India had gone back to the motherland and realized that there were still Zoroastrians over there. And these Iranis came down to Bombay and set up what are called the famous Irani restaurants of Bombay. They were essentially bakers in their motherland, and this is really what they knew. They were very, very comfortable with tea shops because tea had been around from the 7th century AD in Iran, and they set up tea cafes at corner shops. Now, you know, when you look at the corner shops, you really wouldn't think that these were places occupied by poor people. When you're looking at it from an architect's mindset, a corner shop is one of the best shops that you can have because you've got access to at least 2 main roads. Instead of just one main road, you've got so much more frontage. But the interesting thing was Vastu Shastra denied access to these shops for Hindus in India. Vastu Shastra said that a shop on a corner of a house was a very bad idea. So corner shops were available cheap. And the young Irani entrepreneurs who were desperately looking for a place to set up a cafe found, much to their surprise, that these corner shops were what they would consider a plum territory, and it was actually cheaper than getting a shop which was not a corner shop. So if you look at the Irani shops even today, you look at Kular and Company, you look at Sasanian, you look at Kayani and Company, they're all essentially corner shops. They were all looking at that kind of frontage, or they were looking at just off-corner frontage at large crossings. So they brought with them biscuits, cake making, and serving tea. And of course, along with it, they increased the repertoire. A lot of dishes were simple to make, serve with bread and butter and toasted butter and broon. You know, broon is something that is exclusive to Bombay, and the reason that broon exists is that it's a double-baked bread. You actually bake it, and then when the oven cools down, it's a wood-fired oven. You can't just keep adding fuel to it. In a cooling oven, you put your broon back to bake. So it gives you this slightly dried out, dehydrated bread, which is something that is the signature, one of the signatures of Mumbai. And so many of the dishes that make up our city came about in this manner. A lot of Muslim eateries came up in spaces where Muslim workers and karigars were working. The entire Bhindi Bazaar, Bori Mohalla area was replete with a large number of small eateries. There were a lot of bakeries, and baking became very, very fashionable. And a lot of Hindus wanted to eat bakery products, but were told that they were all full of cow fat and pig fat. Now, nobody puts cow fat and pig fat into bakery products. It's usually shortening, if anything. So an entire slew of bakeries came up in Bombay that have almost disappeared, for example, called Hindu bakeries. These Hindu bakeries were run by Hindus, were still manned essentially by Muslim bakers in the back. But the owners were Hindus, and they guaranteed that the product was absolutely kosher and good for Hindus to consume. Along with these came up an entire section of typical Indian eateries across the city. The 40s, 50s, and 60s saw a huge wave of people coming in from South India to fulfill the needs of a burgeoning city like Bombay, which needed scribes, it needed accountants, so on and so forth. They came and settled on the outskirts of the city. So city limits of Mumbai at that time was Dadar. Yes, Dadar was the city limits. And they settled in the area that is Matunga and, Mahim and those areas over there. And this is where the South Indian community, as we like to call them in Bombay, came up. And most of the eateries came up to feed the young men who were coming down, who were leaving their houses. So your Ram Ashray, your Amba Bhavan, the messes that we have on the first floor. Why are these messes on the first floor? Because ground floor spaces were more expensive. And if you were going to be essentially open for lunchtime and then close for the rest of the day or open again for dinner, you didn't really need prime ground floor space. First floor space was good enough. There were first floor eateries like this, lunch homes like this, as they were called, scattered across the city. Various different lunch homes catered to various different communities. And interestingly, the vegetarian lunch homes regularly saw non-vegetarians coming with their friends and eating at these places. People who eat together usually don't kill each other. An eat and let eat mentality goes an enormously long way. The sharing of food with your neighbors, the sending of Diwali food over, the sending of Christmas goodies over, Pasi New Year, sending your neighbors things, sharing with things during weddings. As Mumbai got more and more cosmopolitan, one of the reasons that Mumbai had such a cosmopolitan society was that there was an enormous sharing of all these foods by these communities. So be it the cafes, be it the Udupi restaurants, be it the Maharashtrian restaurants, all of these contributed again and again and again to Mumbai. Now, I really don't have much time to go into a community-wise breakup like I do every year for Rizvi College, but that takes about an hour and a half. But to put it in a nutshell, there are so many dishes that we take for granted that represent Mumbai. In the last 50 years, if there is one dish that has come to represent Mumbai, it's the vada pav. And I regularly tell my students that if you want to impress your best friend, your girlfriend, who you want to impress, tell them you're taking them down for some Portuguese food. And take them down to the you crave for bread is pav. They're the guys who brought it down. They popularized it in Goa. The Goans brought it to Bombay. The potatoes in it came from the Andes Mountains. Guess who brought them to India? The Portuguese. The groundnut that goes in the chutney comes from. Guess who brought it? The Portuguese. The groundnut oil in which it died from the same groundnuts. Chilies come from Mexico. Guess who brought them? The Portuguese. So ultimately, what's Indian in the vada pav is essentially the besan and the garlic, maybe the turmeric and the curry leaves. Even that, you can go back a little further in time and break up and you realize that it comes from Asia, the garlic comes from Central Asia, and it's just the curry leaves that are essentially autochthonously Indian. So all the food that we had, it has had amazing journeys where people brought this food and shared it with one another. And they've shared it in some of the most amazing spaces. So if you go to the eateries of Bombay, which are fast disappearing, because restaurants can't afford to pay the rents in commercial Bombay or Mumbai, you will see that those places had a specific layout. They were open, they were airy, they had tall ceilings, they had counters that were manned by the owners themselves. They had kitchens which were rather dingy kitchens and produced an enormous amount of food with a very small number of people manning them, and that they fed the city and the city's workers and the people who built the city. So the vada pav, the masala dosa, the sheikh kebab, the ban maska chai, all of that is as endemic to Mumbai. So on that short note, I hope I haven't exceeded time. Thank you very much for calling me here, and all the best to all of you.
Thank you very much, sir. So before I start to summarize, I would like students, if they have any questions, please pass it on to the student moderator. Yeah. So today, through Fleur ma'am's presentation, we got to know about East Indian community, and we got better understanding of their way of life, especially elements of architecture and the intangible narrative which those elements have. So those were really the highlight for me. And through Mogan, we definitely got real kind of a virtual food fest of East Indian community, which also highlighted how much deep-rooted connections it has to its culture. Finally, Kurush sir gave us a lot of insight to multiple communities and their food practices in Bombay and how they came about, which had a lot of architectural as well as cosmopolitan cultural relevance. So we can now start discussing if we have questions.
The questions.
I think we'll wait. Students will take some time to compile their questions and send in. But we can take the panel discussion forward in the meantime. There are a lot of connections between what all the speakers had to say. That discussion we can take forward. The question answers will come towards the end. I'm sure Conrad has a lot to add to this, since he's a very active part of the community and the design field.
But what I've been also thinking about is that Mumbai city has got one unique feature or character, in that it is inclusive. And today, the growth of Mumbai and the happiness and the progress of Mumbai has been because our communities have lived together, and something that most often divides communities, that means food and cuisine, because of the classification of foods or whatever, that thing is so played in the background that we just live, and maybe we'll be sitting in a college canteen or sitting outside eating where opposite somebody who's eating something else which is not kosher for us, but that's how we tolerate. And that has built up the, if you want to say, general immunity to anything. One, the spirit of tolerance and the understanding that what I'm doing is not the only way life is to be lived. I think this is a great lesson Mumbai has to give, and this is why Mumbai progresses. This is why we have this kind of, we'll fight, but the fact remains that we are tolerant. Deep down in our hearts, we are tolerant.
Okay, Minas, before students are ready to ask questions. Meanwhile, if I can ask one question to Kurush.
Please, ma'am.
Yeah, like you were talking about that lot of food places are closing down. I also know that few years back there is a place called as Dattatray. It was a place in Dadar, and it seems that Balasaheb Thackeray and all these people used to visit this space, and this space was closing down. And everybody was like, oh my God, how can this is the heritage of Mumbai and how it can close down. my question is, if there are so many, like this is happening for many, not only restaurants, but other places like Rhythm House you have, or otherwise like Oxford, it closed down from Mumbai, and now there is a Godrej, some mall, etc., etc. So there are so many fans for these places. So if there are so many fans and so many patrons for these places, how they are, I mean, how they are economically still unviable? What is the, I mean, what kind of real estate dynamics is there in play?
Okay, so there are two parts to this answer. The first is that real estate in South Bombay is virtually untouchable today for anybody who wants to have a small business which has small margins. What you have to understand is most of these small eateries, as such as I call them in Mumbai, be they the Maharashtrian restaurants, be they the Udupi restaurants, be they the Irani restaurants, they work on a model where they sell not 10 chais and make 10 rupees each, but they sell 500 chais and make 20 paisa each. That's the whole business model. So it's all a volumes-based model. Now, if you got to sustain yourself in this kind of a situation, unless you own your own premises, it becomes very, very difficult for you to do so. If you're renting your premises, obviously the person who is giving you the premise on rent wants the best deal possible, no? So tomorrow, if State Bank of India says we want to set up a branch over here and 3 ATMs, and we'll pay you 50 lakhs a month or whatever, obviously my property over to them and tell the Udupi restaurant over there, okay, bhai, thank you very much, thank you for the music and goodbye. Unless you can afford to pay me 50 lakhs a month. And the Udupi restaurant says, boss, mere ko kaisa parodega? I don't have that kind of profit for you. How can I just pay you that kind of rent? So that's one part of it. The other part of it is that the people who used to actually go to these restaurants, these eateries, that demographic has changed. And this is a very peculiar thing that happens in cities. And change is when not always good, but it is always a fact. I'm sure Fleur will remember when I went to St. Xavier's College, 4 rupees 50 paisa was pork vindaloo rice, and 3 rupees 50 paisa was beef curry rice in the canteen. Try getting a pork curry rice at St. Xavier's canteen today. It just doesn't exist. So, you know, the requirements of the people change, the perceptions of the people change, and so does the community that makes that food and delivers that food, because the larger community that's consuming that food is also changing its perceptions. The time when people had the time to go to a coffee shop, to a tea shop. You know, it had a number of outlets in Bombay. I don't think a single one is open any longer. Just isn't. Honor, and they were full. And there was a very interesting kind of community that came up. So, for example, when you would expect that the people who go to work won't be there to go to the Irani restaurants, most of them would be filled with Catholic families who just finished Mass and decide to go out and have a bumper breakfast before going home. So, Kani and so many places I grew up going to. It was so much fun to go on a Sunday and suddenly see the entire place change into a beautiful Catholic, happy family place. And it would be full of people right from about 9:30 to about 11:30, coming from Mass and going home. So where are all those people today? Where are all those communities who went to these places? As the heart of Mumbai has become more and more corporatized, there are fewer and fewer people living there. Houses are tremendously expensive. People who come to these tremendously expensive properties with the kind of expense accounts that they have don't go to Irani restaurants for breakfast. Look at the eating places in Thane. I'm sure Fleur can do an entire talk about it, of how the traditional eateries in Thane are disappearing because the cost is so expensive that Thane. This happened to all the people in Fort and South Bombay. They moved out of South Bombay. They went to North Bombay where they got larger houses and they got scattered. And those eateries that they relied on were all in South Bombay. it made no logic for the South Bombay people to open them in North Bombay because their compressed together audience scattered. So I hope that answers some of your question at least.
Yeah, it answers, but I don't know what will be the solution. And we just have nostalgia to live with. Okay, thank you
Change
so
is
much.
the only constant.
So, any idea about, when did the street food come in? Was it also with the mill workers and, that kind of, that period of time, including also the Bombay chaat? When did that come in?
Did not really have that much of a
May I say something?
income to. Please.
My
Go ahead.
mother was born in 1921, and she told us that Bhel Puri wala at near Sterling Cinema. Remember that famous bhel? I've forgotten what the name is.
Famous.
Huh? No. Near Sterling Cinema. Near behind New Excelsior. Behind New Excelsior, there was one Bhel Puri wala. So if my mother was talking about the 1940s, that was the first, what we heard of for Bhel Puri wala. I don't know if there's something older than that, but my mother spoke about that particular Bhel Puri wala. It became a shop later, but probably he had a cart. If there's anyone else,
I don't know whether it was linked to the partition, because I read somewhere about this Elko Bhel Puri wala coming after partition with his recipe of the chutneys, and then setting up a stall and then later a shop.
But Sindhi chaat is very different from the Bhel Puri.
I can see Kurush sir wanting to say something.
So Fleur is talking about Vitthal. Vitthal is what Fleur is talking about. Vitthal Bhel Puri wala.
Absolutely, Vitthal Bhel Puri wala. Thank you. Thank you.
So Vithal's grandfather, the grandfather of the man who set up Vitthal Bhel House, used to actually sell bhel in puris to the various different theatres in their intervals. So he'll be there with a basket with bhel puri in ready packets, so people would come out quickly, grab a couple and go back in, and he knew how to rotate from all the eateries over there. So Capitol, Empire, Excelsior, Sterling, he'd do the rounds, and he made his money and he bought a small property for himself over there. Then he bought 3 more properties over there. So a great success story, but there were very few bhel shops. And it was a big thing to go for bhel. People went to eat bhel for dinner, for lunch, as a meal, not as a snack on the road. The roadside bhel puri walas came up, all of this came up post-70s. The scenario changed very much with the kind of people who were working, more and more people going to offices, transiting across the city. And a lot of cow gullies came up in Bombay. For example, the one at Villepale, the one at Fort, all of them came up because there was now a huge moving population that was traveling long distances and that needed to refuel. So just the traditional eateries were not enough for them, and roadside food proliferated. The story of the vada pav is apocryphal, but there is enough evidence to say it's actually true. For the longest time, batata vada was a very, very big staple in all Maharashtrian restaurants, and batata vada was available everywhere. There was no such thing as vada pav. And the story that, outside the other station, somewhere in the early 70s, the guy selling vada pavs reached across because there was a continuous complaint that his vada pavs were too hot to carry with them when they were going into the rush into the train. He reached across to the omelette parlor next door, grabbed a couple of loaves of bread, and started stuffing vada into the bread and giving it across. And the vada pav was born. It makes absolute sense. If you go to the traditional Maharashtrian restaurants of Dadar, they do not serve vada pav. We used to go to Prakash, and I still remember, just for the fun of it, after we'd order a plate of vadas, which you'd get in a little brown paper bag, we'd take it, look at it and say, "Arey, pav kude hai?" And that gentleman at the counter would swear at us in the most fluent Marathi, and we kind of enjoyed that. I feel very bad about it now. So it was something that came up, and as children, we were threatened by our parents not to eat from the street. So therefore, of course, the taboo of, oh my God, I've got to eat from the street because mommy said no. The Elko Arcade story is a story which has Bandra changing from a small, semi-rural, happy little town to a burgeoning suburb where a lot of filmy crowds started coming in and living. And the Elko Bhelpuriwala was a stall outside on the street in the late 70s, early 80s. And his USP was that he made bhel using distillery water so that all the middle class people could come and have it without worrying about getting typhoid and cholera. And he leveraged that into that huge space that he has in Elko behind. He was known as Elko Pani Puri because he was in front of Elko, not inside Elko. He transited to being inside Elko decades later. Urban legends need to give themselves a history, and that's how you have this. My great grandfather came down with nothing but a recipe in his head of how his mother used to make pani puri for him on his birthday, and then he decided to make that on the street, and he made the family fortune. That's a story that sounds good. Any more questions?
I have one question to Mogan.
Yep.
I read, you have also mentioned in this presentation that you have collaborated with, say, handicraft or handloom, some institution, and you are now producing this Lugda Nawari of Maharashtra. It's like kind of Maharashtrian attire, but it's specific to East Indian community. And nowadays, instead of preferring that white gown kind of thing, many East Indian ladies are preferring this Nawari, what you are remaking probably. Can you tell more about it?
Yes, the first thing I want to say that the brides are not preferring Nawaris. They are still preferring the gowns. They very much like to be in the white gowns on their wedding day. The thing that came to my mind was when I had a piece of my grandmother's Nawari, which is called Sonkari. And she got married in 1941. And then recently I saw that many people were selling the Sonkaris, calling them Sonkaris, but they were not. They were something else basically. So I approached Savita Suri, who's heading the Maharashtra Handloom Council, that can we remake this piece again? And that's how we got together and started studying the fabric and collected a lot of Sonkaris, vintage pieces, going back to 1920 as well. We were fortunate to have found some. And we brought back the dying heritage fabric of the community in the market. It is already out now, but our first batch is still on the way. We still not completed the orders. So it is typical only to the East Indians, but it is a East Indian Nawari, and I'm happy that I'm part of it, and it's come back to life. Basically, something that was dead, it has come back to life. So I'm very happy about it. Thank you.
Is the response for that product?
Yes, the response is very good. Many people are asking about it because what was available in the market was simply not Sonkari. It was something else. And the patterns had changed. So I wanted something authentic to come back in the market and ladies to wear it. So the response is very good, but we are not able to deliver to everyone at the moment because it's a crowd-funded project. We had to set up the looms in Karnataka from zero. So some people were very generous to offer advance payments, from which we were able to find the weavers, proper weavers who had the knowledge of the ancient art of making these saris. And the response is very good. We're very happy about it. Yeah, thank you.
Good to know this.
For those who do not know, the whole East Indian sari is color coded. Okay, Mogan will be able to help us more with that. But you have the pink sari, which is general use, red sari, then you get into the purple saris for a different kind of use. You get the blue sari for widows.
Yes.
Once if you've lost your husband, then you don't wear the red sari anymore. The green is kind of gentle, and then you have a black sari for funerals. Okay, then you have these brocade saris, unkari, etc., depending on the thing. Those details, I don't know all that, but the color coding, I remember we have that, and it is amazing.
There were two major colors, that is red and green. So red was Sarachi Lugra, that was worn on the wedding day, and the green was Padratsa Lugra, that was worn probably next day of the wedding or the day after that. So it was quite specific earlier.
But today, even people who wear the sari on a regular basis, they still follow the code.
Yes.
Code.
Yeah.
The red and green is like common, but it's the blue and the black.
Very interesting. Now, Fleur ma'am, I have a question. Like, you have this lifestyle food as well as your urban fabric, which is in like it's like jigsaw puzzle, and one is disturbed and whole picture is disturbed. So how you are looking at this transition, and how this urban fabric is going to change in, say, I'll say prognosis?
In places like Thana, it's practically gone. I remember in the 1990s, a group of young architecture students came to me and asked me to identify precincts, not individual houses, but precincts. I had not even considered the word precinct. In those days, I was a historian, not an architect. But I saw the value of what they were talking about. And I could not identify a single precinct that had the traditional housing. There was a village close to mine, and my regret is that I did not study it. But probably I should have had some help of some architecture students, and I should have done a study of it, because now all I can relate to is archival documents. There is a village in Thane which is still called Kevila, and Kevila comes from the word Khattarwadi, and Khattarwadi comes from Khatri, and Khatri comes from weavers. That entire village was a village of weavers. Now, very few people know that Thane had a flourishing textile industry. And there's a lot of archival documentation on the textiles of Thane. But if I had to study those houses, I just remember them from my childhood. They had very, very big balconies or verandas. So in days before electricity, perhaps the looms were set up in the balconies, in the verandas. And a lot of the work of weaving happened in the verandas, But I regret that I did not study those houses, nor did I measure them, nor did I get help of architecture students. I mean, in those days, no one considered all this part of the syllabus of architectural colleges, Not like the way y'all are doing today. Y'all are sending your students out into the field, y'all are mapping certain precincts. So I'm very, very happy you are mapping Uttan before it disappears. Because frankly, Dharavi is the last frontier. And as David Cardos told me some years ago when I was studying Dharavi Island, he told me it's the last waterfront property that is available in Bombay. And it is soon going to go with the bridges that are planned, the bridges which will be part of the whole coastal road, which is now snaking towards the northern suburbs. And it will soon go beyond Bandra. And once it reaches Malad, it will tie up with the bridge that is going to come. One bridge will come from Marve, and one bridge is going to come from Borivali. After that, there will not be the island or that lifestyle or the people to study. So everybody, and I'm happy that your college has taken, and I'm happy that Mogan is doing so much to interest people in the food and the walks. If I had a little more energy, I would have joined Mogan, but no, I just will study from the records and will do that part, that is study from archival records. But that is the last frontier. So thank you, Morgan, for all that you're doing to preserve that slice of life that will soon disappear. I'm sorry, I don't know, Meera, whether I have answered your question or not.
Yes, you surely answered my question, and thank you so much. I think now we can take students' question, or Jigar, you want to have some more panel discussion?
I had a question in continuation to Meera ma'am's question for Fleur ma'am. That what is the reaction of the community to this change? I mean, we as academia, as researchers, look at it, very in a very different light. What do people living in these villages which are disappearing, or these precincts, what do they feel about the change?
Some, like me personally, have just backed off and have accepted my fate and have moved out. But there are others who are still fighting. I have you, I don't know whether you can see Gauthan voice. So there are now watchdog committees and there are citizens' movements to say enough is enough. We have given to the city. Our community has given airports, bridges, land for bridges, land for roads, the arterial highways, the airports. They have given to the city of Bombay and have got nothing in return. Because very often, as I gave you from archival records, the land that was taken away from Sahar was specifically for World War II, because the city needed an airport for World War II. And the community was promised that they would be given their lands back. Today, there's no question of it. So the community now, people who are, they want to demand from the government certain things like lower taxation. They want to demand from the government funding to preserve the whole, like Hutachi has been declared a heritage precinct, but you watch the way people are breaking heritage laws and keeping just facades of buildings while towering structures are coming out. So nobody cares even for the law anymore. It's money that talks. And then, sad to say, that kind of sharing, as Kurush said, people would be sitting in the same canteen and eating meats that would be prohibitive to some but acceptable to others. And no one thought it was a live and let live situation. Today, I've had, even in my building in Thane, a move to say you cannot have the fishman coming, or you cannot have eggs. In one society, I know they don't want to see eggs in the garbage. They don't want to see eggshells in the garbage. So they prohibit members of the society from even eating and consuming eggs in their own homes. These are the levels of intolerance that have come. I'm sorry, I'm sad, and sorry to say this. But these are the levels. Eggs, which are so now basic as a protein supplement, even that is being prohibited to people in certain housing societies. So, but this group of people, they are fighting. So they're setting up food trucks. They're having, bazaars, weekend bazaars. And there's a very, very interesting experiment by this architect from Borivali. She has set up, especially during the pandemic, where many people had lost their jobs, the women of these Gauthans to prepare food and she set up a system by which now food can be delivered. So every weekend they put up a menu, and you can order a whole meal. And these women get together and they prepare the meal separately in their own homes, and they put it together in a box, and these boxes are delivered to people's homes. So yes, there are these initiatives of people. That's called the East Indian Culinary Kitchen. So started by advocate Audrey Baptista, architect Audrey Baptista. And these groups of women are available mostly in the western suburbs, everywhere. Marol, Bandra, Malad, Borivali, in all the western suburbs, to prepare these boxes of meals which anybody can now order and have over the weekend. So yes, there are small initiatives which are people fighting back. And that's why I'm happy that when Mogan conducts his heritage walk, he adds food to it. And this is something I had told him when I met him years ago. So I'm happy that he's doing that. And food becomes very, very, very important to people's understanding of heritage. Minaz, I hope I've answered your question.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we don't have any questions from students. So yeah, and we are about ending time. So I would like to thank all our panelists, Kurush sir, Mogan, Fleur ma'am. It was really nice to have you guys here. It was really fruitful for us in terms of understanding the food anthropology of Bombay. Kurush sir gave us really detailed insight to us about different communities and how in a way it was East Indian also made us in East Indian also is some East Indian culture also is something where food is their they are not dependent on food in terms of dependent outside, because they do fishing, they do farming. So that way we realize that how much contribution the community has towards a city, a dense city especially. So yeah, Fleur ma'am also highlighted that how neglected these communities are, and in a way how we this whole discussion must have helped sensitize the student. So this was a good discussion. Yeah, thank you all once again.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you
Thank you very much.
Thanks
Thank you,
to
Fleur
everyone.
ma'am.
I love the
Thank you for
way
having us, Anuradha.
Kurush sir spoke without slides, because it set all our senses. We could imagine the spaces that he was talking about, the food, and we could actually smell it and taste it. It was really fun. Thanks a lot.
Thanks,
This was a
Fleur ma'am.
really nostalgic session.
Yes, I can imagine
This is
Conrad.
something we have all seen before.
We now move on to our third panel discussion. I welcome Professor Sulakshana Mahajan, our subject expert for this panel, and Professor Priyanka Lele to introduce her and the projects of the students of semester 6.
So, hello and a very good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank our student host over here to hand it over to me. Later on, I'm going to hand it over to our Sem 6 students. But before doing that, I would like to introduce our panelists for today. We are really pleased and honored to have with us our panelist, Sulakshana Mahajan ma'am. She is an academician with an analytical mind. She is a lecturer in Sassoon College of Architecture and has published several papers, articles, newspaper columns, etc. in Marathi and English. I would like to mention some of her books authored by her, namely Asavi Shahare Apuli Chan, Concretechi Vanrai, Smart City Sarvansati, and London Nama. Apart from all of this, she has also researched and she's an activist for women's issues. She has been a mentor to many of the thesis students. Thesis students present over here, please keep a note of this. Through understanding the common man's perspective, she has brought many urban issues to the forefront. So moving on to our SEM 6 topic, which is going to be later on explained by our SEM 6 students, third year students, is regarding the Sassoon Docks and the redevelopment of Sassoon Docks. So a lot has been spoken and ongoing conversations are on regarding the development in the city, which we live in, that is Mumbai, the land of 7 islands. Multiple tiered, multi-ethnic, multicultural, multilingual, etc. The discussions between the government, real estate developers, planners, architects, and people who form the crux as the trajectory. We thought of engaging the students with the city, which was really important. Imparting our inputs towards the development by engaging and intervening through varied ideas that our students had was the basis of this entire project. The Mumbai University focuses on institutional design as a part of the SEM 6 syllabus. The whole idea of an institution as an established law or practice for educational, social, and professional purpose was the idea behind selecting Sassoon Docks as our main project for the third year students. Now, what happened was, while making a checklist of all of these pointers, it had a green tick with regards to Sassoon Dock. So first of all, how to go about with this project, we thought of looking into the history of Mumbai as a port city and how it later moved on. The Sassoon Dock is also governed by various government bodies, and the dock differs from the JNPT port. So documenting the existing situation analysis through land use, topography, demographics, and activity mapping was done by the students. Secondly, the ambivalent state of the communities, like the coolies from the Gauthian areas, the Bhaiyas or the Banjara people, the migratory population who is now taking over the Sassoon Dock main business. So the question is that who is at stake or whose stake is it? After the completion of this entire process of documentation, we started off with dialogues and conversations, the key concerns attached to this entire area. Also, the fact that later on, I mean, it's currently ongoing, the Eastern Waterfront development and Sassoon Dock being along that Eastern Waterfront development. So now I would like to tell our students to take over the panel discussion and move ahead.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Jared.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, go ahead.
Is the screen visible?
Yes, Jared.
Okay.
Able to see it, right? Yeah.
So in our college, we've been looking at the idea of sustainability and the three parts of it, that is ecology, equity, and economy, and how they are related to people's places and policies. Indigenous communities have their own practices, and these practices are sustainable and also a part of the heritage and the culture of a region. One of the indigenous communities which is present in Mumbai is the Koli community. And we have looked at the Koli community, which is around Sassoon Docks, and identified some of the problems and how their lifestyle differs from ours. We have done this in 5 topics. The first topic is history and evolution. So in history and evolution, we will be looking at the following. In the history of Mumbai, it can be traced back all the way to 600 BC. Sorry.
Sorry, the slide appears to have stuck.
Close and start from the start. Just close this and again restart.
Yeah, I'll just stop sharing and reshare this.
You can switch off your camera probably while presenting.
Okay, ma'am, just try that.
Ma'am, here, Sulakshana ma'am, we have students here sitting in the seminar room and they have joined us.
Yeah,
So we are all
is
on
it a
campus.
group? It's going to be a group presentation or individual presentation?
Group presentation.
Okay, good. So somebody can start talking while this boy is organizing the computer.
Darren, I think you can start explaining. Till then,
yeah, you can start explaining. I can imagine because I know Mumbai. And yeah, I can see the 600 years old map, which is easy to understand. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry,
No, it's no problem. Technology is always helpful, but always also is a problem. So you can learn not to depend too much on technology.
Maybe even if you can log out and log in again, ऐसा भी देखो try करो.
Yeah, that's what I think. It's.
Ma'am, we'll present from the other laptop. It's opening on that. If that's okay.
Okay. In the meantime, somebody can introduce the group. You can tell me your names and participants in the group. So,
Priyanka, you have made 6 groups, no? Who has mapped this? You can introduce these groups.
okay. So Sulakshana ma'am, what we had done was we had oriented the students after documenting the entire site, every nook and corner of Sassoon Docks, into understanding whether to look at the heritage point of view or the cultural point of view or the social point of view, which is the design would be more of people centric, or should we look at the landscape and the topography and design accordingly. Or can it be completely business oriented proposal, or can it be a mix of maybe 3 of those points, or say 2 of the points? And we have had huge debates and discussions with the entire class in regards to how would they like to go about with it. And most of the students did come up with certain ideas that they would love to be more of people centric, and they were not in for the kind of proposal that is coming along the eastern waterfront. So there have been extensive illustrations and diagrams done by the students representing the linkages of work that have been conceived to study the ecological significance of the site, the rituals, the anecdotes, and the aspirations of the fisherfolk community residing over there, or the ones who have migrated altogether, because the generations, they have shifted over the generations from their main source of income. So that entire land parcel, which we call as Sassoon Dock, is in a huge influx now. So the students have also done mapping exercises to understand the extensions, not just architectural, but even landscape part of it. And that is what we have done in the entire design studio process as of now. So I think the students can take over now.
Yeah, I can see the slide of evolution and occupation of all of Mumbai. Yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Jared, there is one more little note for you that you can zoom in probably so that ma'am will be able to see what all documentation you have done. That'd be better when you speak. So you move on to one point to the other.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we start with the first indigenous settlements, which are the Koli and the Agri people. In the first map of Mumbai, which we have depicted in the 1500s. So in this, the Mumbai was still 7 islands, and the island settlements were mainly the indigenous Koli and the Agri people. Along with these, there were a few migrants along under the Mauryan and the Gujarat Sultanates. The main architecture that we see during this time was cave architecture and Dargah architecture. As you can see, the Haji Ali Dargah, which was built, and the Vanganga and the Valkeshwar temple. The main settlements are located over here in the dark brown region, which we have shown, which is along the coastal areas where the fishermen would normally live. Moving ahead, in the 1610s, we have the invasion of the Portuguese. The Portuguese started taking over the islands and became the first colonizers. When they colonized, they first began building churches around these islands, and these became the sites of the first forced conversions and also helped to develop the Christian community within the islands. As you can see, the settlements are now expanding, and there is also architecture such as the Portuguese architecture of churches, which has now been developed in the city. Moving ahead, in 1708, at this moment, we now have the British who have taken over the islands due to the marriage of Prince Charles II to Catherine Braganza of Portugal, and the islands of Mumbai have been transferred to the East India Company. The first thing that the British have done when they took over the islands was to start the creating of causeways in order to link the islands together. These causeways helped people to travel between the islands on foot and made it easier for the coolies to move from one island to another. At the same time, there is also the expansion of further settlements, which is now taking up the open free space which was earlier used for agriculture. We also have the migration of the first Parsi communities people in 1640 as they are fleeing their wars in their own native country. As we now move ahead to 1845, we now see that the city is being built together by joining of all the different islands through the Hornby-Art Project. And this reclamation is a process that continues even till today. In 1803, the Bombay fire and the drought that followed resulted in mass migrations out of the city. And this led to the planning of Horniman Circle, which was the first planned aspect of Bombay. The main architecture style that we also now notice is Indo-Saracenic, where the British have taken the Gothic style and merged it with local Indian elements to create a building that is suitable for the Indian climate. The first reclamation project, which connected all the 7 islands, was completed in the year 1861. Workers, traders, and merchants were then persuaded in order to allow them to settle down in the city. At the same time, in 1853, the first train also ran. This allowed for faster transport of goods and led to the setting up of a number of ports and docks along the east and the west coast. The land reclamation was carried out along the coastline to create new commercial spaces and docks, as we can see here. In 1875, we see the setting up of Sassoon Dock. In the timeline of Mumbai, we can see that after Sassoon Dock was opened, it was then purchased by the government. In 1879, the cotton greens shifted to Colaba, and therefore the cotton trade which had existed in Bombay was now moved further south. Therefore, Sassoon Dock was now converted from a trading dock into a fishing dock. And thus there was this slow transformation which has occurred over the years. As the fishing industry has grown and commercialized, Sassoon Dock has not been able to keep up, and there have been proposals, the most recent of which was in 2014, to modernize Sassoon Docks. Coming to the 1920s, this is a period of economic depression which happens due to World War I, and we see the setting up of a number of docks
One example being Alexandra Docks, now named Indra Docks. And for this, there is reclamation work which is carried on along the west and the east coast. In Bombay, many buildings were built in the Art Deco style, beginning in the late 1930s. These buildings had a very streamlined design with a number of nautical features. In the 1970s, there was a collapse of the textile industries in the late 1970s, and there was a liberalization of the economy in the 1990s, which brought in foreign investors and also resulted in mass migrations to the city of people who were in search of jobs. And further land reclamation was then done in order to ensure that the city could accommodate the growing number of the migrant population. When we come to today, in the present day, Mumbai is still growing and expanding. However, as we can see, the Koli communities are still located in those small pockets such as Mahim, Sain, Worli, Kolaba. A number of the Kolis have now moved into commercial-based fishing. A lot of the open land, which was earlier available and was used for farming, has now been completely taken up by development. And as we can see, settlements now cover the entire of Mumbai. Sassoon Docks also has seen a lot of progress and development over these years. As we see, beginning from the 1870s till today, there has been land reclamation done in order to expand the dock and its surroundings. A lot of construction and development has also happened around it. Coming to the last part, we see in this graph the various occupations which have occurred over the period of time. The fishing industry, artisanal fishing practices and artisanal farming practices have seen a gradual decrease with the introduction of industrialization. The textile mills, which were a very important part of Mumbai, they had a sudden rise and then they declined in the late 1970s. The trade has greatly increased since the economy was liberalized, and the Bombay Stock Exchange is now the largest in the country.
Not capping up of the history. Yeah.
Quick.
Aravini, can we move on to the next panel? वहाँ पे म्यूट किया ना? Yeah, so the next topic was of the contextual analysis and the climatic analysis that we did. So as Jared was speaking about the heritage that is already kind of developed for the South Bombay. So we मैं फिर से पूरा बोलूँ ना?
Rati, you're audible now. You can continue.
Yeah. Okay. So we have covered the landmarks and land use, where he has mentioned about the heritage value that South Bombay already holds. So there are certain landmarks that we have marked out. Then with respect to the land use, so you see a certain balance that is created when you look at it as the open and green spaces and the built up areas. So mostly the upper part of South Bombay is covered by the commercial areas. Then as you move into the section as well, you can see those layers that are there. One second. Okay, then about the building heights. So when we look from the water edges, there is a transition that you observe from the open and green spaces to the low-rise buildings. Then it comes on to the high-rise buildings. So even the wind flow is kind of maintained, which comes in from the direction of the water body. There are so when we look into the Sassoon Dock area, which is the main site, the people, the local people who come in from that area, they come from different regions like the Machimar Nagar. There is Ganesh Murthy Nagar and Koliwada areas that people come in from. Then there are people from Kulaba who come in to set up smaller stalls in the Sassoon Docks. Then the amenities that are there around the Sassoon Dock area. Also, the conditional analysis that we did. So with respect to whatever the poor maintenance and good maintenance structures that are there. So the major part of the site that we are covering is mostly coming under the poor and fair maintenance structures. Then the site section, we have cut sections through the entire South Bombay, which covers all these landmarks, few of the landmarks, and the transition that you see with respect to the buildings or the structures, like the residential areas, which are primarily the low-rise structures, and then they come into high-rise buildings, and then the commercial areas. So there is that transition with respect to the building usage as well.
Moving on to the micro study of like our site. So we took an area of like 500 meters like radius per site, and first we started with like the wind direction or like the wind analysis. So as we had water bodies on all three sides of our site, so we were receiving like wind from all the directions, and then there was a open ground. There was a green area next to our site, due to which we were having the fresh air from there, and then even the structures in our site were semi-open, which was allowing the wind flow throughout our site. Then we moved on to the open areas. So majority of the site were having these open areas, which were the major activity areas, but then due to which they were even getting heated up during the daytime or like the major hours. Coming to the odor, so like there was odor on few points in our site, and then the major factors for the odor was fish, diesel plant, and the garbage which was being produced. We also studied about the noise which is happening. So there were the noise activities which are actually like depending on the time. So like in the morning hours, we had noise at the local fish market and the entrance due to the trucks and the local market which is going on. Whereas later on, like between 8 to 12, we had the noise the local fish market as well as in the auction area. Then we also studied about the water level which was happening. So like on yearly basis, the water level used to rise up like during the rainy season, and our site was prone to flooding, as well as it used to the water level used to change like on a daily basis as well. We also did a serial vision of our site. So starting with that. So we started by like first we have our Sassoon gate. So like as soon as we enter, we have this kind of a monument which is there. Then we move on. So we have a lane which takes us. So there is truck parking on both the sides of this lane, which is actually reducing the accessible road which is being present. In between these trucks, there are these fisherwomen who are sitting and cleaning the fishes in front of the warehouses. They just do it on a daily basis. Then as we move ahead, we find few of these public toilets which is being used. So these public toilets are not very friendly for women as such. Then we also find these small nooks and corners which are being placed. So these are few shops which are there where the fishermen come and rest at times. Then we move ahead. So we have the local fish market. So when we enter the local fish market, we can actually see people like sitting, like fisherwomen sitting there, and they are selling fishes, cleaning fishes. There are many activities happening at the edge of the shaded area. Then we also see the market or like the small local auction area which is being present over there. Once we move out of the local area, we have this. We have loading of these fishes, which is being done. Moving ahead, we have this diesel plant where the diesel is being filled, these cans is being filled, and then it's used for fueling of ships. Moving ahead, we also see these stalls which are being present. So like these are the few people who come from Kolaba, and then they put up their stalls on a daily basis. Then we have these net weaving areas present. So like usually the nets are being repaired over here. And there are also these smaller nooks and corners which is being present at that area, like which is being created by those fishermen over there who have been working. So like once we come back to those and that junction, we have the water tank which is over there, which is again historical place. So like under the water tank there are these stalls which is being placed, so people use it as a seating space or as a resting space. Then moving ahead, we find these ships being unloaded, and then we have the auction area. So there's a lot of noise which is being present. Then finally we can see a beautiful view of marine lines from our side. And then while coming back, we see these women again cleaning in front of their warehouses, and also have the ice loading happening like at the end or at the exit. So like now we move on to landscape and topography.
So moving on towards the landscape and topography, in order to study it, we started with a macro level with the AWOD, where we did a contour study. So we see how there's a gentle slope towards the sea, and Sassoon being a reclaimed area, so the terrain here is almost flat with gentle slope towards the sea. Then we did a macro level study of the green patches. So we saw how the mangroves are concentrated at certain patches of the entire ward, and the old settlements like the Kolivadas, they contribute to the major marine waste of our site. And the people that come to our site, the workers at Sassoon Docks, so these are majorly received from the Ganesh Murthy Nagar, the Machhimar Nagar, and the Koli Nagar. So these are the locals that contribute to the crowd at Sassoon. So we had cut 4 sections at macro level. The first one is cut from the World Trade Center to the Sassoon Dock, which is our site. At micro level we studied the edges and the small details of landscape on throughout this section. So in the first micro section, we observed the edge to be a soft edge with vegetation grown of varied species, and we also covered the ground. Saw the ground cover of the whole area, how it's changing, and the hierarchy of the ground cover. The second section is cut through Machimar Nagar at one end and the naval area at the other end. So at the Machimar Nagar, the edge is polluted by the deposition of waste by the locals over there, and as well as the practice fishing at this edge.
So moving on, so I'll be talking with respect to 2 to 3 important points of our site. So this larger patch you see, that is the Mumbai Port Trust Garden, which is a neighborhood garden of our site. These are the auction areas, this patch you see, and this is the market area. So in order to make a detailed study, we pulled out different lanes as well as edges of our site. So we did a detailed study of the topography, that is the surfaces. So our entire reclaimed patch is made up of concrete, so with slighter patches of soil with a vegetation. So this concrete, it allows, since it's a non-porous material, it allows a smooth flow of surface runoff and other waste to be deposited directly into the sea. There are vegetative patches that are concentrated at the periphery of the road, which acts as a promising security and then provides a good shade for the people which act as a leisure spaces. And since we have a clean edge of our site, so this part where there's larger bio waste produced, we can see individual fishermen making a livelihood at this clean edge. We also did a detailed study of what are the vegetation at our site, identified individual trees, their foliages and their heights, so that we could use them in our design and assign different activities happening underneath. The bird species found at our site are dominated by the crows and the cattle egret. Both these species, they feed on the fish waste, and as our site has plenty of them, so there's practically no predators for these birds, and these birds have both shelter as well as food at our place. Sorry for the glitch, it's taking a while. Then, so throughout this entire site, we have got multiple sections in order to study the different surfaces as well as their porosity. So if you see the section AA, which is cut through the Mumbai Port Trust Garden. So on the left, you see there's a smooth edge, a transition that happens into the sea, and therefore we can see while here in the market area where there's a lot of loading and unloading activity going on, it's a polluted edge. So this is how the edges differ and the porosity of materials. So section BB and section CC dash. So both these sections are cut through the auction area, and since the unloading loading activity goes on here, we have an immediate edge that ends up into the sea. The other edges are again, which can be seen, are cut through the market area. The market area leads to a lot of direct release of wastage into the water, which hence creates a polluted edge, and hence we have a immediate surface that allows easy loading activity. And then we concluded this part with the mapping of the garbage. So the main waste production that was due to the fishes. So the market area contributed to the major waste from the ships that was majorly dominated by plastics and defecation. The onboard waste, which was again the processed food packets, and the organic waste. So it included all the stalls that were at our site and contributed to the overall waste production at our site. So this was all about landscape and topography. Sorry, ma'am, for the delay, but the sheet is getting. Yes, ma'am. So the next part of our research was the analysis was the activity mapping. So we started off with actually analyzing and studying the different bus routes that are actually used by the users to commute to our site for the whole of A ward. So for firstly we did for the railway station. So the two important railway stations were the Churchgate and the CST station, and then we studied about the bus routes. So the Walkeshwar, the Mumbai CST, Baikhala station, Dadar. So these were some of the important spots from where the bus route actually started and came onto the Sassoon Docks. So yes, then we divided the whole of A ward into 8 different districts to actually analyze and study about how different activities are taking place in all the parts of the Mumbai. So over here we have created this kind of a map and divided the whole part into 8 districts. So I'll start explaining each and every district. So the first one is the Navy Nagar. So yeah, each district actually have different sectors, like the government sectors, the private sectors, residential, commercial buildings, and open spaces. So we have created pie chart for each and every district of about how different activities are taking place. So for example, this Churchgate station district actually has 30% of residential areas, 40% of public spaces, around 12% of government buildings, 10% of commercial areas, and just 8% of government offices. So that's how we divided all the 8 districts, if you can see. Just a second, sorry. Yes. After that, we actually started to list down the types of users that actually use the whole of A ward. So over here we have actually listed down all the users. It is quite generous, but it can be actually further divided. But these were the ones who actually uses this whole of A ward and are in a way related to Sassoon Docks. So yeah, then I'll move on to the micro analysis. Just a second, ma'am, it will load. So we actually started by actually making an ISO of the whole site and actually marking out all the different activities that take place in those particular locations. So we have marked out all the locations and what all activities take place in those locations. And then the next step was actually listing down what type of users use those spaces. So the police, vendors, consumers are the types of users that we have mentioned over here. So yeah, so and each and every user has a movement pattern. So for example, the policeman has this activity movement pattern over here. So the red portion highlighted onto the maps are the locations used by the policemen. So for each and every user, we have such kind of a map that we have created. Just a second, I'll go through the maps once. So sorry, ma'am, it's taking time to load. Yes, ma'am. So over here we have listed down the users. We have categorized it into 3 parts: primary, secondary, and tertiary on the usage of those particular users of the site. So the primary ones are the ones who are actually using the site the most. So over here is the list. Then we moved on to the fishing network and the trade network. So these are the 2 main networks that are actually you can say related to the business that is going on onto the Sassoon. So the fishing network is actually divided into 3 parts: export, wholesale, and retail. So over here we have actually identified of the information of how the export quality, so what are the users associated to the export business, the location where it actually goes to, the location where it is actually getting conducted, and destinations where it actually goes to, and the scale of business. So like if we provide the 100% of fishing network, so like 40%, 45% of the activity is export. Same goes for 35% is for the wholesale, and just 20% is for the retail market. So if we divide the Sassoon Dock, it is divided in this
particular manner. Then the trade network is actually is for the associated products that are actually needed for fishing. So the ice, the water, the groceries, and the diesel are actually the products that are required by the fishermen to conduct these activities. So we have listed down what all are the requirements and what are the profits they gain from those products. So yes, sorry. Sorry, ma'am. So then finally we have this types of users. So we have divided it into 4 categories: skilled, secured, unskilled, secured, skilled and unsecured. So this is basically about what skills they have and if their job is secured or not. So we have divided and we have listed down the types of users under those categories. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Hussein, you're audible.
Okay, ma'am.
Just wait for 2 seconds. I think
Okay, ma'am.
Sulakshana ma'am is not here. Yes, Hussein, you can continue now.
Sure, ma'am. Ma'am, it will just it is taking time to load. Sorry.
No problem, you can continue.
Yes, so the final part was actually the scales of income. So we actually divided what kind of income do they gain. So it was like 4 categories. They had monthly payments, that annual payments. It was commission based, and some of them had daily wages. So we actually listed down which user comes under which category. But it is taking time to load. So once it loads, I'll go through it. I guess, ma'am, it's taking time to load. I'll move on to the next topic. The next topic is demographics.
So, ma'am, coming on to demographics, the first thing we saw is where do the people actually come from to Sassoon Dock. So, in the AWOD analysis, the people mainly come from the Kolaba Kolivada, the Machimar Nagar, and the Back Bay. And the spaces are accordingly also divided into Banjaras, Kolis, and Marathas. So, in the sections also, you can see the lifestyle, different lifestyles of the Ganesh Murthy Nagar, which is basically the Machimar Nagar and the Kolaba pumping station. So the different activities which happen on the Sassoon Dock can also be seen in this map, in this plan present over here. So the police and the army are present at the entrance at specific strategic points, followed by the government officials and the fishing union, which is like Raigad organizations and different organizations. Then it is followed by the main activity, which is the chain of daily events, which is the customers, sellers, and cleaners. So as you can see how the fish is carried out for selling. So coming on to the hierarchy present over here for the daily activities, so it starts with the fishermen. When they go out in the sea for 15 to 20 days, and they are the first in the chain who catch the fish and come back to the docks, followed by the removal of fishes, who remove the fishes and segregate them, and they are also lended out for retail and wholesaling. Then the fishes are also then taken for weighing, followed by the auctions, which are done mostly by the states, and then they are exported in the different parts of the country. The jobs are also divided into 2 main specific topics, which is the consistent and the dependent. The consistent is mostly the net making, which is a skilled work which they learn in the village from their parents, and they work in the group of 5 to 15, and they work throughout the year, except during the monsoon months where they repair the nets. And the dependent jobs are the ice suppliers, caretakers, weighing, trawlers, and diesel suppliers. And these are the unskilled users which are fully dependent at the amount of import-export which takes place at the dock in one specific day. Coming to the age category, the ages of 15 to 30 and 30 to 45 tend to be the most common age because the work at the dock is tiresome and requires physical work, with physical manpower, followed by the age of 45 to 60. Even though it's the most experienced group, they do less labor intensive jobs as the remaining jobs are energy consuming. Coming to the caste, as we saw earlier in the AWOD analysis, the caste which we found out the most are the Marathas, Kolis, and Banjaras. The Marathas are majorly involved in auction activity. The Kolis community is majorly involved in the fishing activity, as you can see over the edge. And the Banjaras are majorly involved in the cleaning of fishes and prawns, which is why they mostly are in the warehouses or in the areas inside. So coming to the gender category of the study of people, so we found out that the ratio of male and female is not equal, and that the percentage of male is more than the percentage of female. And the reasons behind the unbalanced gender ratio is the feeling of unsafety, need for physical labor, and daily household chores. And one more, and we looked upon the feeling of unsafetyness, which is mostly among the women, and we saw that there's a specific reason as to why do women prefer not to go out to the dock after 7 p.m. Because there are vacant and unutilized spaces is taken over by...
लेक्चर मध्ये एक 6 वाजता कर.
I'll continue. So why do women prefer not to go to the dock after 7 p.m.? So the main reasons are the vacant and unutilized spaces, which can be seen in this plan, taken over by people involved in unwanted activities, history of past incidents causing a feeling of anxiousness, formation of intimidating nooks because of such unutilized spaces, and lesser influx of people after 7 p.m. So these are the reasons as to why women feel unsafe and they don't prefer to go to dock after 7 p.m. So coming to the language part of people, so the language spoken is Koli Marathi, followed by Marathi, Hindi, Banjara, Bihari, Gujarati, and the other languages. And in festivals, even though each festival here is celebrated with respect, the festival of Narali Purnima, which is like the start of their business, is celebrated here the most. So the leisure spaces, so the people coming over here, they have formed their own spaces to have lunch or during their free time. So these are the different spots, which is under the water tank, under the trees, or even near the start of the entrance. So they have developed this over the years where they conduct various leisure activities. So ma'am, we actually tried to interview those people and see how they feel, like directly from their part. So for example, Yamini is a Kolaba resident and she lives in Kolaba, Kolibara, who wakes up every day and comes to the dock for a good business. And she has a tie-up with fish unloaders who provide her with fish at a reasonable price. Only good fish is provided to her, and there's no leftover fish is provided to her, because she has a good relationship with them. But there are some days where she goes back without any money or earns at least only just 200 to 300, in which she has to manage her daily requirements. And because her business is so uncertain, she does not want her children to continue with the work, and is in fact want her children to go in another. Same as we can see, Mangesh spends his time doing quality work by serving his duties at Sai Baba temple. And after a tiring day of work, he sets up a stall where he sells food, which serves as an additional income. So through these interviews, we see that the issues faced by the people are gender biasness, declining passing of occupation from generation to generation, and no government support. So ma'am, this is the analysis we did on Sassoon Docks according to the site and the people.
Yeah, good, very good. I think it's a very tedious job to collect so much of information, put it on a very nicely more organized sheets. Really good. Yeah.
Ma'am, can we have your opinion on our entire discussion for today? Karan, literally, this has been very challenging for Sem 6 students being third year students, but we have literally pushed them into अभिमन्यूच्या चक्रव्यूहात त्यांना आम्ही अडकवलंय आणि आता त्यांना बाहेर यायचंय ह्याच्यातून.
Yeah, I know. So basically what I've seen, it's very comprehensive data collection in terms of in terms of graphics, in terms of activities, in terms of historical context, in terms of the business context, as well as the social context. Like so many details have been collected by you people, and it's really commendable. I bet you must have spent a lot of time among the Koreans and the area. You must have visited a few times more to understand the whole thing. So basically, as I see, the whole area is still operated in a almost traditional way. Is my impression right? Except that a few vehicles are there, or ice plant is there. I don't know whether there is ice plant, but diesel is supplied and many boats come and so many fishermen come together. So I understand at one point of time the Department of Fisheries was trying to modernize the whole system in Sassoon Docks. Any idea what was the plan and what was suggested in by the Fisheries Department? Have you looked into it?
Ma'am, the redevelopment plan, so they had included plans for an AC fishing market and the ice plant, which they wanted to build. Then there was also the plans for a museum, which they wanted to build over there for like better. They wanted to bring in more tourists to this area and completely like modernize it.
Yeah, because I remember the plot of Sassoon Docks. Any idea how big is the area of Sassoon Docks? The actual operation area, also the transport, and roughly how many boats are docked? They come or visit Sassoon Dock daily average, on an average, except of course the rainy season. That part is not covered by you, so I'm asking some questions.
Ma'am, it's around 80 to 90,000 square meters.
90,000 square meters. That is about 9 hectares. Is it that big?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
19 or 90,000? 90.
No, ma'am, 90.
90,000, because it's a huge area. 9 hectares. 9 hectares is a huge area. Almost.
Yes, ma'am. We actually documented the whole site, and right now for our AD, we are actually using half of the site. That is around 40,000 square meters.
Mm-hmm. And the rest of the site is not really.
No, ma'am. That we are right now. That they already have the existing structures and all the existing activities, so that we are living as it is. And the rest of the 40,000 square meters, we are either redeveloping or redesigning, whatever it is.
Redesigning. Who is redesigning for 40,000?
So we, ma'am, we have this as our brief for Sem 6. So apart from documenting the whole site, we are also redesigning some part of the dock.
So you will be presenting your design in the later part?
Right.
Right, okay. So let's stick to this. I will just summarize whatever you have presented. It's basically you have gathered contextual information, you have gathered social structures and information, you have gathered the physical features of the area. You have also gathered the activity mapping. You have also got demographics. You have also got the context of this. Now, let me ask you one question. This is a historically sustained activity in Sassoon Docks, right? For last more than 200 years, it's still there. And in the process, the city has grown about 5 times. The docks have remained, if they are 90,000, I think the area still remains 90,000. At one point of time, there was this mill is there. I don't know. Mukesh Mill, right. Is it used by Kori community for this Sassoon Docks, or it's lying vacant?
No, ma'am.
Ma'am,
Actually,
it's
it's
lying
private
vacant.
property.
It's a
It's like
private
vacant,
property, yeah.
unused, but it's very
Unused.
close to the docks, right?
Yes.
So one could think of really converting the whole area, say from 90,000 to include the mills. So I don't know, actually, I'm not very much aware how modern docks are operated in other parts of the world, in developed countries. Uh, but that would be one of the research topics later on, for which could give you a lot of inputs how the things are done. Secondly, I think, as my understanding is that when you mentioned the export is about 40%. What I have learned some time back when we were doing the COE studies is that I said, why the exportable fish is coming to Sassoon Docks? Why can't Sassoon Docks be limited to the local area, for example, South Mumbai, because there is huge clientele, huge potential. Then they answered that no, basically Sassoon Docks is an auction place. The fish comes to Sassoon Dock, whole fish, all the kinds of fish. The sampling is done and the auction take place. And the auction part of it, when the fish is selected for export, again, it is the boats which are carrying those kind of exportable fish actually go out of Sassoon Dock, and the whole the port is shifted to Navi Mumbai for processing. Have you come across this information?
Ma'am, it is temporarily getting shifted to Uran because this Sassoon Dock is actually getting redeveloped. So
I don't think it's temporarily. It's quite a long time. They have been moving the fish. The private sector processing plants are not in Sassoon Docks because there is no space. One thing. So basically, I don't think it's because of the renovation of Sassoon Docks, or it is the business organization, because the Navi Mumbai processing of exportable goods or fish not only gets fish from Sassoon Docks but also from southern part of coastal area, as well as I think other jetties like Barari and Mahim. So they also send their fish uh, uh, to the processing plant in Navi Mumbai, or maybe Uran and Navi Mumbai both. So basically, have you found out any relationship between the other koi areas like you listed, the Varai, the Mahim, and are the people coming, the boat people, I mean, are the boat people who are operating boats, are they from Kulaba area, or they from Mahim area? They go to fishing and then they bring the fish to Sassoon Docks, and then they take their boats back to their wherever their settlement is. Another fishing area, I think big area for a local market is near the port area. There is a jetty called jetty for fishing, and I think in recent time very close to Baucha, and that also has been renovated in recent times. I'm not very sure. Once I visited 5-6 years back, it was still old kind of a thing, but lot of fish market has been distributed all over Mumbai now, or Mumbai region as such. So Sassoon Dock, being a location at a tip of South Mumbai, has got its own limitation of carrying out business in a traditional way. So that is one of my observations. Secondly, I wanted to ask you why the docks are named after Sassoon. Sassoon was a big trader, big not industrialist, but big vyapari, and he had set up. He had made a lot of money, and I'm not sure why his name was given to this particular dog. Any idea?
Ma'am, it was built by Albert Sassoon, and it was like named after his grandfather David Sassoon.
I think Sassoon invested money in construction of these docks. I don't know, because when the Bombay port was getting constructed, there were fishing communities along even the eastern front, and they wanted to move them into area where they can be more concentrated. So probably a small jetty remained in Bombay, north of Bombay Port Trust, near Bhaucha Dhakka, north of Bhaucha Dhakka, and Sassoon Dock came into existence, and which was funded probably by Sassoon to cater to the larger community of island city, which was mostly Britishers and people who consumed fish. And thirdly, the Koliwadas in Kulaba area were traditional settlements. So there was a huge presence at the tip of the islands for Kolis. So they could not be moved out. So Sassoon Dock was an opportunity created for them. I think that is a little history about Sassoon Dock. Yes. Another point. Yeah, you have listed so many activities like shops, loading, unloading. I think loading, unloading is both for near the seashore at the jetty level, and also where the cars, the trucks and smaller vehicles are getting loaded. Because I see many Koi women traveling in the train at 4 o'clock in the morning from Eastern and Western railways, and they take the fish back to their villages up to Karjat or up to Vasai Virar. So that is, then you have listed net. I still fail to understand why so much of area is net weaving is still there. Isn't it mechanized? It's still done by hand, by people?
No, ma'am, it is still hand done. They are not. They haven't done it mechanized yet. But in the government plan, they are planning to make it mechanized.
Yeah, I think that is not a very efficient way of. It takes a lot of area. Secondly, I think the quality of netting is also not so good. So maybe one could think of, like the government has thought of making a shift in the technology of netting, because secondly, are the big trawlers coming to Sassoon Docks? I'm not sure.
Yes, ma'am, they do. Because the
They
ones
do
from
come. They do come.
yes,
Big
ma'am, they do
trawlers.
come. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But
Most
they
of the
can
boats
dock
are actually
there.
trawlers. There are just very few smaller boats actually coming onto the side. Most of them are
I see.
trawlers.
Okay, so there is enough space for trawlers to load unload at the docks.
Ma'am, when we went, it was during the winter season, which was at peak. So that was the time, but actually it was very crowded. So the boats actually had to wait behind the boat, so that they could actually unload it onto the side. So no, ma'am, it is not sufficient during the peak season. Whereas for the
So
whole
how
year, it
is
may be sufficient.
loading unloading is done by manual labor, or is there some mechanical?
Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am, it is still done by manual labor.
So it's very inefficient way of doing loading unloading. Right?
Yes, ma'am. It is inefficient, but like it is actually creating a lot of job opportunities for the unskilled laborers, maybe.
Mhm. Yeah, I think that's so. There is no ice plant there. Is it there? Or ice comes from outside for. Any idea? Because I remember somebody was telling Sassoon Docks should have an ice plant. Right now, I don't think it's there.
Ma'am, they're still constructing that ice plant. They have just begun.
Oh.
They had a proposal in the 2014 plan to build an ice plant, so they have just started the construction of it.
Because I remember reading a report on Sassoon Docks. Big investment and big plans, but I don't know how much have been really transferred into reality. Yeah.
Ma'am, currently the ice is brought in from the other side where they have an ice factory. But in the new Eastern Waterfront development, they do have a proposal for 20,000 tons of ice to be generated there on site.
Yeah.
So it looks like they're going to reclaim a lot of land. The general video that we see on YouTube has the link for Eastern Waterfront. Do have a proposal for all the activity to get mechanized. So the question of looking at all of this project as a part of culturally and socially oriented project, or do we look at it completely from the business point of perspective because of Eastern
No, I
Waterfront?
mean, you can't be thinking of any project in pure terms, like this is a pure business or this pure social. One has to upgrade everything, the social system, the business cycles, the efficiency, because as you see, too many people clutter the space. I mean, organizing people is much more difficult than organizing certain activities, say factories. Yeah. So basically, inefficiencies are associated with traditional way of doing, not necessarily saying that this is a business activity. Why should we look at it?
Absolutely.
Because ultimately, when business improves, ultimately it transferred into better incomes for the people, or lesser working hours, or cleaner environment to work in. So basically, if you consider it as a business proposal, it gets translated into better health facilities, better working hours, less manual work, cleaner environment, better social organization. So I don't see any
overall infrastructure development.
Overall infrastructure development, and also the skill development takes place because of the modernization. Now, what happens as I see that loading unloading from a ship is done manually.
Yes.
Now, trawlers bring tons and tons of fish. Now, moving, I don't know whether they move whole of the tonnage out of boat, or they take a sample, do the auction. They tell them that these are the tonnage in my boat. So auction once takes place. They take back the sample or sell the sample, and the boat moves on to the processing plant. So there, I don't know how much is unloaded really in terms from the boats to the docks, and not really unloaded, but shipped further after the auction. So many business questions are there. Of course, they are not part of architectural research. But I mean, suppose you want to design now modern Sassoon Docks.
Yes.
What it will be like? So we can move on to the next part. Now, what is your design proposal?
Yes. So Jared or Srishti, can you explain, ma'am, what all is expected in the proposal?
Ma'am, actually, like I wanted to answer about the process that was ma'am talking about. So actually, ma'am, it is not like they don't just unload the samples, but they actually unload the whole of the stock. They sort out the fish, like the fishes that are not that cannot be used in the export culture. They sort it out first. Then they weigh the actual, you can say, the quality product that needs to be exported. So they weigh that first, and the auctioning is actually done beforehand. Like even before the boat actually arrives onto the dock, so they actually do it on calls. So the stock is actually first like sold previously only, like even though the stock is coming 2 days later, the stock is already sold. The once the boat arrives, they weigh the stocks, they sort out the good quality products, and then they take it towards the location wherever it is. So they actually have to unload the whole of stock from one particular boat.
I mean, that is quite surprising because if they sell it 2 days in advance through the auction, that means the whole fish comes as a one mixed stock, not really segregated, which is done at Sassoon Docks. So it is
right.
So once it is segregated, so what does the auction take place for the mixed lot? So they have some kind of a previous knowledge that out of 1 ton, so many half a ton will be really good, and half a ton will be of second, third, fourth quality or something like that. They must be having some kind of
No, ma'am, they get this previous information.
understand.
They
Yeah.
get this information beforehand, like maybe the quality check they can be informed beforehand, so that like once the stock is actually caught into the sea, they inform it onto the docks like we have got this amount of stocks, and well, like these are all the breeds that we have got. Then once they arrive onto the site, they actually weigh all the different breeds that you're talking about, like different qualities and different types of fishes, and then they are sold off. So the price is not fixed before the boats arrive, but it is fixed like who will be purchasing those stocks. But the price is actually you can say
Basically the
fixed
whole stock.
after the stocks is coming onto the dock.
So when the stock comes and they start segregating, it is the job of the women, right? You said those Banjaras, they do the segregation of the stock, right? Is it so?
No, ma'am. The sorting out done on the export or the auction area is done by the males. The ones that that take place in the retail market is done by the female workers.
Okay.
It is actually divided into two parts. The whole dock is divided into two parts. Like one part is retail market and the one is the auctioning area. The one the sorting out done in the auctioning area is done by the males. There are very few females over there.
Yeah, there are very few. I didn't hear you.
Hussein, you were saying something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think let's move to the next part because we should not spend too much time on data analysis. And you have enough data, you have enough understanding. Now I want to see how you are using this data analysis into actually converting it into the project planning, etc.
Yeah, ma'am. So for our design, we have identified different strategies which we can use for the redevelopment of Sassoon Dock. So some people have chosen to go for a more conservation approach, where they look at preserving either the built heritage or either the culture of the people, and others are looking more at the development of the fishing industry and how they can modernize it and what steps can be taken for that. So we have identified those kind of strategies which we can use, and based on those strategies, we are now further deciding how we want to go ahead with our design. We've already, like in our brief, we've decided what spaces we need to provide them, and we are working on the design of that.
Are there any questions? Any questions?
From students, from my side, no
Yes.
question. Let's move.
Yeah. Any questions in the seminar room?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, from our side, we had a question. So, while designing this dock, till what line of development should we go, or at least recognize so that there is development, but at the same time, the people will feel comfortable, so they are not intimidated by the spaces of the development which is happening. So, ma'am, this was the question. Ma'am, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Ma'am,
Yes.
was the question audible?
Yes. Not really.
Not really. Okay.
Somebody
Okay.
from the seminar. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you
Yeah.
repeat it?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, ma'am. So actually, the question was, while designing this dock, till what line or like of development should be recognized so that there is development, but at the same time, the people over there who have been working since so many years don't feel uncomfortable with the new development which is gonna happen while designing.
So what is the answer from the students? Hello, I think we lost your connection.
Ma'am, actually, your network is slightly low. So I think the question is not reaching you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe sometimes I have this problem of internet. So,
Ma'am, I think what we can do is I can come back with you regarding those questions from the student side. And maybe, yes, I'll speak with you and then come and narrate back to them. That will be a good idea. So whatever the doubts are there, they will definitely get clarified. So, but it was really amazing of you to be a part of our panel team today. And we had a very engaging conversation with you. I think the students also were really happy to, get clarity that regarding that they were on a right track of documentation. So that's a for third year level. Yeah. I'll just hand over to Minaz and Meera ma'am now.
Priyanka, can you summarize what Sulakshana ma'am said in 2 minutes before we start?
So yes, definitely. So Sulakshana ma'am gave us like a very brief and a summarization regarding how the entire patch of Sassoon Docks that we have, like comparing it to the rest of the city that Mumbai has developed and outgrown. The entire of Sassoon Dock that is existing, that still is in the same place and it occupies the same amount of area. No matter how much of the business and the import and the export happens over there, and the business also has outgrown, right? But the population keeps on increasing, whereas the business remains still at its same place. I mean, it's still not mechanized. It's still all a hand laborsome job. So that also needs certain sort of development, considering it's going to increase. So this influx is something that we need to look at. It's between the people and the ones who are a part of it. So how do we tackle that? And along with the question that Simran was asking regarding the development that is going to proceed, which is along the eastern waterfront. And then considering what we see Sassoon Dock now, so is it going to have like a huge impact with what is already in process? of development and what is existing. So the question remains, it's a huge deal. I think it's a huge topic of debate and discussion,
Yes.
which I think the students are going to tackle through their design. And rightly put by ma'am that we cannot concentrate on one part of the proposal. It has to be in that 100%. The equal amount of weightage should go to the existing heritage, the business, the people who are the major part of that entire Sassoon Dock precinct, and along with the growing demand of Mumbai as a city, like the Piscitarian people, obviously. So how do we deal with this is the whole question over here. So yes, that was our takeaway from this discussion.
Right. That is what I wanted to say, that the Sassoon Dock area has remained same. While doing Eastern Waterfront study, we actually wanted more area from Sassoon Dock to go to the Eastern Waterfront so that the activities could expand. The people can also move because it's not a big distance from Sassoon Docks to the real port area. It's very short distance and people have no problem because of the roads and the timing. So basically, if you see that this 9,000 or 9-hectare plot is too small for expansion, what it would be like, would a 18-hectare plot or 20-hectare plot in docks area could take some of the activities and have specialized activity at Sassoon Dock of few things, like can the netting be mechanized and taken to the main docks, and this can remain some kind of only docks to dock the ships, or the ships can dock somewhere else, and this can remain an auction place and other things. I'm not sure how this will work, but what we were proposing in the Eastern Waterfront and Portland development was that Sassoon Docks being really constrained because of space and also by location, we should think of giving more space to the fishing business, fishing communities and fishing work into the docks, because anyway docks are defunct. The main docks area, 700 acres of land, is not really utilized properly. So that also needs to be looked into. So of course, right now we can't debate what can go there or here. But that was one of the possibilities we were thinking, that Sassoon Docks could be, if they were planning, say, a museum, or they sort of a historical place of Sassoon Docks for something, and a training center for fishing communities, and mechanized. So many things could be thought of for Sassoon Docks. There was another proposal, I remember, constructing a break wall in front of Sassoon Docks, because it has been affected by high and low tide. Constructing a large area with bounding that with a break wall would allow lot of fishing boats to come and park there. And that was one of, because it's a fishing business. It's not just related to land. It is also related to sea and the water body. So one should think of a relationship between the land mass and also the sea area. So that was another proposal. I remember the fishing department was thinking on constructing a huge break wall and using it for docking the ships, because as you said, it's very crowded. In the morning when the ships come, there is hardly any space for larger. So one could think of a wider jetty and the break wall, and some of the activities could be shifted to that. And this could remain one auction place or other facilities. That was one of the proposals, right? So
I think that's a very beautiful point you mentioned, ma'am. I think students can take away and stick to this point in one of their proposals at least, because they have been looking at certain soft edges which continue from the existing MBPT garden which is there.
Yeah.
And they have been thinking in terms of, how to modify it or either stick with it, because a soft edge is not what Sassoon Dock really is looked after.
Yeah.
It's actually all hard edge, and it's a deep water body sort of a port dock, where the ecological aspect of it is completely non-existent apart from those two edges that we have along Sassoon. So probably this is like a hinter point, like it's a good hint from ma'am that we can certainly
I
stick
think
to.
you can think of a large, and there are many examples in the world where the break wall is wider. So there is this wider space also acts as a barrier between sea ingress and becomes a safe parking area for boats even in during the monsoon time, and a huge wider jetty along the break wall can be used for multiple activities, like loading unloading of fish is easier, then moving the fish across to the main auction could be in a different fashion, or sorting can be done through the mechanized means, like women sit along and sort of the fish lot by lot. So those activities can be thought of along the jetty and the break wall. So you should look at some of the modern fishing facilities created by different advanced countries, and what we can take it for Mumbai, though we cannot have 100% of that. But I think it's very essential that our fishing becomes more efficient, more clean ecologically. Socially, people can improve their lot. Economically, they can improve their lot. And larger business opportunities could definitely be good for export, local consumption, as well as fish. So there are multiple examples. I think Israel is doing very nice work because they have very small landmass and huge access to the sea. So some of the examples are like that. North Sea also has huge fishing communities, and they export it to the whole of the world. So they have some very good facilities in the North Sea, in Norway and Sweden and all this. So I don't know, and one could look at even Singapore, because they have also created fishing hubs. Though most of the fishing communities have been decline in the demographic, still they have a big fishing area and big fishing business around that. So having the advantage of sea, I think Mumbai has not taken real advantage of the seashore. Yeah.
I think I absolutely agree on that part, ma'am. But considering the growing demand, I think this factor comes into the picture.
Even consumption of fish is promoted. It's a good health, healthy living, and we need a cleaner example, because if you have larger amount, ecologically also you will take care of fish, because if your waters are degraded, your fish is degraded. But if you want to expand the business, you have to take care of ecology also.
Yeah, I think, ma'am, we have got through. I think we are overdoing with the time too. So extremely sorry, but we can continue lots and lots with the discussion. Definitely, we would love to have more time.
So let's stop this.
Yes. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being our panelist and joining for this discussion. It's been amazing.
Yeah, it was.
To have you.
Your presentations were really good. I enjoyed the kind of work students put is commendable. I remember we never used to work so hard.
Wow, that's a really amazing compliment, ma'am. I'm sure the students are thrilled right now. They
Right.
have been, working on this since the past 3 to 4 months, and we have been behind them literally, but they have done a brilliant job. And coming from you, it makes a huge difference.
No, thank you for inviting me because I'm always interested in different kinds of projects which will help in reshaping Mumbai. And I think we have to rethink of the whole of Mumbai. We can't continue the way we are doing it. So piece by piece, from Sassoon Docks to North, we have to consider all this in a holistic manner. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, thank you so much, ma'am, for your insights. You really got us thinking at some points. So thank you so much for
Thank
that.
you. And best of luck to all of you. Good luck.
Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
Yeah. Right.
Thank you, ma'am.
So I also thank, Priyanka.
Yeah, hi, Meera.
Hello, ma'am.
Nice
Let
to
me
see
thank
you.
you. Yeah, nice to see you, ma'am. I hope you are all right now after your surgery and everything.
Yeah.
And you,
it's okay.
yeah. And I'm so thankful that you agreed to come here. And I
Yeah.
wish that in person you will come again and again to our college and we can have
Sure.
interaction with student and you.
Yes, I would be very happy if I can meet students in person, but right now we have to manage with this virtual presentation,
Yeah,
virtual
but
meeting.
at least because of the virtual meetings, we are able to see
Yeah.
each other, and that is also great advantage of this technology.
Yes.
So that is the great thing. So thank you once again.
Thank you.
And we will be having Rekha ma'am and Minaz who will be summarizing this symposium, what happened for last 2 days, and they will be giving the concluding note. But I'm not summarizing, but my observation of the panels which we had, like we started this, we are talking about the voices of Mumbai. As Minaz explained that there are so many voices of Mumbai. Mumbai speaks in many voices, but we hear many prominent voices. We wanted to hear, apart from those prominent voices, which are subdued voices, that we also wanted to hear. And accordingly, we had the panels spanning from heritage, culture to community and people. So many panels we had. One common thread I find in all these panel discussions. Our first panel, which was talking about the heritage and writing, they were talking about how Mumbai is evolving over the years and how we are losing our heritage. Our material heritage, our built heritage, they were talking about that and their efforts to restore it. Our second panel, they were talking about how infrastructure development is costing our environment and ecology. For the modernity, for the development, we are losing our ecology and environment. And then how they are fighting to restore the ecology and ecology and environment. Then our third panel was also talking about something which we are losing out constantly. For the infrastructure, for the development, we are sacrificing our public spaces, the kind of public spaces we should be getting we are not getting those public spaces. That was also theme of our third panel. And our fourth panel, it was more serious. Our fourth panel was talking about in the name of modernity, we are losing our language, we are losing our dialects, we are losing our local communities and their land. So in short, we are losing our heritage, we are losing our jal, jungle, jameen, what you call environment, and then we are losing the total vernacular culture. But the good point is ki, okay, it's not everything losing. Of course, for development and modernity, we have to have this development if we want to establish the equity, but not at cost of everything which is dear to us. And all these panelists, they are making efforts to restore the things which we love, to restore the thing and preserve the things which can be saved and which has got value. And I think that is the positive understanding I have from these panels. And we should take this forward. Not only think that we are losing everything, but we should think that whatever we are losing, how we can save it. And I will request Minaz to conclude this symposium.
Thank you, Meera ma'am. Thank you, Sulakshana ma'am and Priyanka for a very detailed discussion on our students' work. And before we knew it, the symposium has come to a close. We started off, as Meera ma'am said, delayering the voices of Mumbai. We said there was a cacophony of sound, so many voices. We wanted to delayer them and put them into separate categories. We did that. And what was very fascinating to see is, as the discussions progressed over the 4 panels and the student discussions, these voices started again overlapping with each other. So where, I don't know, on one hand, we had mobility, it started connecting with public spaces. We had art, it started connecting with communities. And we had heritage, it started connecting with art. So we started finding overlaps which happened. And because of this entire discussion, the cacophony has suddenly turned into a symphony. So now, though there are overlaps, we can understand what the connections are. We can see what the significance of one is with the other. And a second very significant part of each and every presentation was the people. I mean, all these aspects, whether you look at food, whether you look at heritage, writing, public spaces, art, communities, environment, mobility, everything is very, very strongly linked to the people who are using these spaces, and which include all of us. And more so us, because we are also, somewhere going to shape these spaces. We are shaping the built environment every day. And I hope the students have connected. I'm very thankful to all the students who attended over the last 2 days. And I hope they have something has resonated, one presentation, one speaker, one line, which has resonated with you. That is your calling. Please take it forward. And as we saw in many of the presentations and many of the talks, that people are always faced with challenges. People came out in the open and spoke about the challenges that they had in every field that they were working in. So it's, again, for the students, the challenges will come and challenges will go. We have to keep, when there's a storm, you have to just keep going. And it was very heartening to see that so many, presenters or panelists spoke about how they use the pandemic positively. Like, we've so constantly been so overwhelmed by the pandemic, but Anupam Sir talked about the restoration of CSMVS, which happened due to the, during the pandemic, they could do it because it was shut. Then Bombay Wala spoke about restarting her page and, the pandemic and the lockdown being like an impetus to start it. Firoza spoke about how the Cycle Chala City Bacha movement took momentum during the pandemic. Of course, Alan spoke about how the steps were used as a public space, which were never shut down, even though the parks and promenades were shut down. It was a space which was used during the pandemic. And Kurush Dalal spoke about how he took to Instagram Live and started talking about food and history during the pandemic. So there's so many positive things which are happening around us, though we are in the midst of a worldwide raging pandemic. And I just hope that, this kind of a symphony continues. And we've been blessed with so many people who have connected with our students, with our college. I'm very grateful to all of them, for doing this and being here and, somewhere leaving behind that one little thing for us to ponder over. So I'm also very, very thankful. In fact, Rekha is not here, so I will be concluding the session. Rekha is in a meeting with the Students' Council. So she has thanked all the speakers and all the participants. And last but definitely not the least, all the teams which have worked on this. We've had fantastic participation and support from our students and our faculty teams, our staff. So the technical team, the exhibition team, the graphics team, those who handle food and gifts, all the moderators who handled the various sessions, and of course, all the faculty who have been managing the seminar rooms. So a very big thank you on behalf of Rekha, on behalf of Meera ma'am and me who are curating this sessions. It's been wonderful. The exhibitions are still on for the rest of the week. So please, make the most of it. Tell your friends, get your families, let them come and see. We've had tremendous response in the last 2 days. So yes, let's keep the voices of Mumbai on through various engagements like this. And I'm very grateful to everyone who's been a part of this. Thank you very much.
As we conclude with our final panel discussion for this symposium, we would like to thank everyone who attended the discussion today and for the past 2 days. We hope that it inspires ideas and discussions around the ways that can make our city a better place. On behalf of the Student Council and student body of Rizvi College of Architecture, I would also like to thank our principal, moderators, panelists, faculty team, administrative and supportive staff of the college, and all those without whom this event wouldn't be possible. Thank you all and have a great evening.